The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes, he dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot! After losing one, the Blacklists rush B side and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
Get underway with this grand final. Here it is, the CFS 2024 Grand.
The last time. Welcome one and all to the final map in the grand final. Cfesports, and one by one they're falling apart. EP are going to get themselves map point. And there's no pressure from the B site, so they actually get all this for free.
Where are they going? Have they made that decision? There's util A, there's util B, C4's leaning over towards A. Around the world might be the call. YH leading the charge. It's not much of a charge.
Spotted them.
It's a slow creep. It was a contact play, but you're right. The information is there for Evolution. Power pushing their way in. It's 3. BNC and Silver have to come up huge, but it's almost assured now. Zay will go down. XQQ in for the trade, and it's down to just Silver. Can he be the hero here for Vasco Esports? He's got time to play with. Pushing forward. Mino drops, but that is it. Evolution Power are the champions of the CFS 2024.
Here is the valley. Mountains encircle it, and mist seals the towering skyline. Do not be deceived by the comfort here. The damp air you smell is not only spice, but gunpowder. Once ambition enters this arena, there is no escape. With these narrow confines, it can only burn hotter. 16 teams locked in the heart of this arena. The higher the climb, the narrower the path becomes. And at the summit, there is room for only one.
去年的失利对我们来说是不可接受的。这座城市承载着我们过去的荣耀。这一次我们团结一心，粉碎所有对手。
Então, eu tenho para mim que tudo acontece quando tem que acontecer. E se eu acredito que quando for para eu ser campeão, Deus me fará campeão.
This year we've strengthened our roster. And we're looking to come back stronger than ever before. So you need to prepare yourselves.
有人说格局已定，我们将用表现打破格局。预选赛、决赛的实力会激发我们的斗志。我想在 CFS 的舞台上证明我们可以走得更远。这片战场我们等待了很久，这一次我们卷土重来。
Smoke rises. Vision blurs. Victory remains undecided. Only those forged through countless battles can clearly see through the flames.
Trong vòng loại trong nước, chúng tôi đã thể hiện rất xuất sắc và chúng tôi muốn thể hiện điều đó một lần nữa.
Một khi chúng tôi đã đồng lòng, chúng tôi sẽ trở thành những con đại bàng sải cánh giữa trời không với lối chơi tự do phóng khoáng, không ngại đối thủ nào. Và mặt tâm lý của tôi sẽ giành chiến thắng.
Nós somos os campeões do Brasil, estamos bastante preparados para jogar esse Mundial e cada vitória que a gente tiver vai nos tornar mais fortes para ser campeão.
Siguro bata lang kami sa edad pero nag-mature kami as a team. Kasi 1 year na din kami nagko-compete sa international eh. Gusto na namin tapusin yung paghahari ng Chinese at Brazil teams.
A new generation rises, determined to prove themselves to the world. But for a new name to ascend, the old order must fall.
Tingin ko kami ang tactical dito. Sa lahat na nandito kami yung pinaka-tactical. Siyempre gusto namin mag-champion, nothing less.
Đội chúng tôi là một đội bền bỉ và có tinh thần đoàn kết cao. Nên việc ai là con mồi, ai là thợ săn, các bạn cùng đón xem.
واحنا مش مهتمين ان احنا بنلعب مين بسبب خبرتنا طول السنين اللي فاتت وان شاء الله نكسب البطولة ديت وايا كان هنلاعب مين.
Veterano, eu acredito que a gente traz muita garra para o time, muita vontade. E isso eu acho que é o que faz o time crescer. A gente junta a vontade com a experiência e o nosso time acaba evoluindo cada vez mais.
EP is a strong opponent, but last year they were also like the 3rd seed. Our team has extensive experience, and this time we will go even further. We have nothing to lose and we will replicate their story from last year.
They think like this, it's okay for them to live in delusion. When they play against us, they will find out.
The clouds part, and the throne reveals itself. Dominance is not a momentary ascent. It is becoming the mountain that others must climb.
人们都在讨论兴王当立，却忘了是谁定义了王朝。只剩下欧一人，也被硬汉带走。我们不是来争夺王座的，我们是来收复领土的。让其他队放马过来吧。我们的目标肯定是冠军，已经建立了过2次王朝吧。我希望我们未来还能继续拿下更多的冠军，再建立下一次王朝。
在上一届比赛中，我们证明了自己。你们的终点是我的起点。这一次，我将成为那座不可逾越的高山。
Warriors gather, each chasing the summit.
One step, just one step, okay. Okay, let's go. Okay. Camera.
We are ready.
We are ready.
We are ready. See you in Chengdu.
See you in Chengdu.
We are ready.
We are ready.
We are ready.
See you in
Chengdu. See you in Chengdu.
We are ready. See you in Chengdu.
Ladies and gentlemen, CrossFire Esports fans around the world, welcome back to Chengdu, China, and welcome to CFS 2025 Grand Finals. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. Day one yesterday was incredible, and it truly showcased what this battlefield has to offer. With 4 intense matchups, we got 3 2-0s, but one series that went the distance to a Game 3 and nearly going into overtime. Some walked away happy, elation, while others walked away knowing they must adapt, strengthen, and overcome adversity if they want to move forward in this tournament. And because of that result, today looks very different, and the pressure is at an all-time high.
For EVOS, another win today pushes them forward into playoffs. The first team out of all of them competing over day 1 and then day 2 to do so. This would turn a big surprise into a huge momentum boost, something we didn't see happening. But for others stepping onto the stage today, the reality of the pressure starts to hit them. They understand, well, their tournament life is on the line. They must perform if they want to stay alive, or else they're going to be going home empty-handed. However, 4 other teams we didn't have a chance to see will now enter this very stage. We're talking BaiSha Gaming, XROCK, XROCK Esports, and Navi. For them, today is the opportunity to showcase the regional finals. The lead up to CFS was all worth it, and they're ready to go for gold. Can they get it? What's up to them to decide? Today, every match carries weight. Momentum can shift in every single round, and all decisions would determine who advances and who goes home. Day 1 sets the tone. Today, the story sharpens, and the pressure becomes very real. This is day 2 of the CFS 2025 Global Finals, where the battle continues, and only those who are brave enough to dare to dominate will survive. Day 2 begins, and Group B, the Group of Death, returns for its second match. A long-awaited return to this stage, back for the first time since 2023, and ready to prove they belong amongst the strongest in this group. XROCK! Across from them, a match that means survival. After a difficult opener, there is no margin left. One more loss and the tournament ends here. Team Falcons! A returning force or a final stand. Momentum or elimination. Group B Match 2 begins now.
Hello and welcome back to the caster desk. An excellent intro here from Reflections there on the stage to bring us the 2 teams that will be fighting here in the first matchup. We got XROCK up against Team Falcons. Once again, we are back here at the caster desk. I am Valdez with Sneaky Frog and Bench, and we're going to be bringing you the first couple of matchups today. How are you guys feeling coming into day 2? Were the matches fun yesterday?
Yeah, matches were very fun. Granted, most of them were 2-0, but it seems like that EVOS and BB matchup actually went the distance, which I'm very happy about, considering, you know, my boys did win, and you know, my secret caster curse prediction might have worked.
Our boy Sneaky Frog with the support to his region, but for Virtus Pro, I mean, even though the power rankings, VP was a little bit slight on top, at the end of the day, they did end up losing 2-1, so a little unfortunate to them, but Group C still hangs in there. We still have Group C game to be casted by our boys Neo and Elfish Guy later in the days, but yeah, like you said, 2 games we're going to start off with, which is going to be XROCK versus Team Falcons, and followed up by XROCK Esports versus Sneaky Frog's boys, EVOS.
Yeah, it should be an interesting second match of the day for sure. I think we're definitely going to be seeing the first time of XROCK Esports and see what they have to offer. But before we get into too much more about the teams and the tournament, let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizers, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CrossFire. Also, a big thanks to our generous sponsors. We extend our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Oris, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Oris has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up and fight on. And thanks to our official partner, Ant Gamer, for providing the global first 750Hz ultra-high refresh monitor, Ant 257 PF, empowering players to win the game, born from the game, fueled by the players. With a 750 Hz refresh rate, every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with 0 delay. Pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. Ant Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witness the journey to the champion. And thanks to our official partner Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, and your win.
I mean, as a gamer myself too, 20,000 hours combined in different FPSs, and Gamer's Monitor, I think that's what you need to get right now, right here. And especially now, it's become turning to New Year's in just about a month, so might be a pretty nice pickup.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be a very decent Christmas gift. And maybe, you know, you could give it to your brother and suddenly it turns into the best CrossFire.
And you take it away, and you take it from your brother, right?
Yeah, take it from my brother.
It's a gift.
It's a gift for myself, rather.
Like, all right, it's my turn to play the video games now. Let's take a look at what we have for our regional top performers. As Spoxy, ZQ, Ice Cube, MG, No, and Kai's up there on top based on the stats we had coming into this tournament. And it's going to be interesting to see if they can continue to dare to dominate. We did see that some of these guys definitely put up some big performances. Specifically, I thought No was very good. I think Kai's was also good in his own right, but you know, when you're on a team with Famous, sometimes
we talk about Famous most of the times.
I feel like he does his job,
yeah.
But you know, had to go up against one of the top performers here at the tournament, Team Stallions.
Wasn't easy for Famous, especially knowing that Team Stallions were kind of just, you know, playing, you know, fist fight CrossFire the entire time, and you know, the rest of the team unfortunately couldn't take it with the exception of Famous. So we're gonna see if we see the exact same thing here, man.
You see today's matchups. We got XROCK versus Team Falcons to start us off. Then we have ROCK Esports up against EVOS Gaming, and then Inner Circle up against Navi and BaiSha versus Swamp Gaming. So it does feel like the first couple of matchups should be interesting, should be kind of close. Second couple of matchups, we definitely have a big favorite for those two matchups. So, you know, maybe we get an upset, or maybe it just looks a little bit like yesterday where we saw the favorite absolutely destroy the underdog. Inner Circle definitely going to have to step up here against Navi in the third match, rather. But
I mean, you don't want to seal the. I mean, you definitely don't want to seal the fate on the second day coming into the grand finals. So for Inner Circle, there's a lot on the table that they have to clear up. For Swamp Gaming as well, Famous, even though countless clutches he carried out, how many 2v4s did he do yesterday? Gonna need a bit more from his teammates, and the whole team has to move together to take down a big dog like BaiSha Gaming. So a lot of things are being asked here, and let's see if the response is going to be presented.
Yeah, and just as we were talking about, the teams are fighting for survival. It's Swamp Gaming, we got Falcons as well as Inner Circle. These three teams taking losses yesterday. If they lose again, they're out, right? That's just the way the group stage works. If they win, even if they do get a win, no guarantee that they make it on, so it will be pretty rough for them from here on out. Obvious breakthrough moments, perhaps, as Akshi and Juan showed promise in their international debut at EWC. Adrian and GDSZ anchored the lineup with experience and exposure.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Juan especially, right? I've been singing his praises for the longest time, even back in Hangzhou. I was talking about his former team, Iceland, actually. And I was like, hey, you know, you think the snipers are good now? Wait till you see Juan actually enter international play. And I was exactly right about it. I mean, he's one of the most exciting snipers to actually come out of Brazil. And it kind of reminds me of, I wouldn't say on par or on level with XQQ's rookie season, but he is slowly approaching it, and he could offer a very big surprise for whoever they're going up against.
Yeah, Akashi as well, definitely one of the newer names up on the board. I mean, he's had his moments in different tournaments, but I think this is where he has to really perform out and provide for the team.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a very nice look for the side of Navi if they get a win here, and then they have to try to get into the playoffs with one extra win. As BaiSha Gaming back in the title conversation, former back-to-back champions return after missing 2024. You remember, at Hangzhou, they were not there, so, or at least not able to win. Strong run in 2025 with YDSS an ACL and CFPL champion, EWC runner-up. Definitely, you know, this is one of the better lead-ups into grand finals we have seen from BaiSha. So definitely, even though a lot of us did predict AG, you know, BaiSha certainly in the conversation still.
Yeah. So CFPL, they all the teams in that specific league is also making their run. We were talking about how all gamers were falling behind past couple of years, but now they're back in the talks of being the champions, and the predictions throughout the whole talents across the board, they've predicted that AG is going to do it. Now BaiSha's in the talks. XROCK even right now, as you can see up on the board, has made it to the grand finals, and they're making their run of their own.
Yeah, I'm actually so happy that they finally get to talk about XROCK because, you know, we didn't get to see them play yesterday, and obviously their run in the CFPL has been very, very exciting. They did beat some very, very good teams, had a close encounter with E-Star in that middle bracket, and went all the way up to 5. I would have wanted to see E-Star in this tournament as well, knowing I'm a big fan of how 46 and QZ actually plays. And, you know, they actually ran through a very, very good team by the name of Edward Gaming, who has, you know, Sean, you know, Essen, even, you know, a good old friend of ours named CZY back in the BaiSha gaming days. So XROCK, not an easy road for them to get all the way to the 2nd seed. So, you know, gonna be exciting. I think the only thing that I'm worried about here for XROCK is their international experience. Granted, they have played in CFS APAC 2024, but that was only APAC. This is, you know, a different level entirely going into 2025.
I mean, the whole entire level, whole entire different strategies that these regions will employ. Like, for example, Brazil definitely goes for the more aggressive style of play, but at the same time, they do keep their composure. Now we talk about Philippines, they go full out. And then Vietnam, they're also going quite aggressive. And if XROCK is only used to playing in their own region of CFPL, then they might have some stones being thrown right under their legs.
It's pretty interesting to see the stats because a lot of the teams that we have here, they've won a lot in order to make it to the grand finals in the first place, but it wasn't even above 50% for XROCK, but they still made it here. And that's just because it's very difficult to fight through the CFPL regional finals and try to actually make it into the grand finals from this region. You can see that, you know, some best of ones, they beat some decent teams, especially Evolution Power Gaming, but then they did fall down to All Gamers. And then eventually, once they got into best of series, they took some wins, but they also lost to All Gamers a total of 7 maps and did not take a single one. So, yes, All Gamers the big favorites, but at the same time, XROCK not able to defeat them even one time. I mean, they're a strong team and they're from China, but I do wonder how far they can realistically get.
Yeah, but yeah, we have to talk about Team Falcons as well. You know, it's been somewhat of a disappointing season for them in this entire year. I mean, ever since winning Summer Champs not too long ago, it seems like the form has just dipped for this team. And, you know, we've been a very big fan of Ice Cube, especially with the way that he has been playing on that sniper position. But I feel like ever since the TRG came in to be that superior sniper instead of the AWM, it seems like it kind of went on a downturn in terms of form, and they've been more reliant on Dota more than anything. So, you know, I'm not too positive on Falcons, but I would want to see them perform, that's for sure.
I mean, touching upon the micro factors, Nikki, you're definitely correct on the TRG matters, but now we do switch our sight in towards the macro part. I mean, the team as a whole, Team Falcons, they're definitely good players on the team, but when it comes to a team versus team series where macro really matters, your strat matters, your tactics matters, something is not working with this team, and we were just able to see that yesterday too as well, that something just doesn't work fluently. So basically, their tactics isn't translated directly into a flawless attack into the bomb site, get it planted, or get a defuse done, have a clean retake. It's not happening like that. Everything is a little bit iffy, so to speak, and that's what's holding them back right now. And I don't exactly know what the issue is, but they have to go back to the drawing board. They have to fix the issue if they want to survive the grand finals.
Yeah, a little note, by the way, on the ELO system. This is kind of that traditional ELO system that has been worked through for the last couple of years in 2023, 2024, and has been tested, and we're at a point where it's, you know, we're happy with it here. And, you know, you can see that XROCK, even after losing 7 maps to All Gamers, they're still in 6th place. So there's a reason for that, right? Because they beat a lot of the other strong Chinese teams in the regional finals. And even Team Falcons with, you know, able to get through in 3rd place, still at 9th in the power rankings. And it does kind of show you where we're at in terms of this one, as XROCK should be the favorites in this match.
Yeah, I feel like the only thing that Falcons has over XROCK, which is that experience, right? I mean, time and time again, Falcons has been the first seed, second seed, or third seed of their region. So, you know, they have been to every single international that we have seen. But it seems like XROCK is getting a bit more love when it comes to the predictions here, man.
A lot of 2-0s across the board, including our new addition, AI, Artificial Intelligence, also devoting for that 2-0 win for his XROCK. I mean,
what did Sekio mean? Why did he go for Falcons?
Maybe Sekio's a knower. He's something that
we'll figure out.
Well, we have the history adds pressure for XROCK, and Falcons. Chinese teams have been a challenge for Falcons in 2025, and another test waits here. It's XROCK's first international match this year, as you were talking about, Sneaky. XROCK once fell against a Vietnamese team in 2023 when we were back here in Chengdu. So, you know, they have some experience internationally, but, you know, different roster and stuff like that, and it has been a long time. So, first time this year, we'll have to wait and see if they rise to the challenge, if they rise above, if they dare to dominate, or if they just crash and burn.
I mean, they have to compete to conquer.
Yeah,
yeah.
There you go.
I feel like the only person that actually survived the roster changes all throughout that XROCK was actually Sunny. So, you know, he's going to have to do, you know, some heavy work in teaching the ways or teaching the ropes for some of the players on stage. But from what we've seen from Chinese rookies for the past few years, they have done very, very well, but they're very susceptible to pressure. You know, the moment you start losing the map, and then they're, you know, kids are going to start sweating, they don't know what to do, they're going to start to panic. So I feel like his veteran presence is definitely going to be well needed going into this series, especially considering Falcons, man. If they get the ball rolling here super early, if Ice Cube is hitting his shots, I mean, that could be big, big pressure for XROCK despite the rankings.
I mean, in for the Rookie's defense, it's no easy feat to come out as a second seed from CFPL. On top of that, given how first yesterday was able to perform as a rookie rather on the global stages, then I think they're going to be able to handle this. XROCK, I think they're definitely dialed in. As you can see, the players are all so ready, but 3 rookies on the grand final stage, Grand AD, and they'll make their GF debut against the Falcons right here, right now.
Yeah, and Chow was here last time. I don't know if he was with XROCK. I kind of remember him with XROCK, but could have been another team as it was a couple of years ago. But yeah, it's Chow and Sunny who do make their return, and you know they're going to have to teach them essentially the 3 rookies on this grand final stage in front of all these eyes watching, the millions of people watching this tournament, especially on the Chinese side. So it's a lot of pressure. It's not easy to play your game, and on the opposite side, these guys have been through it forever.
Yeah, and yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Chow, especially considering he is the captain of the squad. And yeah, not everyone is going to be able to pull off what Mino did back in 2024, where your entire team is straight up rookies and, you know, you're just the only vet on the team. It really does take a special talent to do so, but you know, could be an opportunity for Chow to show that, hey, I can also call in a very, very high level. Granted that, you know, AG beat us 7 maps in a row, but at the same time, that just is a testament to how good AG is in terms of form at this very moment. And we saw that in EWC. So I think I would say XROCK does have the slight advantage when it comes to, you know, mechanics and possibly macro, but you know, I feel like the Falcons, they do have that fair share of experience, and if they do use that experience and they somehow kind of circumvent what XROCK wants to do in these maps, you know, possibilities are endless here for Falcons.
So it just realistically speaking, just comes down to the fact that will XROCK trip over their own feet, or will they be able to make the run at the end of the day? Because 3 rookies on a team, like you mentioned, only Mino was able to do it because he's got tons of experience. He's a perfect IGL of his own, and he has the capability and the capacity to carry a team by himself, and he was able to do so on the roster. But now on XROCK, it's something different. Not just 2 rookies, but 3, so it's a bigger weight to carry if you think about it. Sure, the young guns do have the caliber to frag out, but they can only frag out when they're dialed in. And right now, they're really put to the test, and that test has to be solved if they want to survive in the grand finals.
Yeah, it was curious for me to see the predictions, just to see where everybody was sitting, and to see that many 2-0s all on XROCK's side, outside of Sekiro, who did go for the 2-1 for Falcons, kind of the outlier there. I was pretty surprised because it feels like everybody has lost faith in Falcons, and I think that's granted, right? It does feel like Falcons should be better than they're currently playing, so a lot of people are kind of disappointed and rating them pretty lowly because of that, because I do feel like XROCK is one of the Chinese teams where they should be able to have an angle and at least should be able to get one game, but everybody is like, no, it's 2-0. Like, it's just over. But we'll have to wait and see, right? This is a best of 3. Anybody can win it from here. We'll have to see if the veterans can do it or not as we head to the ban pick right now.
Well, this one's going to be important for both Team Falcons and XROCK. The ban picks are going to dictate the tempo of the game as the captains are carefully deciding what comes to the veto first.
I reckon that XROCK should avoid Black Widow as much as possible here, in all honesty. I feel like
it's a justifiable ban to put Black Widow first. I wouldn't even be surprised to take a new compound out of the picture early on, even Ankara as well.
Yeah, it's either Ankara or it's going to be Black Widow, the first priority
so
ban here. I feel like
now, can we safely say that, is this going to be the first New Mexico of the tournament? We're only 2 days in. That's a 14-day journey.
Port.
All right, so
that
Port
is a left field ban for sure for XROCK. I think they're trying to target Ice Cube, but I really feel like this is the wrong objective for the side of XROCK. I mean, Ice Cube's form has been quite shaky for the past few tournaments, so I think it would have been better if Ankara was actually banned first here. So Falcons have the opportunity to take out possibly maybe a sub base here for the side of XROCK, but Falcons also loves to play that map Eagle Eye 2.0, so they go for their perma instead.
They're definitely aiming for the perma here, but the first pick is going to be the importance here. I think they're going to leave Black Widow open, so possible sub-base pick even could be quite sneaky, I would say.
Could be New Mexico out of nowhere. Could be very, very nice to see.
I think it's almost automatic lock for Falcons to peek into Black Widow.
Yeah, but there's so much choices here for the side of Falcons, not gonna lie. If they really want to go for the straight-up fights in this game, they could pick the new compound, but at the same time, they don't have the cleanest new compound in this tournament, especially coming into before. But yeah, XROCK, they do have a lot here, but
XROCK is going to pick into Black Widow. All right, so they're gonna throw some funky stone at this one.
Yeah, that's quite brave, honestly. Coming in from XROCK, not gonna lie. I mean, Falcons have plenty of experience when it comes to the map of Black Widow, especially the riflers here. So XROCK just gonna be daring that map number 1. Granted, they have played it countless of times when it comes to the CFPL side, but you know, I wouldn't want to bet all my chips on Black Widow.
And now Falcons a little bit baffled. They're gonna pick it to sub base to equalize the tempo on the maps. Black Widow and sub base as the first two maps we played, and now XROCK to ban their second map.
Yeah, I have heard from certain whispers that they have been scrimming with Stallions a lot, and with scrimming with Stallions you will get to play that sub-base map, so maybe Falcons might have learned a thing or two from the Stallions boys. Obviously the best sub-base team in the world, and Ankara is going to be banned. I mean, quite expected, not gonna lie. I mean, it's Falcons. It's if you go up against a Vietnamese team and if you see that Ankara is unbanned, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, definitely a no-brainer ban coming out from XROCK, so that leaves Falcons to decide the final map. What will they ban out? Will it be New Compound or will it be New Mexico? Both maps rather receiving an update recently, and I think, realistically speaking, yeah, New Mexico getting banned out was what I expected. So that leaves us New Compound to be the decider. And Sneaky, what do you think? What are your objections for this ban picks and vetoes right now?
Honestly, New Mexico wouldn't be too bad of a look for Falcons, considering they're also one of those teams that actually likes to play it back in Vietnam. But I feel like they're just like, all right, we need to kind of remove some of this low percentage crossfire that we do see a lot when it comes to New Mexico. So New Compound instead. Honestly, a really good map for the side of Falcons. I feel like Falcons, their individuals gets to shine more when it comes to the map in the New Compound. It's more head-to-head fights compared to straight-up setups, but at the same time, it also does benefit their spacing. You already saw the Vietnamese spacing from yesterday. They do like to stick together, clear angles together at the same time, and I feel like New Compound is a perfect map for that.
Give or take, Black Widow sub-base and New Compound, all very typical 4x4. I don't want to say typical, but very standard 4x4 tile maps where you have to clear the angles together, you have to double swing to check it, and then you can also split towards a single bomb site. So Well, let's see who's got the better standardized tactics in their pockets, because XROCK definitely dedicating themselves in towards winning outright in their groups. And Falcons, they are really willing to bounce back from their loss. And let's see who will survive in the bloodbath. But so far, Maps doesn't necessarily pick one's hand up. I think it's very even towards both of these teams. Give or take, that Falcons did lose, but I think they are all full ready to get going.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very big pressure for Ice Cube, especially to perform that long A position. Going to be very, very important, especially when it comes to those 8 takes and just denying A in its entirety. So let's see if Falcons can get the same control as they did from before, unlike what we saw from yesterday. Hopefully we do see a return to form from some of them, but also at the same time, I have been watching some of these games from the side of XROCK, and Gran is not too bad of a player as well. So we're going to have to wait and see what is going to occur in this game. XROCK going to be starting on BL side. Falcons going to be starting on that GR. I feel like this is a great start for the side of Falcons, honestly. I feel like they want to feel out that offense for the side of XROCK, kind of figure out what pace of CrossFire that they want to play today. But if XROCK does decide to play a bit more faster, the more, the pace that we saw more with the new guns, I feel like, they might be able to possibly dominate this map. And considering that, I feel like Falcons is still getting haunted by the ghost of Lucas.
Oh, true.
And,
absolutely true.
They're probably missing that guy sorely. We are missing his aggression.
Missing
and that has been missing for Falcons, man.
But you were able to see the coaches right there from XROCK sitting in that Morphling L50 with dynamic lumbar support. And that's going to help him, coach's team, towards the win and the victory. Nonetheless, I feel like Falcons, it's almost their last shot to prove, if you think about it.
It is.
It really is.
Best shot.
At least for this tournament.
If they lose this, they're out of the tournament. And not just that, they're out of the tournament in dead last, which is not going to be what they're looking forward to.
Not the most ideal spot to be in, but looks like we are just about ready to hop into the first series of the day. It's going to be XROCK versus Team Falcons, kicking us off in Black Widow in just about 2 seconds' time. We are going to be able to see who beats the other to the death and come out alive. Let's get it. It's going to be AD, Sunny, Gran, and Chow and Do on the side of XROCK, and Rambo, Dola, Ice Cube, Shady, and Key for the side of Team Falcons. Both teams fully dialed in. Well, let's see if they have the caliber to take down the enemy, because Falcons, of course, the top seed in Vietnam, and XROCK top seed, well, second seed in CFPL. Going to take a tough turn of things, but here we go. Round number 1. XROCK begins on the blacklist side.
Yeah, and classic Falcons fashion as well. Instant take on that catwalk B position. I'm surprised XROCK is not actually, trying to take, or at least take some pot shots in towards that mid-ramp. But it seems like it is going to be a bit more of a calm start from the side of XROCK. They saw that mid-smoke, and they immediately knew that B might be in danger, so they're just going to avoid it in its entirety. Instead, they're now looking on the A side, fully knowing that there could be 3 committed in that B.
However, XROCK is going to gain themselves long control here, like you mentioned, as Falcons did invest a little too many players on towards B. Can't blame. But XROCK now creeping in towards long. We do have Rambo underpass watching it, but he will get instantly knocked out. Ice Cube Dola picks up a piece each, but the bomb site has been cleared open. Down to the hands of Shady and Key for a 2v3 retake. The C4 to be planted any moment soon here. Smoke's being set out towards Catwalk. Obfuscating the vision, rather, for the players coming in for the retake. 2v3, no utils on the side of XROCK. Just about a single flashbang, it seems. Shirley is planted, and now the Dio. The Falcons looking to get their feet in towards Catwalk. They're going to pop flash over, but Gran is watching. He won't find the first kill. Shady, good to spray down one, but he has to go through 2 more players. 80 in towards long with a sniper of his own. Takes the last player down, and XROCK will mark their footing in this one with the first round taken by them. 1-0 on the scoreline.
Yeah, and XROCK is one of those teams that is not afraid to run that double sniper setup when it comes to that BL side, especially And that double TRG is going to be very, very threatening, especially when it comes to that A site. A lot of those long-range fights could go very, very wrong very, very quickly. But at the same time, it is a good opening here from Doe, catching both of the defenders on site, and a nice shot from Gran, taking out Ice Cube immediately in that window position. So Falcons are going to go back to their standard 2-3 and making sure that mid door is not going to be easily crossed. But now, XROCK, now having Waters control and now knowing that Falcons is not going to go for that catwalk B push. Now they're just going to slow down, possibly just take their side of the map slowly and try and see if they can figure out a good spot to get into the site.
I mean, now XROCK does have a bit of control down towards middle. We do have Gran kind of looking in towards catwalk and the rest of the players outside towards B. Can make a rotation even soon. I don't know if Falcons want to swing this catwalk. As Dola almost going down there. The pot shots didn't land, unfortunately, for the side of XROCK. However, after exchanging the lead, both teams are going to be able to fall back into their original positions. Key trying to dip and dive in towards middle. Not entirely sure if he wants to do so. We do have AD on the watch. So XROCK definitely enjoying the double sniper instead of Dola. Now contested. Oh! Not contested is going to be XROCK 80 with a collateral. Dola and Shady goes down, and the damage has already been done here. Sneaky Rambo does find the equalizer, but now he is getting pushed by two more players from XROCK. Juggling his by the staircase. He sees Sunny, but the shots just aren't there. 3v2 now.
Behind.
However, look at the C4. It's going all the way towards catwalk. Key, in desperation, does find one more frag, but that buys enough time for Grant to move the C4 in towards the bomb site. Chow holding it down, can't do so. 1v2 now. XROCK has the bomb site, but now it's down to the ends of Gran.
Yeah, Gran does have a bit of a timing here. On the A side, he can jump up the window to try and surprise the window B player in the name of Ice Cube. But Ice Cube, Ice Train, Key spotted. Ice Cube spotting the leg of Gran instead. And Ice Cube will collect that first point for the side of Falcons. Honestly, a really, really good start for the side of XROCK, taking down both short players despite the initial damage that they did take. But Key at the same time, very key timing, no pun intended, going for that big flank into B Water, surprising both members of XROCK. And that is just very well played from the new member of Falcons here.
Not entirely sure why Gran wanted to bring the C4 towards A. Rather, would have loved him to join forces down towards B and support the teammates. But here comes a fast long aggression by Rambo. The nades finding a bit of value. However, wasn't able to inflict too much there. And XROCK is going to instantly fall back from the double doors in towards spawn and now heading in towards B.
Yeah, honestly, really, really good control from the side of Falcons, and they can just leave Ice Cube in that position, considering Terrace is one of the, or not Ice Cube, Rambo actually, in that Terrace position. And he could even push if he wants to try and get some information. Now, they're going to put some players back into that B site, bolster it right on up. And as soon as any nades start to fly in this B side, Rambo is going to start to move, and there might be a flank incoming very, very fast for Falcons. But here it comes. XROCK on the B side, but Ice Cube will get the first shot on Doe. Flash is going to go down, but Sunny, no movement yet.
They have to reset here. Grant took a whole bunch of damage. He eventually goes down as well, and now swinging out, it's going to be Key, and he is going to put all the fruits back in the backpack, and that's going to be around swiftly taken by the side of Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, every time you go for a B-house push, honestly, you're on a timer. You know, if you cannot instantly get out as soon as those first flashes hit, it is going to be quite the disaster, as the rest of the Falcons are just going to file into the B side and are going to hold those angles that are going to be so tough to clear. But no more long takes for the side of Falcons. Instead, they're going to be playing site very, very passively.
Sunny sitting at 0 kills. Maybe the pressure is now really building on him, and that might affect more scores being lost here. Has to pick up some pace. But however, on the side of Falcons, everyone seems to be relaxed back, and they're dialed in. They're shooting right. They're making the right rotations in the right time.
Bit of a force stack on the A site instead. I mean, I think they have an early read on what XROCK does want to do here, but XROCK is a bit more spread out in terms of the default. B Waters control has been taken, alley control has been taken all the way in that long A side. The only mystery for the side of XROCK is that the entirety of mid.
And now what could XROCK possibly do? Because their B push was halted down last round. Their A push was halted down the couple rounds ago. And what's left in their backpack right now? What's left in the tank?
Maybe do a bit of a fake on the B side. Honestly, they could just leave Rambo alone. That Rambo Not going to be left alone anytime soon. Shot is going to miss on that TRG. Has to go all the way back into stage and into window B, but it's not going to be a given just yet. That's going to force Falcons to actually push forward into short and right into Grand. And Chow not actually looking in the direction of short, and Sadie is going to punish him for it.
And the rest of XROCK, by sacrificing 2 of their teammates, is going to aggress onto the bomb side. Do is going to find a huge double kill alongside with AD. 3 players of Falcons go down. It's going to be a 2v3, the C4 to be planted, but look at the flank. Dola is selling towards long. He might, and he has to catch a couple kills, but waiting. AD goes down. That's a running headshot. Down to 2v2. Rambo finds a piece. And now Do has it all to do.
He's in a bad spot.
He's in a very, very bad spot towards Catwalk. He could be spotted out any moment. Rambo even sees him. Dola gets the swing. And that's going to be a clean defense. And Falcons, even though they had to begin the retake with a man down, so with 2v3, some way, somehow equalizes back down to 2v2. Quick pickups as well. And XROCK is going to drop one more round.
Yeah, this is the guy that you don't want to heat up on the side of Falcons, in all honesty. Dola with the HK-417, especially with the S-tier weapon, he can just tap around any opponent that he wants. They're going to have to keep him contained just in case, but more confidence on the side of Falcons. They do decide to go for the full peak. Ice Cube goes down immediately to AD.
I mean, if you do have the first spawn on the blacklist, you are able to enjoy frags like that. And just like that, Ice Cube will go down.
Full mid control too. It's a bit tough for Falcons to be in this position, but they're just going to have to play sights instead. Problem is, Grand is going to fish for a frag all the way in short, and there is Rambo, who still has the sniper in his hands.
And now XROCK can essentially just isolate one of the bomb sites using their smokes and aggress it as a whole, make a 5-8-2, down towards A, down towards B. Looks like they're going to be tossing a couple nades out towards B. Will it bait out a rotation? And will XROCK rotate is also going to be part of the question there being asked.
Trying to bait the rotation player. Key gonna have to be careful in peeking that mid position. Instead, he's just gonna be holding it. Good shot on Doe, but cannot get Sunny on that retrade. They're gonna have to be careful about that long position. Rambo is still posted up on terrace, so Sunny... Oh, but the timing! Sunny gets into the site, and that could be a C4 plant. AD gets Dola, and it's only Rambo left alive. Grand looking right on his spot. That's a miss. They know exactly where he is.
1v4. Not a lot he can do when he's a sitting duck out towards a long 4 players at XROCK just looking right his way. Couldn't do much. And looks like that will be yet another round by XROCK, closing up to a tie. Still, Falcons in the lead by around 3-2. And yet another fast aggression out towards a long by XROCK. And Falcons decided to push out towards Catwalk and was able to take the kill. However, that bought enough room for XROCK to aggress onto the bomb site, so this will be a full-on retake cooking up on the pot here. 3 players of Falcons in Catwalk have another player dropping with the flash being used. Can XROCK hold this one down? Sunny, looking to juggle his position, is going to place himself in front of the smoke on the Catwalk. He's slowly inching in. Ice Cube goes down. Key will go down as well. 3v2. Shady's on top of bomb site. Somehow maneuvers like that. Finds a double kill, leaving Sunny all alone. However, Sunny in a cheeky spot as well of his own. Can he see Shady? No, he cannot. He does put some damage. The Falcons quickly takes the lead. Strengthens it 4-2.
It's not bad, in all honesty. I feel like Shady and Sunny both on the same wavelength, not gonna lie. Both of them recognizing that there could be a play happening within that smoke. So good heads-up plays happening at this very moment. Grand gonna miss a shot on the long A player. Control is now being taken here by Falcons, and this could just force XROCK to go all the way into B site. But XROCK's gonna be a bit smarter about this one. Now gonna take that catwalk B control and possibly try and take out Shady. But still, Falcons just going to back off, just trying to get a bit of information before anything happens. Flash on the B site. Rambo going to have to back off all the way. There is a person all the way in the back of box. Rambo just doing as much baiting as he can out of all the utilities here of XROCK, but he does get tagged immediately. Shady runs into his death into the B site.
XROCK isn't going to force the issue just yet. They are still trying to bait a couple more peeks for the side of Falcons. They're waiting. And I do see Doe coming into the bomb site now. Do they realize there's Key hiding in the very back site? He's going to swing out. Now he's spotted out. He is taken out in the momentarily time. Doe's going to find a huge double kill. They do have control of B now. XROCK looking for the plant. On a 2v3 retake, Falcons. Dola's going to swing, sees Doe, but quickly he's double swung. Will be taken out from the picture, and Ice Cube, the last one alive. The pistol put to good work, finds a huge double kill, but at the end of the day wasn't able to finalize the last kill.
Yeah, the USP.
But
have to be
Sneaky,
afraid of it, man.
the issue here is XROCK, they won the round, but it had to come down to that 1v1.
Yeah.
It's not the cleanest execution, you can tell.
Yeah, it's the USP, man. There's nothing you can do about it, in all honesty. Once you get shot in the head and Ice Cube does get the feel of it, it is going to be quite the weapon to have. But Doe going to keep going with the HK417. We saw the 180 frag earlier, but I think he's going to keep going. Doe has been a very key piece in this XROCK offense. It was the Falcons already 2 players down, Dola and Key. Both attackers out of the question, so it's going to have to be Rambo and Ice Cube stepping up to the plate, with Shady possibly looking for a mid play or maybe something in that A site. He's going to have to go forward to look for something here.
Rambo trying to gain much information as possible. May have seen. There you go. Clean shot on towards AD. In effort to trying to close the gap here. Still a man down. It's going to be a 4v3. And XROCK, they are not giving up long control just yet. Have 2 players in there with the C4 too. Now a 3rd player joins force down towards A long, leaving Chow as the anchor in towards mid. XROCK, are they going to force the issue down towards A? They still have 1 minute 13 seconds to work with.
Honestly, really good spot by Chow here. There is going to be a long push happening as soon as they spot Rambo. Chow is actually going to move out, but instead Ice Cube is going to spot him all the way from the side of spawn. Rambo going to try to shoot one more with the TRG, and he does get Doe down, but Sunny will get Shady in return. It's a 2 versus 2. Rambo round the corner, pot shot through that metal box, but 50 seconds still left on the clock. Ice Cube will get Grand, but now it's all up to Sunny with the EBR versus 2 snipers. Sunny will get Rambo. Ice Cube goes down, and that's the power of the EBR. The wall bang. Right then and there, man.
Quick double kill. XROCK will find yet another round. And now we're tied at 4-4. Last round remains on the first half. And there's the timeout.
Yeah, well needed. XROCK actually taking the timeout. That looked kind of sus at the when the round was being played. In all honesty, I feel like they didn't expect Chow to get caught all the way in that mid position. So I think Coach thought that that would go very, very wrong as soon as the play did start. But really, really good save there from Sunny. Oh, so reliable rifler on the team. That EBR can shred through those boxes, no problem.
So, I mean, if it gets the job done, it gets the job done. And if Sunny gets the job done, he will do so. It took a little bit of a turn for XROCK. They did drop the rounds that they weren't supposed to drop. Some executions weren't as clean as we expected. Some holds on the retake. Not as clean as we expected either. Sure, big props to the USP. However, had moments where they didn't necessarily have to peek into the crosshairs of Falcons, but I guess sometimes you just go with the flow and you do become a bit more aggressive when you're in the vibe. Maybe that's what happened.
Yeah, Ice Cube is so out of it as well, so going to be slightly easier for the cross to happen here. Grand gets insta-gift from all the way to spawn. Forgot to crouch before he gets into alley. He has to be careful about that, but look at this forward defense from the side of Falcons. But Doe has Rambo's number. They got the read immediately, but they have no idea that Dola is now pushed up all the way into short. Doe will get Dola as well, but look at Chow with the clear into that short position. Chow gets every single member that is crawling forward for the side of Falcons. Ice Cube, the last one left alive, and he's resorted to an HK.
Ice Cube versus the world, trying to swing in, gets one, looking for the second, swings back out, but there is more players of XROCK raiding with open arms, and XROCK is going to be able to finish the first half 5-4 in the lead.
And now they're going to be on the side of Global Risk.
There we go, side switch. Might be slightly better for the Falcons side, but their blacklist has been a bit questionable when it came to Black Widow. Really does depend on what the opening looks like here for Ice Cube, and if he does get this position going. But it seems like XROCK really wants to take this along A, just to further deny map control from the side of Falcons, which is a very key part when it comes to their offense.
What do you think Falcons is up to on their blacklist? What's your expectations and what are you looking for?
Someone getting info, Shady possibly just getting a random pick off in the map, and maybe they go that direction. Gonna have to expect some really good spacing from the side of Falcons. You know, gonna expect some possibly 4-man pushes into the site, and might see Key try to look for another opportunity somewhere else, possibly Dola. But gonna have to really depend on what Dola's form is gonna look like, because he is the entry fragger for the squad. So if it's anyone to look out for, it is him with the HK, and he's been doing well so far despite the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's kind of on par with each other. No one really out-fragging on top, but no one really falling behind as well.
And it's classic Falcons fashion. They're just going to be holding their position, making sure that XROCK is wasting as much utility as possible before they do enter the site. And as we do look at the utility economy here for both sides, there's barely any on the side of XROCK, and Falcons is still basically
just about a couple nades, or a single frag grenade and a couple flashbangs, it seems. And now with just about 50 seconds on the clock, Falcons are going to start moving out towards middle. It seems they're going to toss out those blockers. And let's see where they want to direct the angle of attack towards XROCK, trying to react to the smokes. But Falcons is going to leave XROCK questioning still. Look at Doe's position. He's pushed out all the way in towards B catwalk, looking to get in towards the hands.
Grand.
Somehow, it's going to be key to find the first frag. Bomb site completely opened up. Doe still on the chase here. Dola was waiting though. And down he goes. Doe is killed. Chow now is going to swing back out. Takes Dola out. Rambo being contested. Quick swap. Rambo is going to peek out once again. And he will get the job done. 80 versus 2. Not going to happen to Shady. As quickly finding the last bullet there.
Yeah.
So playing the time game, Falcons is going to be able to find the tie.
Yeah, good knowledge there on Rambo. You can crouch down and look at the ground, and you know, you cannot kill him in that pillar's position. So it was a harder time for XROCK to actually react to it. Despite the information that they got, Grand dying immediately in that long position didn't really help their defense at all. He needed to hit that first shot in order to just stop Falcons in their tracks in that short position, but no. XROCK now deciding to, you know, commit to B a lot more at least. Chow is now in a forward position in B water, so now they can kind of focus on mid or maybe A a lot more. But look at Falcons. This is what we expect. This kind of spacing, everybody together in just one unit. So it's going to be very, very hard if you're just one person defending a site, possibly a sniper.
I mean, will Falcons shift the gear and make some early moves? Still pretty early in the rounds. Gonna be a 2-3 split in towards Catwalk, but look at the heavy holdings by XROCK in towards A. Doe and Sunny's gonna double swing, but Doe's taken out instantly. Sunny has stole this one down. Good for one for AD. Make that a double. Ooh. Looking for a third and hits the shot. Ooh. Make that a 4K. He wants the ace. Ice Cube being tested here. Ice Cube. Will he go down to AD and give him that ace there?
Oh, but Ice Cube not done just yet. Could be powering up very, very soon, but as soon as the smoke fades, that is the shot. XROCK now with the lead. And Falcons.
Unbreakable.
Unbreakable.
AD absolutely dialed in, just completely obliterates the squad of Falcons.
Yeah. Honestly, a bad trade game for the side of Falcons, especially for short. Rambo hitting Gran at the start. I mean, take out one of the snipers and it's going to be a whole lot easier to play this entire map. But at the same time, AD is still live and alive. So they still have to worry about one of these snipers anchoring possibly A or B. But knowing XROCK, they're going to try to look for a pick here. But Falcons is expecting exactly that, so they're sitting back a bit.
I mean, that pretty much has taken the wind out of sails for Falcons. The ace wasn't supposed to happen. However, 80, just a good player he is, was able to deliver the results for the team.
Yeah, bit more of an aggressive hold here for AD, which will allow the rest of XROCK to play that short position. And I really can't blame XROCK if they really want to go slightly aggressive in short, just to look for anything, maybe a high mid player, maybe anyone in spawn.
80's just fine in that position. I mean, he's buying that valuable, precious information for the team, and that does grant a 40 rotation. Falcons might just run into this one. However, XROCK investing one player towards middle, it seems, instead of A. Going to be yet another 3-2 split, but this time a little bit better as Rambo was able to find the early frag in the beginning of the round. Key looking to swing, doing a smoke any moment soon, or will it be a reset? But it's going to be XROCK swinging out. Doe with a quick spray down. Sunny finding a piece as well. However, there was the equalizer, and now Falcons with just about 40 seconds has to force the issue down towards A, it seems. Doe waiting, Rambo swings, quick shot, will get the drop done, but Chow! Great timing, gets the drop. And Dola and Ice Cube is now going to have to just suck it up and come in towards the A bomb site.
20 seconds, not much time to actually set this one up.
They can get it planted, but Chow
Chow's a sniper.
has picked up the sniper. Dolo, will he swing this corner? 10 seconds, he will get the bomb planted. That will bring AD into the picture as well as he calls the rotation. Chow swift that shot. And now he's going to have to go for the rifle once again, it seems. Let's see what will be the retake position that XROCK wants to take here. 80 has already made it to the top of the windows. Let's give it a double stack, actually. They're going to jump out any moment soon. And a good drop by AD. Dola, last one alive, has to get the work done. But AD, just such a good sniper, gets both kills. And the C4 will be defused, and XROCK is going to assert dominance 7-5. And out of desperation, Falcons is going to call their timeout, but what can they fix up here?
Yeah, there's a lot that they can fix up. Not gonna lie, they bit the bait hard on Chow. I think they thought that AD was actually coming from that short position, so Ice Cube had his crosshair actually trained in the short side instead of window. And AD, the god tier pre-aim into metal box, instantly taking out Ice Cube. Falcons, I mean, they're not doing anything wrong, honestly. When it comes to their takes, their spacing is good. Shots are starting to ring, with the exception of a few players. But it just seems like there are those moments where they're still setting up, they're still waiting for any overpeaks from the opponents, and that allows XROCK to kind of inch closer to the site. And XROCK, very, very patient, waiting for the C4 to go down. And with a full C4 timer still on the clock, they really take their sweet time. And this has been kind of the defining feature for XROCK in the CFPL for the longest time. They're one of the most patient teams in the tournament, and it seems like they're showing it up against Falcons, who is also well known for their patience. But unfortunately, Falcons are kind of caught panicking from time to time, especially in that short position.
I mean, absolutely enjoying the showing XROCK is putting out as AD. You saw that even last round, he was able to push out towards B, towards water, and buy the information, pass it down to the teammates to stack towards A. He can hold it down, and at the end of the day, he was the one to shine bright like a diamond towards the end of the round, finding the double, allowing for the defuse, and securing the round lead there. Well, looks like the timeout is over, and we are back in the game. 7-5 as a reminder for the scoreline, and early push by Falcons in towards long, and XROCK is just going to give it up. Key has made it in towards Catwalk already. So going to be a very fast-paced round by Falcons. They're going to toss it up and see what they can bring it forward. Sunny is waiting by staircase. Quick swing. Dola finds Sunny. A 1-1 trade. Now Doe being tested. Can he find more frags here? But it's going to be Grant and Chow to find the piece each. Rambo desperately looking for some frags with flashes flying his way. He's going to make him turn around. Last one standing in a 1v4, hasn't had the shots landing, and that will be XROCK leading out definitely 8-5 here.
Yeah, Chow with a Elvin-esque push all the way in that high mid position. That could have easily went very, very bad, as that is the spot that Ice Cube does like to watch. But with that flank ongoing, that just kind of deflated the offense here for the side of Falcons. And with Gran having free reign on the A site, and all those long players had to fight at least 3 anchors on A, it's a very, very tough spot to be in. Especially Dola didn't get the desired entry that he did in that stairs player. And XROCK, you know, solid defense from them so far. Falcons caught being impatient time and time again, but at the same time, they don't expect Chow to give that amount of space for the side of XROCK in order to defend that A site very efficiently.
I mean, give or take, Black Widow is also one of the best maps for Team Falcons, but now them falling apart like this.
Yeah, but that's when they had Lucas, though, you know?
It's a little unfortunate to see this.
Yeah.
Run out, rather.
Yeah. If Lucas was here, man, I'm just saying, he would have been in the site already by now.
Mark his words, guys. Only if he was here.
Nate.
Taking a cross in towards B. XROCK's going to pull off the rotation, but look at Chow's position. He's going to be the anchor here. Can he take a couple players before going down? He's going to go out swinging. Good for 1, good for 2. Chow's going to find his triple kill. Ice Cube is the last one alive, and he will go down to Sunny. And XROCK is going to find the map point in a blink of an eye.
Wow, very, very well played. Chow being very patient with it, actually getting flashed from all the way from window B, and that's such well-played macro, honestly, coming in from XROCK, just like how I said. Very, very patient with their play. Granted that Falcons is already in that house B position, but Chow is waiting until that flash is coming. But Rambo will get AD. Could be the start of something for the side of Falcons, but with all this momentum for the side of XROCK, the rest of the members are now starting to kind of roll in this game. Doe and Chow now starting to wake up. Sunny as well. And if Grand can get it going with the sniper, if they can get a pick-off to equalize this, especially if they do get Ice Cube, if they keep him ice cold in this entire game, this could just be game over. And this is what I want to see from XROCK. The full commit, the full gamble on the B site, and the rest of the squad possibly coming from mid. They really want to fight Falcons here, and I can
Here's
tell.
the thing, Sneaky. Even if Falcons drop this map, they have to make it close if they want to have a chance surviving in the series.
Ooh.
And basically saying no to your remarks, my remarks rather, is going to be Grant and Sunny finding a piece each. 2 players down already. Looks like the risk is building up here. Ice Cube and Key's going to double swing. Doe is alive still. How's he alive? He's not supposed to be alive. Some way, somehow, still standing strong with 32 HP and a dream. Key looking to swing. Doe waiting. Sees the tip of the head. Key goes down as well. 2v3 now. Ice Cube spotted 2. The C4 down in no man's land. Ice Cube last one alive with the pistols out. Gets 1. Looking for 2 more. Sunny swings up and over, and that's the kill, and that is the round. And also Black Widow going towards XROCK. And XROCK comes to prove that they are the 2nd seed of the best league in CrossFire CFPL, and they're going to take map number 1 of Black Widow, their own pick, into their own pockets. And now it just comes to show that we were how we were just doubting whether if the rookies were going to be able to perform, but it looks like the rookies are just there and there to be so good. As we saw just clutches after clutches by multiple players across the board for XROCK.
Yeah, honestly, after the start that I saw from AD, I thought that, yeah, he's just going to do this just fine.
An ace, a double kill for the retake.
Yeah.
How many more kills he can take?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like once AD got on the roll, I feel like it's kind of an uphill battle going into Falcons. And just like how I said, Ice Cube's form has been kind of dipping time and time again in these games. You know, it's not the same Ice Cube that we saw from the Summer Championships or in Hangzhou, where he's just beating every single player, because it's not the AWM era anymore. And it seems like the Ice Cube era could be coming to a close if he cannot get it back in this sub-base, especially. And they really do need Ice Cube to perform in this one, because it's not just AD that they have to worry about, they also have to worry about Gran, and at the same time, Sunny being very clutch, Dove being very clutch at the same time. It's very worrying for the side of Falcons that this is their current form at this very moment.
However, in defense of Falcons, sure, they did lose map number 1, but the rounds weren't just completely lopsided, except that one round where AD just completely obliterated the whole team by himself, 5 men down by him. Every round had to come down to the wire. At least Falcons was able to get the bomb planted and had to go down to the defuse, make it a 1v2, make it a 2v2. So, give or take, if Falcons is able to make all the rounds very close, if they are able to step ahead just one step more than going to map number 2 of Subbase, things could be a little different. Map number 3 of New Compound, they might have a pretty solid chance of going to the deciders. But right now, based on the showing that XROCK is putting out, things are looking pretty dim for Falcons, and looks like their run for the tournament could be ended here.
Yeah, and this would really suck for Falcons, especially right after having, you know, such a turbulent year for them, and just to turn out for them to go 0-2 and possibly last place going into the grand finals. There's could be, you know, some changes going into the end of the year for them, which really does suck, right? Because this Wolf Empire team has been built up slowly. We call this the super team for Vietnam, but I feel like Vietnam has gotten to a point where they don't need a super team anymore. You know, there's already Twisted Minds, there's already Virtus Pro. They slowly built up these rookies, and it seems like Team Falcons, you know, the time, I wouldn't say time is running out for the players, but it seems like this iteration of the roster is, you know, possibly ending very soon. Because if you have a team like XROCK who has 0, you know, 3 players who has 0 experience going into grand finals, and they really just dog you, it's tough.
Yeah, and for XROCK, even though how we were hyping up AD with the ace, everyone was really just putting the numbers up on the board. And now Chao is actually going to be the MVP here with 1.5 KD. I mean, everyone XROCK except Grand, who's basically the flanker, so he can't really do much unless he has to spring himself. Everyone has put the number on the board, and on the side of Falcons, Dola was pretty quiet. He had only 7 kills. The rest of the team were putting out a decent amount of numbers, but at the end of the day, it was just XROCK coming out on top of Falcons. So now, as we are just waiting to move into map number 2 of Subbase, what are your expectations for Falcons to fix up or bring up to the board for new tactics, new strats that can perform on the stage?
I mean, they can't be too aggressive, right? In all honesty, I feel like the aggression from time to time really hasn't worked out for Falcons. I feel like XROCK, they've actually done a very good job of kind of playing both sides. They can both play passive, they can both play aggressive. Chao obviously calling very well, and also playing very well in this series. I feel like they're gonna have to catch Chao off guard, maybe going into this game, especially you know, try and take Machine Room probably early, try and take that, try and take Vents very early. But there's too many factors from the side of XROCK for Falcons to worry about. So I feel like Falcons, I mean, they need a hero. They need a hero, and his name could be Ice Cube and or Dola. If those two don't step up to the plate, they're gonna drown in Subbase, man.
Yeah, Subbase definitely a map where it could turn into a chase between cat and mouse. Early aggressions towards Machine Room could be one possibility. Contesting double doors could be another possibility. And like you've mentioned, Vents, where players just go in there with the pistols or even a shotgun. NA teams love to do that. Is a possibility, and if Falcons is able to match up to the speed of what XROCK could be doing, sure, they have a stand a chance, but based on the outcome of the first map, it does seem a little iffy if they want to go a little too aggressive, because the aggression that Falcons put out on map number 1 wasn't as on par of that of XROCK.
Yeah, I feel like the aggression is kind of misplaced as well, right? I mean, granted, Falcons, they have gotten some opportunities going into that short position, but, you know, once XROCK kind of got the rhythm of Falcons going into Black Widow, considering it is Black Widow, that's also one of their better
It's probably
maps.
better at this point for Falcons to pump the brakes and try to throw the tempo away and, you know, put XROCK away from their rhythm, because right now they're definitely vibing.
Yeah. I would say that Falcons does have a chance, honestly. I mean, I feel like they need to disrupt. Probably they might want to disrupt Woods early and probably want to see if they can get Machine Room early as well. But there's going to have to be a lot of surprises that they're going to have to worry about. But XROCK, I mean, AD is now online. You know, the EVR players are going to be probably online as well. They really have to worry about Sunny, especially considering, you know, it's him and Chow on the EVRs, and these, you know, wooden doors are not going to, you know, not going to be too friendly for any of the crossers here.
And the issue now here is that AD, Sunny, has stepped up to the plate. The one who hasn't is Gran, and for the matter of fact, I know that Gran has had his moments in the regional finals of CFPL, so if the last guy who's been quiet steps up to the plate, then how can Falcons hold on to this?
Yeah, they're gonna need a star performer going into this one, man. It's either gonna be Dola, someone to actually solidly hold A site, especially. I mean, the TRG is not gonna have too hard of a time in actually defending Missile itself. Problem is, you know, there could be 4 people pouring onto the site, and especially with the recent revelations with the USP, it's gotten a lot easier to enter the A site. And ever since the new update from Subbase, you know, it kind of removed every single lineup because, you know, they put roofs again in Subbase, thank God. But at the same time, you know, it's a lot less setups. It's more head-to-head fights. And in the head-to-head fights in just Black Widow, you know, Falcons were already having a hard time, so they need to lock in again. Or else, you know, XROCK is going to have a sweep, and we're going to have a sweep for Falcons, you know, possibly going out of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the moment you go to, you're basically knocked out from the group stage. You don't have a chance in the playoffs, so we will have to wait and see if Falcons is going to be able to hold onto that piece of string to survive and try to climb on top, as we're not done yet. Only map number 1 of Black Widow's finished, as we are waiting to jump into map number 2 of Subbase. If Falcons is able to pick this one up, we are left with new compound. It'll hopes. I mean,
let's hope.
I've cheered for Falcons ever since they were Celebi, so that was a long time ago, but yeah, wait and see how it turns out to be. But XROCK is definitely asserting dominance here, and I think it may just continue in map number 2 as well. I have to wait and see what really unfolds, but right now, it seems to be a case of XROCK taking down Falcons.
Yeah, I'm not as invested as you, but they eliminated Makta, so, you know, I would say I'm not, all my chips aren't on the Falcons pie just yet. And, I mean, realistically, Falcons definitely going to have a hard time. I feel like one of the key reasons why they did so well when it comes to the map of Subbase is Lucas. You know, granted, you know, I kind of sound like a, you know, a broken record at this point, but, you know, Lucas was kind of their heavy aggressive presence on the team, right? The guy who just one-taps the team out of nowhere, goes for the flanks, doesn't care if he, you know, gets a kill or dies. They need that kind of bite going into the Falcons side.
I mean, you're absolutely right. Like, Lucas is basically the engine oil of the car of Team Falcons. He was basically the guy to carry out these small chores that the rest of the team wasn't carrying out.
Yeah, he was doing
with
the
him
dirty
not
work.
being there now, it's the whole plan is kind of falling apart, as bits and pieces are missing from the puzzle that Falcons has to solve. And if you're missing that crucial piece, you can't complete it. And if you can't complete it, you're going to lose.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, Falcons looking like an incomplete puzzle going into this Subbase. But it is Subbase, you know, choke out the control in towards Woods, possibly in towards second mid. Maybe get some outside control. Kind of depends on what's going to happen on the sniper's side. But, you know, it's going to be the man on screen who's going to have to wake up going into this one. Granted, that Subbase is a map that has a lot of choke points, has a lot of corners. The sniper could be very, very effective. And, you know, if we remember Ice Cube from back in the day, back in 2024, he's one of the better, you know, CQC snipers. He was quick scoping everybody. But then now, seems like we aren't seeing the same magic from him. It could be claiming Ice Cube for like 2 minutes straight, but man, I'm just telling
seeing
you
the same magic for sure. Those Ant Gamer monitors are so beautiful. The LEDs in the back. You can pick up, but for now, that's 1-0 on the series. XROCK is leading out. The Falcons is at risk of going down. Map number 1 has wrapped up. Map number 2 of Subbase to be played. Will XROCK continue to assert dominance, or will Falcons fight tooth and nails and survive? We can only find out
by watching the results. So here we go.
Seems like BL side for the side of Falcons. GR side for the side of XROCK. Gonna be defense first. Falcons having to figure out what is it gonna look like for them. It seems like he's gonna be a bit passive with the exception of that machine room. Dota avoiding the early headshots. It's gonna be very interesting considering the new sub-base update with the roofs kind of back in. No more lineups coming in from the outside, so it's gonna be a bit harder to set up, especially for BL here. So it's gonna have to be more heads up. Literally gonna have to throw a smoke in a very obvious direction. But
And that hits XROCK instantly the moment the utils are being thrown their way.
yeah, it could be the simplicity that could actually help Falcons here, in all honesty.
I mean, Falcons are going to use their sweet time. And that's exactly what we were just talking about. You don't have to go too aggressive coming into map number 2. They could play slow and still benefit from that. Nonetheless, going to be a stack towards middle, it seems. Nade's not realizing much of a value. Rambo and Ice Cube is going to take a heck of a damage. As XROCK is still devoted in holding it down, but Key with the pistol will take down Chow. Sunny trying to hold it down. Rambo swings in good for good kills. Down to 4v2. And now the tempo play by Falcons is going to benefit them with a plant as Shady finally springs from vents. 80 goes down, and Doe's actually going to follow the trails of Shady. He sees Ice Cube. He was on the Overwatch, and Falcons will nicely take the first round coming to map number 2, keeping the dreams alive.
It's the power of the USP, man. It is no joke. It is an S-tier weapon over the M14 EBR and the rest of the balanced weapons. It's only right behind the HK417, of course. So, especially when it comes to those CQC fights, especially in vents, man, could be proven very, very deadly. You know, not everybody can do the XJ spin and try to bait out the shot here, but gonna have to wait and see. Gran already seeing one of the players cross, not in woods, but on the wooden door. But it is more of a passive take for the side of Falcons. They decided to go fast in that last round, but they're gonna take it slow this time to kind of mix it up. But still, steady presence here for AD all the way in jail. Gran going to be finding himself on that ace side. The double sniper setup is not actually going to be too bad, but going to have to rely on Gran very heavily here. But they're going to have to shift focus on vents just in case, especially with the initial presence that Key made. And it's actually going to be Rambo going for it this time.
It looks like Falcons is going to opt out for the same maneuver they pulled off last round. Stack towards middle. Nades are put out towards B. Will XROCK be able to react to the same aggression that Falcons is going to put out? Going to be a 2-3 split. Key's going to lead the charge. It seems Sunny's actually going to go right in the faces, and he's going to drop one towards Key. Dolan finds the equalizer. Doe swings out huge. However, the rest of Falcons has made them towards A. Control of Heaven is still given towards XROCK. If the snipers are able to find the piece each, that will be a clean round. However, looks like the Falcons was able to get the plant down and have a better position to hold onto the aggression on the retakes. The XROCK is going to deliver. Playing pretty slow. They're going to start spending some nades finally. Ice Cube takes a whole bunch. And Shady has to support Ice Cube. Ice Cube is in no man's land. He's getting pushed in so many angles. Shady up on Heaven's going to find one. However, they're going to stick the defuse. XROCK, they're going to stick the defuse. Can Shady stop this? And the answer was no. And XROCK is going to be able to follow up on the rounds here. It's going to be tied 1-1.
Yeah, really, really good read from Sunny, especially just standing in front of the smoke in that mid position. As we do see the replay from that 0-0 round, and we see the power of the USP just shredding on through every single member of XROCK here. But XROCK going into that next round, you know, despite everything, good read on the passage players from Doe here, not letting them pass. So I think that was a 2-2-1 or 2-1-2 play that unfortunately didn't work out. The passage smoke too well read for the side of XROCK.
And now Falcons trying to gain control towards Machine Room is going to invest 2 players. I mean, they were showing interest in the past couple of rounds, but this time they're definitely sending players into this one. However, the hold from Doe, the pot shots will drive away the aggression. As Falcons now will go for a reset.
The light boost's no longer a thing in locker room, so it is going to be more direct when it comes to the defense. But I like this, though, coming in from XROCK, denying Woods potentially, but I think Falcons does recognize that there could be someone pushed up in this position.
Chow waiting, springs out, gets a double kill, and that's going to halt the aggression. Key at risk as well, but Key, good swing and a good headshot is going to be able to find the equalizer. Down to 3-on-3. C4 invent.
Oh my god.
It's going to be Rambo with the C4, has to drop down, but Doe is just so darn good. A double kill for him, and the C4 down leaves Ice Cube all alone to the clutch. However, C4 down in no man's land. Both players of XROCK has a crossfire set up on the C4. It'll be a tough task to be delivered, but Ice Cube has to do it now. Otherwise, it might be a little too late.
Yep, Ice Cube not going to turn around in time. As you can see, the 400 DPI spin
on the 750 hertz monitor.
Youch.
By Ant Gamer.
That's why you play Hisense, buddy.
On a high hertz monitor, buddy.
Yep. Unfortunate, honestly. Yeah, Falcon's going to do too much about that. In all honesty, I feel like Doe is just slipping and sliding all throughout these angles. And at the same time, that double Woods control is very, very key. AD's got the pre-fire down on Shade D. So now it's a 4 versus 5 immediately at the start of the round. These TRGs are starting to shred. But this is what I was talking about earlier, Bench. The M14 EVR players are going to be the ones that you have to watch out for because they can pull stuff like what we saw in Woods.
And now Falcons is going to nade stack towards B. They might even force the issue. However, the C4 is held in towards mid by Rambo. So Falcons is not showing much signs of interest towards a single bomb site just yet. They're going to try and poke and prod in towards B and gain control towards Heaven. However, XROCK is going to give up that ground and still put up a defense on the second line and see where it takes them from there on.
Oh, good peek in by Sunny, but unfortunately Key does have a better response with the HK. 2 snipers in. Good distractions, honestly, from the locker room's position, and that is going to cause the attention to go out. But Gran, a bit brave, still gets Dola and gets out just in time before Key spots him from Machine Room. But can he get to the A site in time? I mean, it's a good angle. If he does spot Rambo, he doesn't really have to get out of vents. He can just watch it from there, honestly.
I mean, that's a problem for Falcons now, that the snipers are ringing true for the side of XROCK. They're going to try to get the bomb in towards A and get it planted. However, there are players still in Heaven, still looking for the shots to rain true. Now, Rambo did cross into the bomb site. Gran on the Overwatch. He can call for rotations any moment. So Key spotted out. However, he barely dodges those bullets. C4 now planted into the post plan. Nades flying left and right. However, not realizing much of value. Key's already down half HP. And now, in a 2v3, will they be able to hold this one down? Key with the rifle, waiting with open arms. But the flank is being sold by Chow towards the Nook. 2 players running it down, but Key is going to find 80. No, it's going to be 80 with the pistol getting the job done. Rambo on the bomb site, good for 1. Needs to find 2 more, but he's being rushed by 2 players, and 2 is hard to take down. Defuse come through, and XROCK is going to find their 3rd round.
Damn, Chow is calling this one so well. And I'm actually surprised XROCK is out teamworking one of the best teamwork teams in the world, which is Falcons. I mean, Chow just using his teammate as a distraction here. Ice Cube probably saw him right between the lines in that missile position. But at the same time, I'm telling you, the power of the USP cannot be ignored. AD just jumping on now, making sure that he does get a better angle. But AD going to be spotted in that jail position once again. Ice Cube now looking for a more aggressive peek.
Pot shots could have landed. We've seen it happen last year, and even in EWC, the pot shots through double doors lands magically. Not going to be the case here in Chengdu.
This is rough by Falcons, man. I mean, granted that they do have most of map control, but at the same time, XROCK, they feel more connected compared to Falcons at this very moment. If there's any presence going into second mid, you can immediately see the rotation from Doe. And I feel like Doe is kind of the rotational player for his team. He's going to go in between the sides, and especially with an HK, he can make any play happen. But we've seen this from Sunny before, but I feel like Falcon's a bit more wary about this position this time.
I mean, they're going to send more players in towards vents, it seems. But now, Sunny is going to fall back out without going down. He and Vents absolutely loving the USP. He's going to drop down and gets the drop on towards Doe, looking for the second. Chao is going to swing out of a pistol of his own and get the job done as well. Kills being traded left and right. Sunny is going to be on the chase with the pistol, and the shots are good, ringing true. C4 goes onto the bomb site for the plan. However, it's going to be a 3-on-2, 3-on-3 retake. Sunny's standing on one finger right now. Nades raining down on towards Ice Cube, but he is staying alive. Two players holding on towards the Nook. That's going to be AD and Gran trying to push through the defense. Rambo and Dola has to hold this one down. AD gets tapped out. Dola is just so darn good. Now it's all down to hands of Sunny. On one finger, can't do it. Dola picks up a triple kill to wrap the round up. Falcons keeps the dream alive.
Really well played there, honestly, from Rambo especially. I mean, granted, he didn't hit the shot in Wood's position, but he did get out just in time in order to bait the rest of the XROCK members in. And really, really well played from them going into those stairs with a double machine room push.
They're going to send
XROCK is not going to be afraid. The EBR shredding absolutely everybody, and that is going to be Chao with a triple kill. Ice Cube and Rambo, both snipers stuck in woods. Granted, they have the C4, but with both riflers gone, Sunny is just going to spray and pray. The USB not going to be answering their prayers anytime soon. That is the fourth for XROCK.
You can see the players are smiling on the side of XROCK. The frustration by Falcons is going to cost them the round. Running into servers, getting completely plowed and mowed down. Sent them to Motown.
Ooh. I mean, sometimes you just have to send it in machine room, man. That's what you learn if you've been playing in the Philippines for the longest time. It's kind of rule number one when we do play sub-base. Imagine that, but every round.
Yeah. Gonna be a slower paced round by Falcons. Are they looking towards A? Is it?
No, they're just going to feel out the map, I think. Falcons not going to commit to anything just yet.
It looks as if Falcons has a bit of map control, but in reality, it just seems in a way that Falcons just doesn't have an angle that they can take towards.
Yeah, it's so hard to fake in this map now, considering all the lineups from the outside has been eliminated. So, not much in the way of setups for the side of the BL. So you're going to have to hard commit someone to one side of the map to probably try and convince that.
And you just saw that. Hard commit towards machine just got completely stopped. Going to be playing with the sweet clock here. Minute on the clock. Let's see what Falcons wants to do. They're going to pop flash.
Sunny's here again.
Through the smoke. And Sunny's absolutely loving his position. Until he gets completely punished, he's going to continue to abuse the same exact position. Pop flash open over, but the counter flash is going to be good. Ringing true. The shots are going to damage Key and Shady. And on top of that, another kill
defense is
from Doe. Second kill for him. Looks like the dream is about to be over for this round at least. Key goes down. Shady's the last one alive. He is already damaged heftily. And AD is going to wrap the kill up, 5-2.
Yeah, it's so hard to remove Sunny from that position as well because, I mean, he does commit his first
I'm telling you, too, like, Sunny's going to abuse the position until he gets punished.
Yeah, I mean, he does put down his first smoke, but at the same time, XROCK is such a well-connected team that the second smoke comes immediately, and Falcons have to make a decision. Are we going to push through this smoke? And they went for the pop flash, and unfortunately, the pop flash did make noise considering they had to bounce it. But Chao instantly gets one tap. Rambo with a good spawn off the jump. But Sunny's going to try to give chase, and that he does. Rambo's going to go down. Dola will get AD in return. Gran going to be hunted in the B heaven position. But here we go. Falcons finally with some get back going into this game.
2v4 on the retake. The Cfesports been funded. Those wings out. Can't find the shots. 1v4 now. Sunny gets taken out through the smoke as well. Shady good for 2. And Falcons will put out one more round.
I mean, the output from Falcons, we need to see something faster coming in from them, especially what we saw from Rambo. That is possible if you do have the best spawn going into the A site and if you do have the HK. By the time that you get to the stairs, the GR player is actually going to get to their side of the stairs, and you do have that split second to try and get that headshot.
Early aggression now in towards Vents by Falcons. Last time Grand was counter boosted. This gonna be Sunny on the jump check here.
Oh, that's a nade.
Has definitely seen it. The nade is going to find a bit of a value. It didn't land quite much. Now 3 players are in Vents and they might just send it any moment soon. 2 players are gonna be sending it down towards Vents. 2 players towards the Nook, and they're going to give it a go, but AD with the pistol is going to get 1 kill. And Morse for Trial, looking for the pot shots through the smoke. Rambo has nothing to do about that. And he has to rely on the 2 players that are coming down the Nook, but is just punishing the players running down. All down to the hands of Dola. He goes down to AD. And the Vents aggression is a failed mission by Team Falcons, 6-3 to wrap up the first half, and XROCK is going to be in a very huge lead.
Yeah, I'm so glad that XROCK is like unlike any other team. Just like in last year's tournament, when you see someone in Vents, you can see every single round someone tried to chow for Vents as much as possible, but XROCK is like, yeah, we're just not going to boost anyone there. We're just going to wait for you guys to make the mistake yourself. But I didn't expect Sunny to actually back off that position the entire time, but that did trap the rest of Falcons in the control room position, and they couldn't do anything about it. XROCK instead just playing full retake mode.
Full retake mode indeed.
Oh, trying to do the XJ spin.
Oh, we've seen that happen.
Yeah, shout out Q9.
Shout out Q9, Chengdu club.
Couldn't make it because, you know, playoffs. You know, generational playoff, not contenders.
Can Falcons hold onto the bomb sites is going to be the question being asked here.
It's tough, but it's definitely doable. I mean, the map is definitely going to play out itself, but I like that XROCK is not committing any utility at all. They're just contacting control here. Look at the util. Every single util they still have, and they have wood control already.
They do have Woods control, but both teams are conserving on Hefty and utils, not using most of it. And XROCK, where is going to the first point of contact? Nades are being exchanged, a bit of value being found.
2-3 split.
On towards Sunny, but until we see a definite action, it's going to be just some pot shots being exchanged left and right.
It's going to be a 2-3 split to B.
Could be, but can't tell just yet. But it looks like Doe's going to lead the charge in towards middle. Good flick shot on towards Shady, and Ice Cube is taken down as well. And B is swarmed. Looks like Dola can't hold onto the bars as well. It's going to be Rambo down all alone. He's pushing in towards Evan, towards double doors, and he has to recover some area, but now he's getting shot from left and right, and he has nothing, absolutely nothing to do about that, and XROCK is going to show dominance over the Vietnamese team of Falcons. Gives 7-3 on the scoreline.
That was so well played in macro-wise. I mean, as an analyst, I have a smile on my face. I mean, the double second mid push, plus you have the presence coming in from
And now XROCK is going to send it towards Machine, it seems. Shady has to hold it down. Let's see if he is going to be able to answer the test. And the answer apparently is no. Shao and AD finding a piece each. They have taken control of Machine.
Yeah, it seems like Shady, you know, him duo queuing with Kano hasn't really boded well for him at this very moment, despite, you know, his experience with Stallions here. And Stallions is actually one of their main scrim partners, so this is like...
You know what I like about XROCK right now? After taking control of Machine, they're not forcing the issue.
Yeah, they're backing up. They're hitting... Yeah, they're hitting them with their own move, right? The Falcons' patience getting hit... Falcons is getting hit with Falcons' patience at this moment. Rambo will get Doe, but AD will get one in return. You can sense the desperation coming in from Falcons, and Ice Cube...
Never let them know your next move.
About, man. This is what I was talking about. Look at Ice Cube's scoreline, 1-7, and they are freezing him in sub base, man.
That's Antarctica for you. 2v3 now. The C4 completely in the open plant with 2 players of XROCK holding towards heaven. Ice Cube and Dola, desperation.
This was not the same man.
Go in for the rotation.
This was not the same man in Hanoi. That's for sure.
Not the same man, I don't know, but they're going to go for the retake towards the Nook. Gran is waiting with a sniper of his own. Dola gets spotted out. Ice Cube, the last one alive. Will he be going down? And the answer apparently was yes. And XROCK just a couple rounds away from taking the series into their own hands.
Yep. And it seems like the new generation of the Chinese talents here for XROCK is too overwhelming for the side
now they're
of
just
Falcons.
sending it. Now they're just sending it.
Why not? Ice Cube is 1-7, so not going to be a threat in terms of the sniper here. Rambo.
This is the first series that I see Machine Room just given away like that for free.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like almost it's a garage sale, but you're allowed to take it. Is the spin gonna happen?
Do
Is
the spin.
gonna happen?
Do the spin, Sonny.
Do the spin.
Do it, gang.
Do the spin. Do the spin.
He did it.
He did the spin. Sonny's alive.
That's free info. No nade needed.
And Shady had nothing. Just absolutely nothing to do about that.
XJ probably sneezed. He's like, oh,
he's watching this.
Someone did my move.
From
He's
home.
like, that's me.
He's done it.
I did that.
I'm proud of you, son.
Oh my god. That's so funny. That's like you just instant discover Shady. Shady has no choice but to back off events now.
Absolutely no chance for Shady there with the spin coming through.
The XJ spin, man.
The XJ
It's
spin. It's goated.
effective.
It's goated, brother.
It's goated.
It is goated. However, XROCK now having 3 players invested in towards Machine may just send it any moment soon. Ice Cube in desperation throws out some pot shots. Not going to connect. Dola is going to get knocked out. That was a left jab that was just thrown like that, and Ice Cube trying to hold it down, gets a double kill. But the rest of XROCK is now swinging. Ice Cube finally wakes up from the long hibernation, but he is put back to sleep. Though last one alive in a 1v2. What more can he do? It's a 1v3 rather.
He has an HK. All taps needed here. Shady right behind him. Rambo now with the USP with the help of Shady. 8-4 in this game. Falcons with a bit of retaliation, but at the same time, they're thanking their lucky stars that Ice Cube's finally hitting his shots. But could it be a bit too late?
Might be a couple rounds a little too late, Sneaky. However, we're not at series point yet. It's still 8-4. And to open the rounds, it's going to be Key and Rambo to find the piece each. Key swings out and gets...
No way, they towed that?
They are going to go for it. AD's the last one alive. 1v2.
That's not the answer I expect when it comes to an MR push. Usually you just go straight up to A site, but seems like XROCK had other plans. And that's a timeout. I feel like the coach is like, wait, y'all should have went A.
Maybe.
12-5 so far for AD, though. I'm not going to count him out just yet. You know, minute and 53 to work with.
I think momentarily in the beginning of the round, he had a rifle on, too.
Yeah. And he stepped all the way back to base and just pressed B2 to get that other bang. Rambo spotted.
Ooh, Rambo.
He saw him, too.
There we go. Clean shot.
Ice Cube.
Clean delivery. That leaves Ice Cube the last one alive. He has picked up a bit of a pace, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we can completely trust him for now.
Yeah, Ice Cube. It's been a rough time.
It's a rough day for him today.
Rough few months. Rough year for Ice Cube, in all honesty.
True.
But he's going to have to play this very, very smart. I mean, AD, he can plant it out in the open. Passage is available to play.
AD just trying to...
He could go A, honestly.
I mean, that's true, but AD's just trying to clear out his angles before going for a plant anywhere, really. He's now in the back seat of the bomb sites.
Ice Cube. Oh my god, no way. I mean, Ice Cube is already in the locker's position. Plant's gonna go down, but he's already entered the second floor. Gonna look behind you, brother. There's a USB pointed to the back of your head. And Ice Cube, this could be redemption for him. Just like I said, it's been a rough year for him. But it all matters in the grand final. 8-5, XROCK 2 points away from winning this entire series and clipping the wings of the Falcons.
Clipping the wings, indeed. What can Falcons do from this point on? They have taken a bit more rounds, 8-5. They're not out yet, but it's also true that the lights are dimming out as time passes. What's going through your mind right now, Siki?
Honestly, I feel like Falcons, they need to remove all the limiters at the moment. All the aggression that they have to pour, they need to pour it now. These last 3 rounds, or these next 3 rounds, could be the most crucial rounds of their lives in order to stay alive in this tournament. XROCK, really good timeout in all honesty to kind of stop the momentum. But You know, Chao is looking like he's cooking something up. Maybe a counter play going into the next round. Maybe try and catch that Machine Room play. Maybe they want to go just assign a player to scout out Machine Room, and as soon as he sees 3 nades flying at him, they just run straight to the A site. That could be the call.
That could indeed be the call, but we can only find out by looking at how the rounds actually get played through. The timeout is now over. XROCK and Falcons 8-5 on the scoreline. XROCK looking to close this one out. We are back in the game. Falcons trying to hold onto the bomb sites. It's going to be Shady posted deep in woods. He may just have found enough damage. It's going to be key to find the wallbang to wrap the deal up. But Shady is thirsty for more. He's going to pop flash up and over, and rather he's going to smoke that off. And XROCK had nothing to do about that. But with the pop flash in, they're going to swing and take Shady down. Key, good for one, looking for the second. He does hit it. It's going to be Ice Cube to take another kill for himself. Down to 2v4. And maybe the timeout has helped Falcons a bit more than that for XROCK.
Grant is in though. Oh, hits the shot on Key. C4 hasn't crossed on the site just yet. Gonna have to be another good shot. Ice Cube is now down. Chao gets the headshot, switches to the HK from the EBR. But still, player coming in from the wood side. No one is playing control room at all, so it's all on Gran to hit these 2 shots. Falcons could fly on into the A site, swing around the corner. Rambo is down. Gran sees Dola, peeking him from the metal box position, but Dola, desperation rings. He does have a flash and a nade, and HK 2 taps could be the solution, but the USP not going to be enough. The HK going to end it here. 9-5, XROCK series point, and 1 point away from eliminating Falcons.
Falcons officially at risk of getting knocked out in CFS 2025 Grand Finals happening in the heart of Chengdu. Out of desperation, they're going to have a 4-man stack, but look at the aggression XROCK is putting out. They have 4 mans clearing out Machine Room, and with that map control given, it just looks that Falcons is going to be hammered down on top of the anvil that XROCK is providing.
Falcons, a team that has been the richest in terms of history.
Another spin.
Another spin.
Another spin. Ice Cube is counter boosted, but if he can't hit it.
Yeah, Sunny could probably
Oh,
bait it.
oh no, unfortunately Ice Cube pulled the trigger a little too early. That allows the player from XROCK to fall back without being harmed.
They lined it up through the smoke. How? Rambo got spotted. Gran is dead.
Gran is now spotted out. C4 is deep out in Machine Room, so XROCK may just go opt out for a reset out towards A after losing Gran. Still plenty of time to work with, minute 13.
They're going to make this as long of a round as possible if I'm XROCK. Dola around the corner with an EBR. Outside to see, in all honesty, not him having an HK417, considering he's one of the best headshot players in the game. But Dola, 55 seconds left on the clock. Smoke's going to go down in lockers, but that could still be a bait.
I mean, Falcons has made the rotations towards B, but Sunny is just so accurate on the gun. Shady is instantly knocked out, and here comes the push, coming to shove. 3 players of Falcon has to hold this one down. Dola already up on Heaven.
He's gonna get
Can he
cleared.
find the clean angle to do so? And there's only 30 seconds, and here's pop flash up and over. Do swings out, gets the kill. Dola is traded out, and all of a sudden the bomb site is completely pried open, down to the hands of Rambo. Tournament life at risk. Rambo versus 3. There's still a couple more players for him to go through. Do was waiting, and he does see the nades coming through. Do swings out, does a bunch of damage, but Rambo is going to be able to retaliate. Gets 1 kill, but he himself is taken down to a super low HP. 1v2 now. Rambo spotted out. Chao takes the kill. And XROCK is going to be able to wrap the series up in a 2-0.
Well, that was a fearsome 2-0 there from the side of XROCK. It was relatively close in both maps until eventually XROCK decided to swing the hammer, and the Falcons, unfortunately, with that loss, will be out of the CFS Grand Finals. Kind of rough for them, you know, not the best showing in the two matches rather, that they did play. But on the side of XROCK, a good showing for them to start off the tournament, proving that they are going to be one of these teams to be feared here after a very dominant 2-0 victory.
Yeah, it's a rough time, in all honesty, for Falcons, right? Expectations were there ever since Falcons actually acquired Wolf Empire. You know, it was, you know, it was a good result going into 2024 in Hangzhou, but ever since 2025 started and when we moved into the TRG instead of the AWM, you know, it seems like the downfall kind of started all the way back at EWC. You know, the run was very, very disappointing for them, and, you know, the crack started to show back in CFBL. I mean, now Twisted Minds and VP is now starting to compete up against the quote-unquote Vietnamese super team, and it seems like the super team is not so super at this point.
And like Savalda's, their run ends here. Falcons are going to be knocked out from the Grand Finals of 2025. But their run for this tournament is finished, but there's still more to come on the table for the next year, so they always have the time to spend going back to the drawing board, fix up the mistakes they are able to find out in this current setups, and, you know, come back with a better showing. And for XROCK, definitely showing the reason why they're the second seed of CFPL, the best league in CrossFire. So I just can't wait to see what XROCK is up to for the playoffs coming up soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell. Like, it's a good showing from them at the start. And for the side of Falcons, you know, we give them a lot of, oh, they've been really failing the second half of this year. They've been on a downfall, but they had to face two very strong teams in XROCK and Team Liquid. And, you know, maybe that's part of the reason why it was so difficult for them here at CFS Grand Finals. And I'm just excited to see how far XROCK can go. You know, you remember Evolution Power Gaming, nobody really expected them to take the victory, but then they did. Maybe XROCK is that team this time around, even when everybody is leaning towards the side of AG. You never really know. It really comes down to how they're going to play here, as Chow is going to pick up the match MVP with the 2 KD across the board. Very good stuff from him as the leader of this squad, also putting up the numbers. Yeah, just very consistent, it felt like Chow.
The consistency of Chow definitely very high as well, but at the same time, the rest of his squad has no one really fell behind. Even Grant as well is on the lower end of the KD for the roster, but he has pulled the important kills to win the rounds rather. So everyone really lifting their own portion of the rates for the series win here. So big props to XROCK.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Chow is definitely a big reason why they did win in this one. I feel like they really did train the team well to be a lot more patient compared to the other teams in the CFPL. And I feel like this is the team that is perfect to punish, you know, a team like Falcons really does love their spacing, really does love to go aggressive most of the time. And it seems like, you know, XROCK has got it handled by the time that map number 1 ended. I mean, look at the scoreline. It's like 10-5, 10-5. It gets to a point where the second half where, you know, Chow has the team fully red. But at the same time, Chow is really good at calling for his teammates and actually using his teammates well. We saw that in one of the rounds where they were retaking the A site, and it seems like, you know, he was using AD and Doe as distractions while he's fighting on in from the backside and giving that much pressure to Ice Cube. And yeah, I feel like you did say that this is very similar to what we saw from Evolution Power last year. I mean, their teamwork's on point, spacing is on point, shots are on point. It's not a far shot to say that they could be contenders going into this tournament.
Yeah, you know, a similar story. They have a lot of rookies in here that are making their debut on the international stage, and they have a lot of raw talent, but we're not exactly sure where their limits are. Another team that didn't exactly do great against AG. I think, you know, we're definitely going to have to keep our eye on XROCK, as they have already proven they can take down Team Falcons. And yes, Team Falcons not at their best form right now, but still a strong team in their own right. I'm very curious about XROCK versus Team Liquid, because that one, I think, is maybe we don't even see XROCK, because if Team Liquid wins, then Team Liquid gets through. If XROCK wins, they make it through onto the playoff double elimination bracket stage. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see just how this group is going to play itself out, but also if XROCK does win, you know, how well do they defeat Team Liquid? You know, how do they look in that matchup? And same thing for Team Liquid. So pretty interesting group that we already have here, just based on the way that it has played out with Falcons taking 2 losses, unfortunately for them. Waiting on an interview, guys, is probably going to be hearing from Bella on the stage with Chow, I would imagine, as he was the match MVP. Curious to see what he has to say. I would assume he's a bit of a yapper. I think...
Is he? So.
Yeah,
I think so.
I feel like he is, especially as like the leader of the team, and he's kind of
got
that
a yap
energy
for leading the team.
Yeah,
yeah, he should be. He's a bit of a yapper back in CFPL, so you know, I think he's gonna get some very good interviews in. Honestly, I'm very happy with how XROCK turned out. I have been kind of watching this team as I have been watching CFPL for the longest time. Granted, you know, admittedly, I am more of a EDG fan because you know I've been a CZY fan ever since back in the day. But, you know, they do deserve to get here. You know, I've been seeing Sunny and Do kind of improve for the longest time, and now they have a really good roster around them. And now with Chow at the helm, seems like they already got it handled. And, yeah, looking forward to what XROCK can offer. Maybe something similar, but at the same time, man, Falcons' future, uncertain. In all honesty, I mean, the standard that we set them is win or bust. And it seems like a last-place finish in the Grand Finals is not going to be too well for their results. And it sucks to say that this might be the last time that we see this iteration of this roster.
Definitely does feel that way. I mean, you know, kind of a disappointing end to the year. That will certainly make the organization reconsider, the players reconsider their options. It was a good run, right? They won a summer championship, and you know, they were considered one of the strongest teams in the world for a good amount of time. Not a super long amount of time, but they had their moment in the sun, but unfortunately weren't able to put up the big numbers when it mattered the most at the grand finals, and unfortunately that's probably going to be their end, as you were mentioning. So
yeah.
Interested about them. If you guys are curious about the next matchup, we are going to have XROCK Esports versus EVOS on the way. Definitely should be I would imagine it should be close.
It should be close.
This feels like maybe the closest match of the day.
Wouldn't be surprised to see either one of them come out on top. EVOS, based on the performance yesterday, I think there's a good shot for them. XROCK Esports, of course, the top dog here coming into this matchup, justifiable to win the series by themselves as well. So if these two clash together, then the chances are we might be looking at a very close match. I think this series is the series of the group stage to even have a golden round to happen for the first time coming into this tournament.
Yeah, interestingly enough, they're actually both in very similar positions here, right? Both first seed teams now seeing themselves as the second seed because there's new Shining Star going into their region. So, you know, just like I said, I feel like Group C, just in general, is literally the group that is full of people that are full of teams that have something to prove.
It's the group of life.
It's the group of chaos.
Group of life and
the
chaos.
Group of potential.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. You got it.
Whatever. Got there in the end. We do have the interview ready on stage, so I'm going to hand it over to Bella for the interview.
Hi, Cfesports. Welcome to the post-match interview. I'm host Nini, and in the first BO3 match, congratulations on XROCK secured the victory, and Chow is the MVP of this match. Now say hi to Cfesports. Hi, I'm Chow, and congratulations on securing the victory. I want to ask you, did you bring out your best in today's game? I think we play like okay, not really very good. Yeah, not really very good because in these two matches we have a 10-5 scores. What's your expectation? I just want to win. Yes. Now let's review the match. In the first map, we see in the Black Widow. You had a disadvantage of 1-3 and you managed to tie the match and win the game. What adjustments did you make? So as BL, there are 3 players are new to this stage, so they didn't have good aim, and we slow the rhythm and make some adjustments. And we see that FLC pushed forward as GR and had several stacking points. How do we respond to that? We just communicate on site, and we communicated faster than them. And we just be careful about their positioning and movements. In the last half, 5-5, and AD finished in ace, and we can hear that you've been communicating positively about saving the points. At that time, did you help AD to finish the ace? Not really, it's all on him. So as that blank spot, we can see the smoke, and the teammates have been helping him to identify the spot, and he can finish the ace by himself. On the second map of the sub base, did you make any adjustments against this? Yes, before the match, we saw their matches and make some targeted measures. And we made some on-site changes because there are some of my players are new to this match. And in the first half, 1 point was very good. And Chao and Sonny has cooperated to eliminate the team with 2-5. And Chao managed to get a triple kill. How did you make that? Yes, we've been communicating about this and we've been pushed forward. And we were too far away, and I didn't really pay a notice. Yes, they managed to win the round, and in the second round, you have 8-5. You had some mistake and slowed down, so you called a timeout. What did you communicate? During the timeout, I just warned them. During the opening game, we didn't open the game very well, and we just made some exchanges. In these two maps, you won with 10-5. After the draw, people all assume that Group B is a group of death, and in the next match, will be against Team Liquid. Are you confident to win them? Yes. Yes. Any message to your fans, to your teammates? Just stay calm, and we will slowly play. And thank you, Chao. Congratulations on winning the match. Let's have a short break and stay tuned. We'll come back soon.
The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes. He dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot! After losing one, the Blacklist rush B site and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
Hello.
CFS 2025 Grand Finals starts here, right now, in Chengdu. The opening match is right around the corner, so let's head to the desk and get ready to roll.
Swamp good. Swamp good.
No. Ready and waiting for both, and there you go.
Needed that, needs a second behind it if he can get it, but he can't. It's the technology that's trying to be a difference maker, and it is KLP.
For that final kill, and Stallions will open CFS 2025 with a solid win, a 2-0 against Swamp.
It's Brazil versus Vietnam. Group B, match 1 starts in this very moment.
If he can get one without taking any damage, or if he can just get one and survive, he set himself up for a second. 20 years ago, he wins this every day of the week.
What is that? Ice Cube, by the way, just out in no man's land. Gonna go down for free.
Oh my god!
No. Goken all in onto the kill feed, and that is Team Liquid, who will take themselves their first victory.
What time is it?
You get the weird timing on Humeo, but Humeo just taps him out. Tom will get Yobib. And this is looking likely for an 11-9. Tom gets the second one.
Is desperately calling for help. Case is good for one. Elvin springs out for a double kill, looking for a third. JRK goes down. Are we gonna go to overtime because there's only 70 seconds, and they're gonna send the C4 on towards the bomb site, down to a 1v1. Yobib, Human's gonna stick the bomb. He gets the bomb and he gets the kill.
EVOS conquering the Blue State Demons as the notch of the first win for the organization in international play finally goes their way.
Delivered a C4 in towards middle, it seems. Are they looking to go towards middle? Because First is waiting with open arms. Make that a double, and XQQ is going to find the kill of his own. Brute forcing into the bomb site, finds the third. Plentiful of leather towards Mino as well. Blue card. There we go. I mean, that's yet another bomb timer's taking away. Kiko spotted out. Playing with fire. Don't peek, brother. I mean,
he's gonna go for it.
He's gonna go for the peak. But there is not enough time waiting. Evolution Power wraps the series up in a 10-4. Needless to say, the first map of 10-1. Group C continues, and this matchup carries weight for both sides. A team known for power, confidence, and presence, stepping onto the CFS stage with expectations already behind them. Introducing the Egyptian Giants, XROCK Esports! And facing them, a team riding momentum. After a strong performance on day one, confidence is rising and history sits within reach. A win here would mark their first ever advance to the playoffs at the CFS Grand Finals. EVOS are! Will it be an achieved breakthrough or the group pushed into a new direction? Group C, match 2 begins now.
Thank Thank you, Reflections, for that outstanding intro of our two teams here in the second match of the day. Still here at the caster desk, Valdez, Sneaky Frog, and Bench. And yeah, we're getting into ROCK Esports versus EVOS ARC. And EVOS already having a win under their belt, feeling pretty good, looking for the second one today, which will pretty much get them into the first place spot of this group, whereas ROCK showing their stuff for the first time. Before we get into that, let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizer, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CrossFire. Also, big thanks to our generous sponsors. We extend our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Oris, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Oris has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up and fight on. Thanks to our official partner, Ant Gamer, for providing the global first 750Hz ultra high refresh rate monitor, Ant 257PF, empowering players to win the game, born from the game, fueled by the players. With a 750Hz refresh rate, every frame is game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with zero delay, and pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. Ant Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witnesses the journey to the champion. And thanks to our official partner, Morphling. Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system, built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, your win.
Matt, thanks to our sponsors. But before Sneaky Frog gets to yapping about the love he's got for EVOS ARC, just gotta throw this one out there. I think ROCK Esports is the definite top dog coming into this matchup, and now, sucks to say this to you, Sneaky, I think ROCK has a pretty good shot at closing the series out in their favor, whether it be 2 or 2-1. I know your love, I know your support, but on paper and on stats, it only feels the way that ROCK Esports is the top dog.
You paint me as like the biggest EVOS laser in this entire event. Honestly,
not gonna lie, it is true.
It is true.
It is true.
I mean, to be fair, I'm like the only Filipino on the English broadcast, so
and that's why
I really got that choice in the matter. But in all honesty, I can see why you say that. I mean, history rings right. For the past few times that ROCK Esports has faced EVOS, or at least the iteration of the EVOS roster, they have beaten them time and time again. And of course, one of the biggest problems of this team, no pun intended, Horus, 1.26 KD, and it is going to be ringing true just as well. Despite EVOS, having a pretty solid defense, pretty solid game plan going into games, Horus is like, the rock that suddenly hits your head and all of a sudden your head is spinning, all of a sudden the game plan is out the window and your entire team's dead. So they got to avoid that curveball as much as possible, but avoiding Horus is really, really tough, man, because if you're avoiding him, he's literally just going to run straight into you.
And on top of Horus, Snare is definitely one of those snipers where if he feels dialed in, if he goes into the vibe mode and just goes with the rhythm, he just drops frags after frags. And frags on to the players that are considered top of their own region. Like even Chinese players weren't able to match the level of Snare in a couple matches, and if he is able to find the rhythm, then EVOS is going to have a hard time.
I do want to say also, Totson has, I think, the freshest haircut that I've seen at this tournament. I don't know how they managed that. But besides that, we have to talk about their run. Horus looking good too, yeah. He's pretty fresh.
Nice hairline.
Let's talk about the grand final of the regional finals, because they were the big favorites coming into that one. ROCK Esports 2 and I were casting this one, Bench, and
yes,
we were like, okay, ROCK probably going to take this one. We talked about predictions. We were like, all right, maybe 3-1, maybe a 3-2. Gaming Gladiators are a strong team, but Gaming Gladiators actually proved that they were the stronger team at that tournament, and that's why they have the first seed. That's why they're not playing in the group stage, and that's why ROCK Esports are playing today. So certainly an interesting step down for ROCK Esports, as they got proven to be the second seed from West, and we'll see how that affects their performance here at this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And now going into the conversation with EVOS ARC, I know, granted that Zetra was probably the highest statistically gifted player going into yesterday's games, and the tallest. He was like somewhat 6 foot. He's actually taller than me, which is surprising. And in all honesty, I feel like we have yet to see 100% of him, right? I feel like yesterday was kind of like first game, or at least first series nerves. Obviously, you know, it is his second international tournament, but at the same time, it's only his second international tournament actually using the TRG, because if you remember what happened with EWC and why I got, you know, a bit miffed at this team, you know, finally they are using the proper weapons, proper meta weapons, and it seems like, you know, it's going to take a bit of adjustment coming in from them. But after yesterday, it is a bit of confirmation that, you know, this team can definitely do something internationally, right? But, you know, ROCK Esports, they were the first seed in Umena for a reason, and one of the main reasons why is that aggression. They know how to dismantle teams like EVOS. Archery does like to play likes to play slow, more methodical, CrossFire. But, you know, at the same time, you know, EVOS, they could offer up a very good surprise. I mean, they've been studying up, you know, Virtus.pro, and it worked out yesterday. Why shouldn't it work out against ROCK?
Yeah, I mean, despite losing to Team Stallions during the group stage of the regional finals, they are still here, and they are here to prove. And just like that, yesterday, even though they are the young guns, they're coming to the grand finals stages with the pressure on them, we saw the plays were able to be made by players like Elvin. I mean, it's the top stage of the world, and you have the, you know, Steel to really just be the flanker and just lurk and try to go in through the defense lines of other top teams like Virtus.pro. If he does that, he might just be able to do it today as well.
So you take a look at their matchup that they had at EWC in the group stage. It was a 2-0 to ROCK Esports, 10-5 start off, but then it was very close on that second map, 13-10. So they were able to keep it relatively close, at least on that second map, maybe a slower start on the first one. And I mean, yes, it was 2-0, but again, seeing the actual scoreline in the rounds, it gives you faith that, especially with, it's been a long time since EWC, relatively, about 3-4 months, so had a lot of time to build up. EVOS looked great in their first match, so maybe they come in as a stronger opponent this time and actually make it a bit more competitive. As you can see, some of the power rankings here, number 10 for ROCK Esports, number 19 for EVOS. But yeah, I mean, EVOS, they already took the win. They're a bit warmed up. ROCK are the favorites, for sure. I'm going to be curious to see what the predictions have to say.
I mean, now that we have implemented the ELO system, I feel like almost the 100-point differential speaks for itself, give or take, that EVOS is a good team too. I think now it really just has to come down to how the veto process proceeds and if the players are feeling dialed in for the day, because that also matters for the results.
I guess we're avoiding compound is what you're saying here. So gonna see a bit of a key player action. Of course, Zetra and Snare. Honestly, both of these players play very similar CrossFire, in all honesty. You know, Snare is not afraid to press W, even if he is on that sniper. And evidently yesterday, you know, Zetra, he was spotty with his kind of opening picks, as we do like to say, bench. The heat check not really working out for Zetra. So let's see if the heat checks actually work out in his favor as of today.
Yeah, I think he's going to need it up against a player like Snare if he actually wants to challenge that aggression. Definitely a lot of guys on that ROCK Esports roster that, especially if they start to win, they can get rolling very quickly. If we take a look at the predictions, AI has gone for 2-0. Do see a smattering of 2-1s in there from Smooth, from you, Sneaky, and from Wan Yu on the Chinese broadcast. But on the side of the Filipinos, we do have EVOS in the 2-1 from Ramon. Any thoughts about that?
Yeah, he's just a EVOS fan through and through. What can I say? I mean, I would say it's pretty reasonable when it comes to the predictions, right? I mean, we've seen ROCK Esports really flourish when it comes to international play. Granted that this has been one of their weaker performances going into regionals, but I feel like ROCK is still definitely a team that, you know, is still a threat when it comes to possibly going into playoffs and possibly going into groups. But, you know, that kind of shaky form may be, you know, a weakness that EVOS can exploit, but it is up to them whether or not they studied up.
And for EVOS, this is their chance to lock their future, unlock the future rather, to go forward into playoffs. If they win it here right now, then they lock their spot in the playoffs. For ROCK Esports, they are feeling pretty confident. It's their first game. EVOS is definitely treated as the underdogs here too, and ROCK Esports knows that, and they might just abuse the fact that they are the top dogs and try to bully around the EVOS on the ban picks and even in game as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty interesting to see, you know, ROCK Esports. They are one of the strongest teams from West, and again, the finals of the regional final was very close, right? It went all 5 games. Gaming Gladiators barely got through. Flex had a bunch of choice words to say to Horus and the guys over on ROCK Esports. But at the end of the day, like, this is a powerhouse team. They're number 10 on the power rankings for a reason, but at the same time, their tournament lives can be cut short by losing one best of 3. Like, that could just happen. So you really have to be on form, eat well, sleep well, be ready to play CrossFire, be comfortable here in China. And this roster does have a lot of experience internationally. They've been here before. I believe they were at Chengdu before. I remember seeing them like almost every year, the same guys. So definitely a team that should be pretty comfortable on this stage.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you can't really ignore that era when they were still rocking that 3BL Esports, moniker. And, you know, granted that they have had a bit of changes, especially the most important change, in my opinion, which is the coach. I feel like Stray's impact, especially going into EWC, really has changed the team for the better. I feel like Rock has had a problem where, you know, they kind of get stuck in their own ways. You know, their strats get a bit predictable, and then Stray came in and just changed the whole game for them. So his impact is definitely felt here.
And the coach for Rock, first on-site run for him, but seems like he is definitely feeling comfortable being in the back seat, ready to drive his team towards the victory. But in defensive EVOS, realistically speaking, the volatility is definitely higher for our best out of 3 rather than best out of 5. Sure, best out of 1, better chance, but VO3 still, EVOS has a pretty good chance as well. It's not above 50, I'll say that, but it's definitely higher than in the case of where EVOS has to play Rock Esports in a best out of 5.
Yeah, you can see over here on the side of EVOS ARC, we're standing up as about yesterday and today's match. CalR's leadership was the win factor yesterday. KSA needs to spearhead the charge without hesitation today. So the coach here calling out some of the improvements, even though they did take the win. Still, always improvements to be made. I feel like every good coach, it can feel like nitpicking, but at the same time, there's even the best in the world, like even the Michael Jordans of any sport or esport, they're always improving for a reason. So
I mean, even yesterday, even though EVOS was able to take down VP 2-1, it wasn't the cleanest execution of all time. So definitely there were a lot of room to be improved upon, and looks like the coach is depicting on exact matter. Don't know how it's going to translate to the results today, but let's see if it does any matter.
Yeah, I feel like despite all the hate that 0-2 gets back at home, I feel like, you know, results still speak for themselves. They still qualify for international time and time again. And, you know, EVOS, you know, it really does just take a little bit more of a push coming in from them. I mean, you know, it could be a better performance coming in here from Zetra. I feel like KSA could have had, you know, a way better performance, especially we know what the peak of KSA could look like. You know, he could entry every single time and give a bit of more space for Yobib to actually, you know, play the map. So I feel like if EVOS can get a bit more space, especially going into their vetoes, I mean, if they can get maybe a port, maybe ban that new compound early and try and see if they can get the veto in their favor, I mean, this could definitely be doable. But at the same time, I feel like another featured matchup that we kind of missed out upon here is the Horus versus Elvin matchup. Who's going to be the better Roach, basically?
Better Roach, better Rat, whatever you want to name the Lurkers to be. Wouldn't be surprised to see the maps that weren't played in the previous series. Is like Eagle Eye was banned out many a times. New Mexico not played a single time, and this might be the series where these two maps may have a chance to be played. EVO's definitely going to be throwing some rock at the water to stumble upon what could happen. Rock Esports not afraid to take on the maps, as during the regional finals that we cast Valdez, they loved Eagle Eye. They even tried to pick into New Mexico, but it was banned out by the opponents. So unfortunately for Rock, didn't have a chance, but this right here, right now, in the grand finals might be the one shot to see New Mexico getting played. It'll be 0-3.
I can tell Tom really wants New Mexico to pop out in this. It's not going to happen.
We do this every year.
EVOS do not play New Mexico.
You two take I'm leaving. I'm done.
You're talking to the wrong Filipino team here. But at the same time, you do have a point with New Compound, though. I feel like New Compound is probably the biggest threat to this entire series for EVOS, because we saw what already happened with Old Compound, and Horus was just literally running straight into long A. He was ridiculous on that old map. But at the same time, I feel like with the changes, it's actually going to enable Horus to play further into this one, with BL being a lot more comfortable in this one. So if I was EVOS here, I'm going to just ban it first, in all honesty.
Yeah, banning new compound, justifiable. I think a port ban is also very doable, but not on the first ban, but rather than the second ban. We've seen how Snare is able to react. We've seen how Slayer just goes around the corners and tries to find the angles that you are not supposed to be played. And somehow, those kind of little small plays that Rock juices out turns to the results.
It's very interesting. I'm excited to see what's going to happen in this one best of 3. So much on the line here. Let's jump straight into the ban pick right now.
All right, let's go take a look if new compound will be banned out, like you've mentioned, Sneaky.
First ban, most likely Port or Black Widow in all honesty.
I mean, it's Rock banning first.
Yeah, Rock plays Black Widow, so I don't think that's going to come out. Stray's going to play this very, very smart.
Wouldn't mind letting Kara ban either.
Featured matchup, low-key, Stray versus 0-2. Both coaches very tenured. Stray, very tenured player. 0-2, very tenured veteran in FPS in general, so...
Why not 0-1?
Ask him. He picked the match.
I mean, you were talking to him briefly yesterday in the green room.
Yeah, he just said hi. He's like, hey, what's up, man? He's like, yeah, good luck. That's pretty much it. That's where the conversation ends. But first ban is most likely going to be either Eagle Eye or New Mexico.
Gonna take some sweet time, though, for this ban.
Yeah, Horus is back in his seat. He's just like, I'm warming up, guys. You guys do the V.
So, Rock is definitely expecting the new compound ban being delivered by EVOS. So, the first ban they can take is going to be a cheeky punch hidden on the sidearm. Seems to be the case. Looks like the ban is Ankara. My expectations are there. My prediction is correct.
Yeah, Ankara, I can't really blame them. Considering it is one of the weaker maps on the side of Rock, I feel like, you know, just eliminating that early.
New Mexico.
Subbase. What?
What?
I like how we both had the same reaction. I mean...
New Mexico!
It could be New Mexico in all honesty. First pick is there. Stray's the type of guy to kind of throw that curveball going into this one, so would it be a big surprise?
So it's either Eagle Eye gets played or New Mexico gets played.
No way they dare. No way Rock dares to go into Eagle Eye. Granted,
Rock likes Eagle Eye. Their performance is not half bad on it.
Yeah, but you know, Asian Eagle Eye is a bit different, brother. Asian Eagle Eye is a bit different. It does operate a bit differently compared to Rock. I have seen them play Eagle Eye, and it is a bit more passive more than anything.
Here is the pick coming through. Straight coach for Rock Esports, first on-site presence on the grand finals.
Black Widow
for the team. Let's see what he's opting out to do. See Snare and Horse with him.
Port. They pick Port. That is brave.
That's
very, very brave.
That's a turn of things.
I like that they're very confident that Snare's going to do well. You know, that instills confidence in your player that, hey, Snare, I know you're going to do very, very well on this map. Granted, it is a good map for the side of EVOS, but, you know, you can see the smile on Snare's face. He's like, yeah, my team trusts me.
The fold equity on New Mexico has just went up by a bit more as Port gets picked.
It's going to be Black Widow
getting banned is... the chance of it getting banned is higher now. Let's see what EVOS wants to do with Ankara and Subbase ban. Black Widow isn't a bad map to pick here. Eagle Eye as well, though.
Go Eagle Eye here.
Since Rock is not half bad on it, I think Black Widow is the more prominent pick for EVOS.
Black Widow. Oh my god.
I am on fire.
Let's just say the cojones on these players to pick Black Widow and Port. Both of the teams is like one of their better maps too. So most likely the ban is just gonna be
Eagle Eye, New Mexico.
New Mexico, yeah.
Unless Rock wants to throw some curveball and bans out New Compound.
Yeah, I think it's
Eagle Eye map bans new Compound.
I think it's Eagle Eye map 3. My opinion. But I think Rock probably... I don't think they want to ban New Compound here.
Yeah, it's one of their good maps, so
yeah,
they're going to ban Eagle Eye.
Yeah, makes sense. You do want to alleviate risks as much as possible after those first two map picks, and most likely it is going to be a New Mexico ban, and we are going to see that New Compound for map number 3. Honestly, both teams kind of can flourish in these map picks, but it really depends on how map 1 is going to go. This is going to be quite the doozy. And if you guys did expect a very fast game for map number one. Map number one. If you expect a very fast game from Series 1, Series 2 could be entirely different. Both teams very proficient when it comes to all three of these maps. So it wouldn't be out of the question that this series is going to go longer than expected.
And the coaches for both of these teams are pretty happy with the outcome of the veto.
Yep.
Seems all right.
And BL start too for ROCK. So EVOS is going to go try and see if they can get a big scoreline going into that GR side first. But granted, you know, the BL side from EVOS wasn't too bad yesterday, but I feel like Virtus Pro is not the best representation of what Port could look like at its peak. So
that is very true.
You know, ROCK could be moving different. You know, it really does depend on the first 2 or 3 rounds whether or not ROCK can get that early momentum, especially when it comes to that BL side. I mean, even if you go 6-3 going into the next half, if you are ROCK, you're still in a pretty good spot.
I mean, one factor that may matter, shouldn't be a big of an issue, but that could matter in this series is that EVOS had a chance to play yesterday. A grueling match too, had to play all 3 maps. For ROCK, they're coming into this one fresh. May not be warmed up as much as that of EVOS, so that may come into play. As we see players of ROCK cuddling up, going for the cheer.
Yeah, time for the bit of the huddle here. Definitely going to be very important. Last-minute notes from both sides. ROCK Esports usually does like to play slightly faster when it comes to the map of Port. But the thing is, can ROCK Esports get their priorities when it comes to the map of Port? Can you get Catwalk A? Can you get the Harvey jump going into Bridge? Can you get Z? A lot of important spots to take in this map. And I'm really curious to see what they're going to do in the B site specifically, considering EVOS, they really don't like to commit anyone on site unless your name is Elvin, but most of them are going to be playing that bottom side and just playing retake instead. And going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen with the sniper fights too. I mean, Zetra, he was a bit cold yesterday, but he was not backing down when it comes to these peaks. Similar to what Snare is. I mean, Snare, even if he misses, he's still going to ego peek you no matter what.
The ego peaks might cause some trouble. You never know what's going to happen. We can only find out by looking at how the actual game is getting played out. ROCK has cheered for themselves now. 0-2, the coach of the young guns here, dedicating himself for the victory. What is he saying? If you can read the lips of the Tagalog.
He's like, guys, to stay connected. Honestly, that's good advice, in all honesty. I think that's how Falcons lost. Honestly, they were so disconnected from that last game.
Here's my take on
XROCK's
SPSs, right? Like, you have to move as a team, as a squad. Be organic in the movements. And what I mean by that is you have to react based on your teammates' movement.
Yeah, and at the end of the day...
And your teammates have to move on par with you.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that goes down to communication, right? I
True.
mean, if you can communicate with your team that, you know, you can move in between, and especially when it comes to that LB position, right? Or at least long B position. And if you can get the trade-offs, you know, 1-to-1 to 1-to-1, it's basically fine. If they can get the 3v2 going, it's going to be quite the tough first half if they cannot break through. But really depending on what's going to happen. ROCK, they do have a timeout, and it seems like Mr. Taunt is going to just be closing his eyes for now. He knows that this is going to be a long series.
Man. He's zoning in right now. Getting ready to bounce into the bloodbath.
Gonna have to lock in.
Yobip having some huge moments yesterday. Was a little bit quiet towards the beginning of the series, but
you know what he told
was
me?
able to pick up the pace.
You know what he told me?
What?
He's not excited because the job's not finished. He's been in this position before.
Yes.
Time and time again, where they're so close into qualifying into playoffs, and then they get a bit too overexcited, and then, you know, the score turns back in their way. So I feel like with that amount of experience, especially that kind of experience, man, you really don't want to pull the trigger too early in terms of celebration.
What would be the setup that ROCK delivers going into this matchup? And what is going to be the defensive position that EVOS takes?
to hold on to the aggression. Like you mentioned, taking control of the A connector on towards the catwalk. Key position to hold, but at the same time, you can technically give up that specific spot, play back, plant your sniper on top of the bomb site, and have the players kind of look on the cross through spawn, through top middle rather, and just pressure down towards mid connector. That is also one way to play. And investing 3 players in towards B, you can definitely have one player push out towards the B corridor and see where he can start playing from. You know, with a couple smokes being put out, we've seen Global Risk going aggressive out towards B, and after taking control down towards B, it's easier for the Global Risk to actually make the rotations down towards A, because so much information will be passed down by the player who has peeked out towards the B corridor.
Yeah, but that will work against any other team. That's not going to work up against ROCK, in all honesty. I feel like ROCK's A setup is a bit too good. If you give him catwalk A too quickly, they're just going to triple nade Zetra in top A and just going to clear every single player on
That's
the
a
side.
possibility.
So I think Yobib does want to stay in catwalk A as much as possible, especially knowing that position is so good that you can, you know, if the presence is not in mid and or in A, he can actually go on in, try and see if he can get some information going into the enemy bridge, maybe in Z, maybe anyone is lurking in mid, maybe they can get a quick pick-off, but really depends on how connected they are with Kellar too.
And now let's get to the heads of horse. Like, they're going to be starting the things off in the blacklist side. What are they objecting to do? I mean,
send it B. Send it B
that's
first
one
round.
way.
Yeah.
Honestly speaking, given how ROCK Esports has been playing on port, I feel like they would want to play time, but not down to the wire. Rather, they do love to spend the first minute kind of just testing the water, scouting left and right, and try to bait out some utils, and then take on to the main angle of attack. Going full force, they don't bait a lot. They also don't sell flanks a lot of the time, most of the time. So we can only wait and see what really unfolds.
I wonder if they're gonna go for like a full A rush just to try and see if they can heat check.
Yeah, heat check. So basically, send 3 players out towards long, 2 players on top of connector, and just see what goes. With the fact that they have the smokes ready to block off the rotation from spawn and mid-con as well. All in all, I think it's an even matchup, at least for the bad picks. Doesn't necessarily smell towards anyone. Port into Black Widow, then New Compound seems to be a very standard maps to be played, but looks like we are just about ready to go into the game. This is Series 2 of the day. It's going to be ROCK Esports versus EVOS ARC. For EVOS, if they win this one, they seal the fate of going into the playoffs. And for ROCK, this is your first game, but it looks like they are going to be depicted as the top dog. Who will come out on top? Sneaky, take us onto map number 1 port. That's going to be Blacklist started by ROCK and Global Risk started by EVOS.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the objective here is for the side of ROCK, actually. What kind of priorities are going to go at the start of the map? What kind of map control are they going to go for? And how well is EVOS going to be holding that mid control, right? Because considering that mid is probably, you know, the most important spot in the entire map, that sets up the rest of the map for you. So it is going to be a standard 2-1-2. Maybe the Z player actually helping this mid position. Yobib not going catwalk A instead. He's going a bit more passive board than anything. I think he's trying to bait out some utility from some of the ROCK members before he could react. That's one nade.
I mean, ROCK is now playing a default spread. Let's see what they can do from here. So, some pot shots being thrown left and right.
Yeah. In classic snare fashion.
So this is the classic ROCK on port. This is the classic ROCK on port. They're going to spread out, burn the first minute, and see where that takes them from. And for EVOS, definitely the pressure is kicking in for them. Nobody, even Keller or the Roach, Elvin, isn't extending out too wide.
I don't think they're going to push forward in LB anytime soon. Snare's already made his presence known in classic Snare fashion.
And ROCK is now gathered towards, closer towards the A bomb site. 4 players towards connector, having Snare on long A as well. Players are jumping on towards connector. They're going to make the drop any moment soon. Zetra has to respond in time and in a clean manner too. First shot is whiffed, and now he's getting pressured all 4 angles. Horse looking to swing towards the spawn area. Elvin is going to go down, and that will be the opening frag. Snake goes on top of the bomb site, and that's another player being eliminated. The bomb site is taken down to 2v3. KS and Keller has it all to do. Keller somehow gets on top of this. He is going to hold the trigger. That discipline might just pay off dividends. He sees Snake. There's the one shot. Swings for the second kill. And the retake is only so on Slayer in a 1v1. However, Slayer is going to be able to find the frag. And XROCK Esports, a little bit iffy towards the end, still secures the round.
Yeah, they weren't expecting Slayer to be in that position and around the stairs area, but at the same time,
but
Keller,
big props to Keller, brother.
Keller could have been having a bigger play there, but the spray is a bit off when it comes to the M14 EBR. But here we go, XROCK Esports, same old,
close yet so far.
Position. But yeah, I think kind of at fault here. KSA, not gonna lie, could have played live for a little bit, but he did get spotted immediately. But Yobib trying to spot out the Z position here.
What would have happened if Keller just killed the player inside instantly? Would Slayer have been distracted because of that?
Nah, he would have died immediately.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's like the C4 gets tucked away, gun is out, and he's going to get double swung, but kind of depends.
I mean, XROCK has found success in the first round. They're going to replicate what they have done. Zetra, once again, completely blinded. His screen is fully white. Has to fall back. And the rest of XROCK is now rushing in. Horse is going to find the opening frag. Zetra goes down to Totson, and now Totson has control towards the spawn area. Nothing more EVOS could do. The C4 will be planted, and now they have to go on a retake with a men deficit in the pocket. 3 versus 4.
Yeah, that's how you know Stray did his research when it comes to EVOS, because taking that long position makes it impossible for Yobib to actually take Catwalk A. But Elvin will take down Slayer Snake, and very low HP. KSA making his presence known, but Elvin not going to spot anyone but Snake, using the smoke to his advantage. Low on the timer, but there is one person on the behind. Snake is going to take down KSA somehow, despite his health.
Keller and Elvin, not a lot of time left in the pocket. Keller does find the opening on the retake. Snake does go down, almost got the second of the Totson as well, but the shot wasn't ringing true. Somehow, down to a 1v1. Totson down less than half HP. Elvin's going to stick to C4. Totson knows that pistol's out, comes in for the shots. XROCK Esports secures the second round.
Yeah, that's a timeout.
And instantly, EVOS is going to go for the timeout. And what is not going right for EVOS right now?
No access to Catwalk A. No access to Catwalk A whatsoever. They're so afraid to actually challenge Catwalk A that they're playing so far back. I mean, this is what I said earlier, right? If you allow XROCK Esports to have Catwalk A position every single time, this is what they're just going to do to Zetra. They're just going to nade him out of his position every single time. And yeah, you're just allowing Zetra to get bullied in top A the entire time. That's why I didn't agree with your plan earlier by just sitting back and actually playing that bridge position, because that just allows all the lineups to just hit the sniper, and you need the Zetra's confidence to be on.
For that to happen, Zetra has to at least find one frag on top of the bomb site, and
he can.
Thus far, 2 rounds in a row, he was completely driven out. Oh, sure, flashes are blinding, but we've seen in different tournaments many a times that teams, the snipers are able to find at least one frag on the position, even though the flashes are flying his way.
Yeah, it's kind of not his fault in all honesty, especially with modern CrossFire. There's not just one flash flying at you. There's now layers coming in.
Yeah.
So,
but you know, you can time your shots.
Catwalk A, man. They need to child mid. Like, they need to child mid immediately, because just letting them take Catwalk A this entire time, or at least trying to reposition Zetra into a better spot. Maybe let him play the bridge cross and let Keller play top A instead.
And you know what? Knowing XROCK and know how savage they are, they're
gonna run it back.
They're gonna run it back.
They're gonna run it back.
They're gonna run it back to A connector and see what goes.
I can't believe they're just like allowing this to happen. This is not flame whatsoever, but at the same time, you know, maybe that first dub coming in from Slayer kind of tilted EVOS. And now it's a 2-0, and this is what I was worried about your bench.
At least this time, we do have Yobib posted out towards the connector area. And based on how leaned forward XROCK is, they are looking to run it back towards A once again.
And Horus just allowed to be in connector A for free. It does take a bit of damage, but barely any flashes used.
It's the potato. Loses about half of his HP.
Just what I was talking about in terms of adjustment. I don't think putting Zetra in top A is a really good idea. But triple top A is not the better idea, and that's for sure. I think you put Yobib on top A and maybe Zetra somewhere else. But
another formation EVOS could take is have 2 players towards spawn, have 1 player by the stair. Regardless, it's going to be KSA to open up. Almost got contested, but Keller's there to help, but he himself takes a whole bunch in the process of saving his own teammate. Snake is going to somehow get on top of KSA. Gets 1. And Horus with the nade will finish off Keller, who was already damaged to about 10 HP. So the exchange down towards middle benefits Rock a bit more.
That's a hit.
That is a hit, indeed. Zetra finds the equalizer, and the C4 is going to be recovered by Totson.
Yeah, I think they can just give A, but at the same time, giving A for free, you already know Horus is actually crawling into position, so he can get an entry frag, but Horus going to look for Yobib swinging around the corner, exit, expose, Yobib turned around, and Elvin will get Totson in return. It's a 2 versus 2. It's not too bad of a position. They do have a sniper still in their hands.
EVOS. They know the C4 is going to be planted. Elvin's making a full rotation through Akon. The silent drop. Not entirely sure.
Yeah, Zetra with the EBR in the bridge position. Horus is a known entity, but Slayer on the backside. Horus down to very low HP, and he's going to get spotted, and Elvin will get Slayer. Both players playing the bottom side of A. Not the best position for the side of Rock, and Evo is finally around on the board. But at the same time, you know, better positioning on the A side. And yeah, I think it's a good idea to just literally place Zetra anywhere else but top A. I think you just let Yobib cook on the top A position with an EBR. There's a lot of wall bangs that you can go for. So EVOS with the first round on the board, but they're going to need to start a streak here because allowing Rock a single round after this is going to give them a bit of trouble going into the second half.
That is absolutely true. Even Yobib was spotted out by Horus, who was already inches in on the defense line, was able to spot Yobib swinging the corners. But moving into round number 4, Rock Esports definitely pull the brakes here. Playing a slower pace. That is going to burn the utils on the side of EVOS.
Yeah.
The skirmish out towards B last time in the past round ended up being a equal trade. So Rock is going to give up on the interest for the skirmishes, but rather join forces towards the B bomb site. It is going to start clearing out for the container.
This is good though. They don't want to overcommit in B side here because the natural reaction for BL players, especially when it comes to port, is to try and dive into bottom B as fast as possible. And if you're EVOS here, you really want to hold on to bottom B as much as possible because this is where you set up most of the nades, most of the flashes. But here comes the flashes though, coming in from Rock Esports. Elvin gonna go for that bottom side, but really good flashes coming in from the side of Rock. Zetra will get Horus, but it's a 4 versus 3 realistically. And really good nade usage from the side of ROC here, man.
Rock's setup completely blinded Elvin, had nothing to do about that, had to turn his back and was gone down. And the bomb site was swarmed. It's a 4-3 now. The retake is on. Oh, it's going to be Keller, Zetra, and Yobib to go for it. The snare has a good angle, but the pot shots aren't landing. Yobib's going to find the drop. The shots are ringing true. However, still 3 more players to go through. Yobib with another, looking for the third onto our Snake, but Snake is going to be able to take him down. Keller, the last one alive, last one standing, does take all the kills. Goes for the defuse, has plenty of time in the world. And there is the tie.
Yeah, really good retake from the side of EVOS. At the same time, lots of misses from the side of Rock. And KSA, we're going to take a look at this. I mean, it may look like a bad play, right? But in all honesty, if Snake was the one who shot first with the USP, KSA can instantly turn around and actually get the better fight with the rifle because your head is tucked into the wall and it's impossible to get shot in the head. But unfortunately, for KSA, surprisingly, a guy on high sense could not turn around in time.
Not in time, indeed. Rock's still in a pretty good position. They are. And they have picked up 2 rounds on the Blacklist side. Just needs a couple more. And Slayer swinging from mid in towards B. And Zetra had nothing to do about that.
Was it a bait?
Look at KSA's position, though. Maybe Zetra acted as the bait. And if Rock decides to send it towards container, then this could be
a CrossFire massacre for EVOS to take all the kills. C4 is down outside of B as well, so imagine if Slayer tries to run back to recover the C4 and gets caught out by KSA. That's when things start to become very confusing for ROCK Esports.
Oh, he's going to move back a bit. Oh,
see Slayer trigger discipline once again. Sees
Oh.
Horus, but Horus is going to punish him. The reaction time on the sky.
I think they were aware where KSA was, in all honesty.
Absolutely insane.
That is not the play that EVOS wanted, that's for sure. But KSA looking for the bigger fish, instead got caught in the trap. And now they're going to be forced to go for a gamble stack in towards this B side. Flash is going to miss.
ROCK reads this like a textbook. Sends the C4 out towards A. Still a bit more scouting mission to be completed, but I think ROCK has a general idea of which angle they want to take towards. They're going to play the clock down to the wire, see if they can gather information. And that actually is going to be sold towards A. Rest of EVOS is going to rotate towards A, and that's a free B plant granted for ROCK Esports with all 5 players in a setup to hold on to the retake as well.
Ooh. Killar will get snare, but this is going to be a tough retake considering there is also that presence going into that Z side, and Yobib with a bit of timing. Snake is actually going to get Elvin, but Yobib will get some position going into house speed. Totsin, though, is going to be holding that backside. Horus down to low HP. Yobib jumping down from the second floor position, but his gun was spotted through the wall. Kellar coming in from the backside, and I think he's just going to use the rest of the C4 timer to talk to his team, but this is what I was worried about, the 3rd round already for ROC for their BL side. And Kellar, no choice but to sit in that Z position the entire time, and ROCK Esports, Black this side, operating pretty well.
3 rounds, don't want to say it's plenty, but it's enough to win the series. If ROCK can pick up more here, it's all profit from this point on. Especially the map being port.
Yeah, any win from ROCK at this point is definitely a bonus.
3-2 split. 3-1-1 for EVOS. They're gonna try to clear out towards B, but look at the push that is cooking up out towards A. Yobib has to respond by himself against 4. Gets 1, gets 2, gets almost the 3rd. However, the damage has been done to the side of ROCK. They will have to go for the reset.
Yeah, 2 riflers down already. So Snare's going to have to do something. Snare not really on the money so far on the sniper. It's been kind of the rest of the team doing most of the work. But Zetra trained. And of course, Snare's going to go for the full challenge. KSA, a known entity in Z. Good read by Snare. And he's going to look for that additional kill on Zetra. But Zetra, if he is aware of Snare's habits here, this could be something different. Elvin passing by right in front of Snare, gets hit in the leg. And that's going to be the B site wide open. Zetra looking for the challenge, and he does get Snare. Zetra's going to have to do some miracle work here, especially coming into the B site. He's going to need to see if he can get any picks, but they're actually expecting an A site take, and Zetra starting to investigate. No more noise on that A site. No more snipers on the side of ROCK, so he does get the better of Totsin. Snake the only one left alive, and I think he's very well aware of his presence, so he's going to go back into Z. Keller tagged down to 1 HP, 55 seconds left on the clock. Half HP on Snake, barely hit by Kellar here. Zetra, the only one left alive. If it's any point to prove for him, it's for him to clutch right now, but still quite the hard round to read. Zetra is going to have to start looking for Snake. He does have the HP advantage, but Snake could get the better positioning.
I mean, Snake has doubled down on the position, didn't he? Came back to A. Could get the plant down, but he wants to check out the area just a bit more. Zetra not aware just yet. Will see the bomb has been planted, and he knows that it's going to be A. For Snake, he is trying to find a better position to hide and hold. On a 1v1, the tension is building up, Sneaky.
Yeah, and Snake has all the advantage in this 1v1 too. I mean, the C4 right next to him. So it's up to the onus of Zetra to actually maybe start the defuse with Snake around the corner. Zetra can actually go for a fake defuse, but is he going to go for the turnaround instead? Is going to go for the drop down, and is he going to spot Snake around the corner? Does get the wall bang, and just in time, does get the defuse. And Zetra, nervous day yesterday, but finally gets his spotlight this time. 3-3, but EVOS, they need to stack more rounds going into this first half.
Tied once again, 3-3 for Rock. Pretty close. Snake was able to get the bomb plant down. However, Zetra was able to figure out the position that Snake was going to be holding. Made the full wrap around. Had Snake played towards the ladder, things could have been a little different, but there's no ifs in history.
For sure. I mean, he was going to bite on the fake defuse anyway, so it's going to be a bit tough in terms of timing.
I mean, we are only a single day in to the tournament. We're on the second day now, and already we've seen moments where they stick the defuse and get it done. Yesterday we had one. It was our cast too.
Definitely. It is more possible than Ankara. There's a lot of plans there.
A huge B push cooking up here. Setups being lined up.
Oh,
KSA
Zetra.
and Elvin has to respond. Zetra swinging from the side is going to find the kill. Elvin swings out huge. Some way, somehow, it's going to be Snare and Slayer in a 2v4. And I'm making that a 1v3 now. Snare, in a world of trouble, gets swung in left and right. Nothing more he could do except taking one kill and dying. And EVOS, are they leading out now? Are we safe to say that?
For sure, but I wouldn't call it safe just yet. Zetra's already on a 10-5 scoreline. But at the same time, just what I was talking about when it comes to that EVO's defense, there's only going to be one person on site, but the rest of the team is going to be dedicated in defending that bottom B, getting all those angles back in their way. But I wouldn't be surprised if Rock starts attacking Z once again, just because Zetra was allowed the opportunity to make a play happen there. So, whole lot of nades now starting to fly from the side of EVOS, and where are they going to move Zetra? He's going to be back in that top A position, and is going to be on the left side of A, if I'm not mistaken, the small nook where you can see the bottom side of Catwalk A. But it's a very common spot. You could probably get wall banged out of it.
But realistically speaking, Rock just needs one round more would more than be enough. If they're able to close out the first half in their favor, then game seems to be going all Rock's way. But nonetheless, still got a round to watch and still got a round to cast. C4 is in towards B, but it is going to go for a reset. The B take last time was halted down by Zetra, peeking out from middle in towards the B connector. So Rock is going to be investing a player to watch for that. And the rest of the team is now gathered outside of mid. No specific hints given to direct at which bomb site they want to go for, but they're going to be spending some utils. And Nate is on the money for Snake. Kobe on towards Zetra. They're going to send it down in towards middle. The C4 is still being held by Slayer, as a matter of fact. They're going to make a full wraparound towards Spawn. Elvin is spotted out. He is going to go down. And it looks like it's going to be Horus to find another kill onto KSA. The C4 is going to come in towards the bomb site, but Keller in one. It'll go down in the trade frags. As Yobib is the last one standing. He has clutched many a times. Can he pull off one more? There's the first one, looking for the second. He still has a flash to work with. And a smoke too. C4 still in the hands of Slayer and a 1v1. Less than half a minute. He's going to go post for the plant. It is down. Yobib.
He's going to shave time here.
He's going to use time.
Slayer's going to think that's a fake.
Is he going to double down towards Spawn? I mean, he has to commit now.
Oh, you see, he's looking HB, but Slayer going to get caught off guard. That is cerebral gameplay coming in from Yobib, using the time to his advantage. 5-3. The micro game now starting to slowly emerge from the side of EVOS, but still a very rough scoreline going into the second half.
Look at a replay. Just Zetra doing Zetra things. Superior on the sniper. And not half bad on the rifle as well. And coming into round number 9, the last round of the first half, Horus is going to lose his hat. And that's like the first 20 seconds of the round too.
Yeah, but they're going to need to get this last round, man. Horus, though, that's a good... Honestly, that's a good first pick off. I mean, any time that Horus is dead is a good time for the side of EVOS. There's not a guy randomly flanking you in any position ever. And that's why Horus is one of the biggest threats when it comes to the EVOS defense here.
Not randomly flanking indeed. But down a player, Snare is not afraid to step foot in towards the area controlled by EVOS. Keller's waiting on the other end. Snare did back away.
No.
And with the support of his team, he is looking to swing again. Keller is going to swing first. Does a bunch of damage, but he is tapped out quickly. Zetra on top of A was able to find Snare overextending for a little bit, and the rest of Rock is going to go for the rotation towards B. Could be correct if they make it faster. Yobib sees Slayer backing down.
That's
huge information, and look at Yobib. He is going far. The damage has been done, but it was only good for a single kill connected by Elvin.
If Snake can, like, find an HK somewhere, this could be good. This could still be a possibility.
Could be.
Oh, but Zetra's in a good spot, man. They don't have any smokes.
Dry crossing into the bomb site against the sniper is not the most ideal position to be in. But they have to do it anyway. They're expecting something.
Totsing's going to jump. That's one down. Second down. Zetra starting to make his presence known in this port map, but still realistically, 6-3 is still a very, very good scoreline for the side of Rock, and they could bring it back very easily going into the second half. But it's a good recovery from the side of EVOS. And look at that wall bang at the start of the game, taking out Horus immediately. And let's see what EVOS can do on their BL side. Granted, yesterday was a bit iffy when it came to their BL, but they were actively getting rounds up against Virtus Pro. But this is Rock Esports. This is their pick. This is also one of Rock's best maps. And one of their defining features is their good defense. Slayer with the double sniper with his boy. Totsin trying to see if he can get the backup going. Nades are going to start to go through. And that's really well played from the side of Rock, just closing the bear trap in that B site.
AI win rate prediction predicts EVOS, but we want to prove the AI wrong. This is the classic Rock with the double sniper with on towards Slayer as well, and he just clapped the player out of his mind in towards B connector. Rest of EVOS now rotating in towards A, but look at the three-man stack here. Horse is looking for information. He's actively on the scout mission. Sees Keller, takes a bunch of damage, will double back down. However, for EVOS, they have to make a move of a sort because nades are now flying in the faces of Keller. And look how deeply posted Totsen is. Snake is going to go down to Yobib. Still going to be a 4v4. Horus does spot Keller jumping down towards connector, and that's the C4 as well. Critical piece of information.
For sure, but you need to expect that if you're EVOS, right? I mean, Horus is still alive, and they have a man advantage. Horus is the most dangerous man when Rock has the man advantage, man. He is not afraid to push W. Down to 20 HP, though. HK for the rest of the squadron, but Yobib with the Harvey jump towards bridge. Horus expecting it, but still dies to Yobib. Totsin will kill Elvin, but they haven't committed to the A site just yet. 45 seconds. Yobib spotted on curve.
Spotted on curve indeed, and Slayer's on the hunt with a pistol. Gets the drop, and the clean headshot connects. Zetra, last one alive. 13 kills on him. Couldn't help him, but get knocked out by Totsen. Clean headshot as well. And slowly but surely, Rock Esports piling up the score from a third, now a fourth.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy for the side of EVOS, right? I mean, one of the best things about CFWL is their defense is the best in the world, at least when it comes to Rock on some of these spots. But EVO's going to take their sweet time, actually going to shave some time off the clock. But at the same time, Rock is the type of team to investigate some of these angles by themselves. So if they realize that, you know, LB is empty, long A is empty, they're going to stop committing any of these nades, and they're just going to sit and wait for EVOS to peek him themselves.
Sit and wait, indeed. EVOS investing 3 players in towards middle.
Two players still outside of B. Totson's on the watch. He sprays down one player down to about low HP. And now Horus wants to get it active.
Look above you,
on top of connector, brother. Elvin, they cross paths. Elvin did not hear the footsteps, and Horus is going to full send it. You will see the C4. Zetra will not. He does get the drop, and Horus, unfortunately for him, he will go down. And now Snare wants to get funky as well. With the pistols out, may have been spotted. The wallbang is ringing true for Elvin. Down to 2v5. Had Horus not been called out.
Yeah, he got killed by coincidence, honestly.
Honestly speaking, yes. And now it will be Slayer on a 1v5. Hold towards B if the push is coming his way.
Wallbang.
First shot missed. Pistols out trying to hold it down, but the wraparound from KSA will do the dirty work for EVOS. Snake is the last one standing.
Yeah, I can't really say that that is like, how do you say this? A well-deserved round. Because there is a coincidence that just happened. I think Zetra was actually actively looking for Horus. That's why he was looking all the way in Steel Door in long A. But, you know, Horus, I mean, it's the exact same direction. Elvin, you know, could have actually costed his team that round, but seems like the Crossfire gods are on the side of EVOS, at least for this one. 7 and 4. Well, let's see, EVOS getting around on the board. Zetra not as nervous as he was yesterday, and we're finally seeing some sniper action coming in from him with Snare. Actually the one struggling this time, and I wonder when EVOS is going to start attacking this A site, considering Snare hasn't been hitting all of his shots this time. It's actually been Snake who's been on the sniper in that Z position, who's been hitting more, but he goes back to the M14 EBR to kind of bolster the rifle defense.
For now, though, will be a default hold by Rock. Slayer has opted out to go for the rifle once again after a failed attempt on the sniper. Setups are out from the side of EVOS, but they're not really pushing the issue. They're not forcing the issue yet. Two players somewhat scouting in towards middle. It is going to be held down by Totson.
They have cleared LB. Z is going to be clear. EVO's opportunity to go for a fake in the B site. But it's not going to be a full commit just yet. They don't want just B site. They also want that mid control. But at the same time, look at Horus right above KSA. But KSA now aware of Horus's presence. Going to be a bit of presence on the B side. Yobib is just going to send it on the end box. And KSA still looking for Horus this entire time, and KSA gets the better of Horus. And is it actually going to be an 8-take? And look at ROC. They're scrambling all over the place. They don't know what side is going to be taken. Yobib is still in the B site, but I think it is going to be a full commit to A. At the same time, Snare has retreated back all the way to bridge and is going to take down KSA. B side still a possibility. Yobib being so annoying in the B side. Killer gonna be turning around the corner. Does get Snake. No one in that top A position at all, but still Snare can make the play happen. And here he goes. The sniper starting to catch fire. Zetra will get Snare in return, though the C4 has yet to cross on that top A position. Slayer, the last one left alive. HK 417 in hand 3. One taps and it could be his, but it's gonna be a very tough one. Slayer around the corner. Spawn. It's being held by Yobib. Yobib from the behind. EVOS get their 8th. And that could force a timeout from the side of Rock.
And that is the timeout. I mean, the progression of the last round, EVOS playing it to almost the perfection as well. And definitely got to give big props to Yobib for being the anchor in B. First of all, he was able to go into the end box without dying. And second of all, he held the box without dying.
He even got a kill. I was like,
and third, he sprang out in the right time, in the right moment to get the frag and throw Rock in the box even further.
Yeah, it's like that kid that hits you in the back of the head and runs away as fast as possible.
Never let them know your next move.
Yeah,
but we all kind of knew the next move.
Yeah.
Of EVOS.
Even I was confused. I was like, where are they going? A side, B side. All right, they could go curve.
However, 0-2 still not fully relieved.
Of course. They've been in this spot before.
Yes.
Time and time again, he's like, hey, remember, job's not finished, gang. We
Make
need
sure
lock
to
in.
close it. When you open something, you have to close something.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's like your water bottle, man.
You saw me drinking water.
There we go. Stay
There
hydrated.
we go. Stay hydrated.
Gonna have to be.
Hopefully we get a water bottle in chat too.
Actually, first time I've seen Stray kind of a bit annoyed on what's been happening in and around the map. But at the same time, EVOS has done a great job of kind of just stringing around ROCK, especially their defense. They're baiting a lot of these rotations. And plays have been a bit crazy, not gonna lie. The key things that has been happening in this map is they have been catching horrors time and time again, especially when it comes to that catwalk A position. So it is gonna be a bit of a change-up. Totten gonna be around the corner. Totten gonna be caught within the smoke, but here comes Horus on the side with the HK417, and he gets the third. KSA, Yobib, Kellar down, and that's 3 riflers out of commission for round number 13. Zetra and Elvin, the last 2 left alive. C4 is all the way back in base, but there is still 4 ROC players healthy in this game.
Healthy and strong indeed. B is completely blockaded, barricaded too by Horus, and Elvin and Zetra still has the mission of recovering the C4. Sure, they have a minute 45 to work with, but they're dead stuck in no man's land. Snake does go down as Zetra was holding the aim, but the information has been passed. 2v3, a better footing than a 2v4, but still a pretty tall hill to climb. It's an uphill battle.
Zetra life game potentially. 16-7 so far in the game. Nervousness nowhere to be found from him. Just a bit of overconfidence could definitely cost EVOS.
One thing that EVOS does not know is that they do not know how deep ROCK has infiltrated towards.
Oh, Horse. Ooh, that's a bit of a spot, but Zetra actually getting Horse with the wallbang. I'm a bit worried about the Snare's position, not gonna lie. He's not taking that long-range fight, but he can actually catch Zetra off guard. There's nade out too and everything, but Snare around the corner. He's got his eyes trained on him. Snare getting spotted, and he's actually going to move into position. Zetra can go for a jump peek here.
Well,
he's asking for help.
I mean, is he going to pull the trigger, though?
Man, you can tell that both of these snipers are really just want to peek into each other. The ego is real. I mean, even if Snare's 6-11, he is going to do it, but he's going to play discipline this time, but gets the better of Zetra. A rare patient move coming in from Snare. And Slayer will spot Elvin, just going to finish him off. He's low HP anyways. 8-5. Super well played, super patient play from Snare. And this is what I was talking about. Snare could be down and out in the first half, but once he gets a singular good play going, you can feel the momentum shifting back towards his side.
I mean, for EVOS, they're very close from reaching the map point, and for ROCK, there is a bit more rounds to be found to safely say that they have picked up the pace.
Still quite the slow game, though. I mean, this is what we expected.
I mean, it's dragging the energy out of each other. But ROCK seems to have found the pace, and Slayer's going to be knocked out quickly as KSA ran right in his crosshair. That instantly calls for the rotation as ROCK Esports is going to send a couple more players in towards B.
That's just a bad habit, honestly, for Slayer. Can't be quick switching in that situation, brother. About a minute and 40 left on the clock. Plenty of time to do so. EVOS. KSA down to low HP. Might have to commit the smoke. And might just send it on this B side, kind of depending on what's going to happen. But EVOS taking their sweet time, making sure that ROCK does get set with their defense. Making sure they're spread out as much as possible. We have yet to see a full 8-take from the side of EVOS, especially coming in from Catwalk A. So I think they're saving it in the back pocket for that 9th. But can they get the 9th? That's a question, because Snake is going to be right behind Kellar. And that's going to be a 2-man play ending in Z. And look at this read coming in from ROCK. They know that it is going to be an 8-take, considering they don't have mid-control. But Snare, this first shot could be everything.
They're going to full send it, though. KSA has already jumped down. Snare is accurate up for 1. Snake from ladder as well, finding another frag to add onto it. Zetra just about to be pounded by nades. Has the C4, but Snare will swing.
Well
it's going to be Snake to take the kill. And ROCK Esports
climbing back up the ladder one by one.
Super
Only
well played.
2-round differentials here, Sneaky. 8-6.
Yeah, super well played from Horus, honestly. Retaking that Z position in order to further deny EVOS that B-side hit.
For EVOS, there's no more timeouts left in them.
Yeah, for sure. So no time to actually pause in this position. So EVOS slowing it down, man. They have to.
The issue is by slowing down, they are playing into the tactics of ROCK, because ROCK is playing very slow too. And they don't mind burning the clock down. They're the global risk. They are playing with the clock, whilst for the Blacklist, they're playing against the clock. And Horus counter boosted in.
He's hurt, he's hurt.
He's definitely hurt. And he's going to get jumped, but Horus somehow gets one before going down. Already a man advantage towards the side of ROCK. Totson swinging out. However, Elvin somehow is going to find the double kill. Big time, big kills. And that may just grant enough of a damage. The Snake will take a whole bunch before falling back. Still, it's a 2-on-2. Yobib jumping across the map, going in towards B. B is empty.
Oh, they've been baited.
And they baited the rotation out from Slayer. They're going to be able to get across the C4 onto the bomb site. However, it will be a 2-on-2 retake, Sneaky.
Yeah, that's going to be a plan. Zetra needs to not peek House B. That is for sure. Snake in a bad spot in terms of HP. Slayer investigating LB just in case, but there's so much time on the board for the ROCK boys, and especially considering Snake has been getting so many kills despite being on low HP, so I still would not trust.
I mean, we'll find out in just moments as the retake is coming in. Yobib is tapped out. Zetra versus Slayer. Zetra's on the rifle though.
Time.
Slayer with the pistols out. Time. He has to tap the C4. He's going to go for it. He's going to stick it. Will Zetra swing out in time? Yes, he does. And EVOS will secure the map point. Much needed map point as well against the top dog of ROCK Esports.
Yeah, and that was Elvin, man. That was very well played from Elvin, especially, I mean, coming out at the right time, getting that double kill. They needed to kill Snare in that situation, and getting that double kill too really was key to opening up the map and baiting the rest of the ROC defense to go into the A site instead.
What is their game plan now on a possible final round? To cleanly close port in their favor. EVOS, what are they opting out to do? If they drop, they're going to get punished by Horus. Quick spray down for one and almost a second. Yobib will take a whole bunch of damage to himself.
Yep.
And now EVOS will have to go for the reset. Look at the two-player push in towards middle, though. Seems to be the case of Snake and Totson. They're going to have a pretty strong hold down towards the mid-connector. They've seen Alvin pull off funky moves, so they don't want that to repeat itself again.
I think they're quite aware that ROCK, even in 4v4s, is going to probably go for a forward position. So they're really trying to stay back as much as possible to try and see if they can draw that out. But I think at most the aggression is going to come from, either Totson and or Slayer here. It kind of depends on the situation, but they're going to leave A site on its lonesome. Snake is not a bad shot, not gonna lie, on top A, but Slayer gonna have to fulfill his role as that sniper. Keller's gonna be the first one down. Zetra now inside of the site. Elvin pre-fire gonna go through, and good shot coming in from Totson, getting Zetra. Key player down already. Elvin, though, can he get multiple kills in this situation? 50 seconds left on the clock. C4 is down. Two players coming in from that third position.
It's very tough, right? Is Slayer still alive? The rotations has arrived from Snare and Snake.
Yeah.
Elvin cannot do much.
He had to.
Both players knocked out. And ROCK Esports just about 2 rounds away from going into the overtime. 9-7.
I mean, they're doing like the first few steps right, but something hitches within the game plan, in all honesty. I mean, KSA getting a bit too reckless. It's kind of like they forgot that Horus is in the server. And Horus is the type of guy to risk anything, man, in any round.
And honestly speaking, Horus has failed multiple rounds to be very aggressive, and now all of a sudden Yobib and KSA wants to get aggressive themselves and has punished 2 players of ROCK Esports. 5-on-3.
What a weird call.
This round might be the round for EVOS to close it out cleanly.
I mean, Snare generational shot maybe. Horus.
Unless Horus decides to pull off the Horus plays. He goes down. Last one alive is Slayer. He gets knocked out, and EVOS will close out Ports 10-7 in their favor. EVOS is going to be able to close out Ports in their favor, snatching it against ROCK Esports in a 10-7. Something out of expectations, but Sneaky, I think you are very happy with the results, and so am I, because we have a pretty good shot at looking at map number 3. As yesterday, only one series got to 2-1, and right now, coming to day number 2, this might be the series of that happening.
Yeah, every time I predicted 2-1, it's always been 2-1 somehow, some way, one way or another. Because yesterday I did predict a 2-1 towards Virtus Pro, ended up in the favor of EVOS. Now I predicted 2-1 in terms of ROCK, and you know, it could extend the series, that's for sure. But you know, not gonna lie, that last round looked a bit iffy for ROCK especially, right? I feel like the double mid play wasn't really the way to go, considering EVOS is going to start to pour members going into that mid side. But at the same time, the resurgence of Zetra, Yobib back in action, Elvin with some key frags in this one. And I feel like EVOS, they studied Virtus Pro well, and it seems like they studied ROC well as well. Time and time again, they have caught Horus, they have caught Snare, and they have caught Snake at the same time. So yeah, in terms of offense and defense, I mean, despite ROC having a very, very good defense, there seem to be, you know, those small cracks that either Elvin or KSA does get to go through, and the rest of the squad is going to do their good work.
And for EVOS now, after closing Port out in their favor, 10-7, now going into their own map pick of Black Widow, this is their valid chance that they're standing on to secure a spot in the playoffs. I mean, for ROCK, a bit more heavy lifting should be done to go into map 3 of New Compound. If they lose the next map of Black Widow, and which still I believe is in favor of EVOS Arc, so it's going to be a uphill battle for ROCK, rarely enough for me saying that. A lot of work has to be done here, and Yobib is going to be granted the match MVP. Give or take, he has pulled so many super plays off on Port.
Yeah, he's been extra annoying for the ROCK defense.
I like how you say extra annoying.
Yeah, he's an extra annoying kid, man. The Dark Prince shines again at this point. I mean, EVOS is in good form at this very moment. I'm not going to knock the series just yet because they have been in this position before, right? They win the first map, maybe they're going to lose the second map very hard. So, you know, they still have to keep it locked in just in case. You know, ROC has been in this position before where they are already a map down, but it only takes just a bit to get them into a mental reset, right? We've seen this in the last event. We've seen this back in Vietnam as well. So if I'm EVOS here, I would still say job's not finished, man, because you know, there's still Black Widow to play. And honestly, ROCK has a very, very good Black Widow, so I would not count them out just yet.
Let's put it this way: job's not finished for sure. That's a given. But knowing the region of Philippines, Black Widow is there at their hearts. It's their basis. It's the most map being played out there.
That's where we live.
That's where you live, essentially. Given the fact that Filipino Black Widow is one of the top-notch, what's your expectations on the results on Black Widow, or at least how it's going to be played out? Will it be the more aggressive style, or will it be the more drainer type of style where you just put the grinder in and, you know, try to bait the rotations, bait the utils, and really burn the blood, boil the blood out from your enemy.
Honestly, I think most of the aggression is probably going to come from that long A fight, right? I mean, long A is going to be such an important spot to actually take, especially you're giving, you know, Zetra possibly an opening to, you know, be more aggressive, go into the map, but at the same time, you might give an opportunity to Yobib to kind of just duck his head in, try and see if he can get the highlight play going. But I really like the adjustments that they've made in Black Widow the other day, and it seems like them treating Zetra as more of a closer than an opener has been working out in their favor. And these small adjustments for the side of EVOS, you know, it is going to be a bit annoying to play against them when it comes to their GR side, but I feel like, you know, Horus, you know, Totsin, maybe Snare, especially Snare, if he starts to get hot in this game and starts denying some of these angles, it's going to be a bit rough for EVOS. And, you know, EVOS, once you kind of cut off space for them to play the map, it's kind of, it could be game over coming in for them. So they're going to have to be very, very careful about that. If you give ROCK a smidge of momentum going into map number 2, they could be in big trouble.
And 10-7, or 7-10 rather, for ROCK, although they did lose the map point, it's not a half bad of a score, and
for sure,
I think ROCK has the caliber to just bounce back and just completely obliterate the enemy team on a map coming up next, as Black Widow is not a half bad map for ROCK Esports as well. Give or take, I don't know, honestly speaking, this map will go down to the decider is what I feel like, and if it goes into the decider new compound, because we were able to see how EVOS played on new compound, this is going to get a little bit iffy on their end, granting the top dog seed for the side of ROCK Esports a bit more. It's leaning a little bit.
Yeah, I can't blame you. I feel like if Black Widow is the home of Filipino CF, new compound is the home of CFWL. I mean, 4 of the top 4 teams in CFWL really does have an efficient compound, and especially with ROCK, with how efficient they are when it comes to port, it kind of does also reflect when it comes to the map of new compound, because it's very direct, straight to the point, especially when it comes to B pillars, right? The fight is more straightforward. You cannot hold B storage as efficiently as before. You're going to have to, you know, deal with the players on site itself. So it's a lot easier for the BL players to actually go into, which actually benefits this ROCK squad, who was playing that old compound and still were getting those BL rounds very, very efficiently. So it's going to be very scary to go into map number 3 if I'm EVOS here and I lost Black Widow and, you know, Snare started to hit the shot. I mean, Snake is already starting to hit the shots. Slayer's now starting to hit the shots. Horus, you know, getting those small opportunities, but Horus is not the type of guy to, you know, take it sitting down. It seems like he's going to fight back going into map number 2. He's going to try and see if he can make that aggression happen for him.
And on top of that, Horus has seemed to found the vibe to dance with towards the latter part of ports. Sure, on the beginning, first half of ports, Horus was a little bit off the topic a little bit. Yeah. He was off the tempo, he was off beat for a little bit, but as the game progressed, Horus has found the rhythm to really get into the footholds of EVOS. He was posted way deep as a global risk and was able to capitalize on top of his position, whereas on the first half he wasn't really able to pull that kind of tricks out of his hat. Now, given that he has found the rhythm to pull the tricks out of his hat, going into Black Widow, which is also one of those maps where those small tricks really pay off dividends, EVOS might be facing against something a bit more annoying than what Yobib has done.
Yeah, and that's going to be up to the riflers at this point, right? I feel like Zetra is already, you know, starting to heat up in game number 1, and, you know, we've been looking for that for the, you know, ever since yesterday, right? Zetra's been kind of hyped as this, you know, best new talent for the longest time. You know, some people say that he might be the next coming of Revenge. So, you know, he's going to have to step up to the plate when it comes to Black Widow, but at the same time, some of the other players has to step up as well, especially KSA, because he has such an important role when it comes to Black Widow, especially when it comes to their B pushes. If he cannot create space for Yobib to pop off, you know, EVOS might be in trouble. But if KSA can get, you know, his usual, you know, single entry or double entry, then, you know, EVOS has the opportunity to try and see if they can get the sweep ongoing. But I would not count out ROCK yet. That's the thing. Snare, granted he's high variance, that could be a good thing as well. He could be dropping 4, he could be dropping 20, and we might not know.
We might not know indeed, but for the pressure being built up on ROCK Esports' shoulders, they cannot drop this map. They have to take Black Widow away from EVOS into their own hands, as they did lose port just moments ago. Could be a tough one.
It's a fast start too, starting immediately.
True.
If they do win map 2, I mean, ROCK does get that 10-minute breather. That would
10-minute breather.
definitely benefit them, that's for sure. Especially you're the one to 1 second map, you know, then that 10-minute break, EVOS is going to be, you know, possibly going to be in on their own heads, going to be thinking about that Black Widow. What went wrong in that one? It's going to be hard to mentally reset. So opportunity is there for ROCK to be in a good spot in this series. Just like how I said, they have been in this position before. We're on the brink of elimination, but they can reverse sweep it. It's been done, but can they do it again?
Will they be able to repeat? Will be the question being asked. For EVOS, though, now they're in a really good spot to really start moving forward, progress in the tournament. They don't want this chance to slip away in their hands, literally right before their eyes.
Yeah, no smiles on anyone's faces, man.
I mean, the pressure is on for both of these teams, and this is going to be the moment of truth for both EVOS and ROCK Esports. Quick yawn as well. You know, yawning does relieve the stress.
Does it?
Yeah. It biologically and psychologically relieves the stress
I need to yawn.
of the person and the people around you as well.
I need to yawn, low-key. I'm feeling a bit of stress. I'm feeling that second-hand stress, not just from EVOS. I can feel it from ROCK,
The tension is
too.
very high. The tension is really high.
You can
Even
feel the
Horse,
tension in the arena.
Even the Horse is not smiling.
Yeah.
The guy who always kind of leaves out the small chuckle.
Yeah, even Stray, you know, you do see a bit of a chuckle from him, but there is no smiles.
Reminder,
no funny
it's
business.
Stray's first on-site coaching for the Grand Finals. And to mark the results like that is going to be a little bit down on the emotion.
You know, the pressure is on when it's so cold, but everybody's sweating.
Your hands are cold, your neck's sweating.
Damn.
Mom's spaghetti?
Mom's spaghetti.
Oh, God.
So who is going to be the one getting spaghetti out of their pocket out of nervousness? Is it going to be ROCK or is it going to be EVOS 0-2 telling his team some last-second reminders? And you can see ROCK already locked into this map number 2. Black Widow going to be super important. I wonder what kind of opening plays these two teams are going to go for, especially at the start of Black Widow. You can go for a long A push. Maybe if you don't want to go long A, maybe you can go short. You know, catwalk B. Could be playing that passive start too. Lots of stuff that you can do. Black Widow is a map that everybody knows like the back of their hand. But at the same time, that could be a benefit for either team. You know, you could read moves very easily here. Honestly, the featured matchup, in my opinion, for Black Widow, it is going to be Snake versus Kellar. Who's going to be the bigger brain?
I mean, that seems to be the case here, right? Black Widow, one of the more standardized maps to be played. EVOS ARC, they want to propel themselves into the future stages of the Grand Finals. And for ROCK Esports, things are looking a little tough. However, they have to do it now or never. They did lose port, but we are now going into Black Widow. We are in day number 2 of the Grand Finals 2025 for CrossFire, brought to you by Smallgate with the support of our partners, Gigabyte Ors, and Gamers, and also Morphling. So a lot of stakes are on the line for both of these teams. Let's get it on map number 2. Black Widow, ROCK Esports versus EVOS. As ROCK already losing a player. Slayer is tapped out by Yobib on the sniper of his own.
Yeah, I've been actually waiting for this from Yobib specifically, right? When is he going to pull out that second sniper? Elvin with the wallbang on Snake. Hold on, wait a minute. It's a bit of chaos in this mid position. Zetra will get Tatsin, and Zetra will fall to Snare as well. So it is going to be a 2 versus 3. I didn't expect this opening, not going to lie. Aggression across the board. Snare, is he going to expect KSA playing that window position? Snare around the corner. Can he get it? Seems like the pistol's not going to do enough work. KSA with a double kill. House speed is going to be cleared. EVOS with the first start.
Just writing down the rounds here real quick. But that was a clean round executed by the side of EVOS. And Yobib, being cheeky of a player he is, goes for the sniper of his own and some way, somehow gets the drop as well onto Slayer. Once again, Slayer had a first spawn.
decided to peek out towards long, but he's now going to reposition. He wasn't able to find the shots. Players of EVOS definitely playing with the caution.
Yeah, and I like it, honestly. Don't be playing that low percentage crossfire that we did see from some of their plays yesterday. You know, they know that they have to be surgical, especially up against Rock. And Yobib being placed on long is going to make Zetra available for the other side of the map. But he is going to be solo anchoring this B site if KSA is going to make the move in B.
Rock Esports tried to test the water towards Catwalk, but they're not going to force the issue. Go for the reset. EVOS did plant Yobib deep, far back, out in A long. He's on the rifle now. If Rock Esports can find the trade kill, swing together, this could be the foothold being made in towards A, as they are looking for a split. It's going to be a 30-2 split. Snake, Slayer, and Horse looking to swing in towards Yobib. Yobib has to hold it down. One quick kill, make that almost a second. But there is the go sign for Rock. Keller on the bottom side. The bridge here, good spray now. Connects towards Totson for the first kill. And make that a second as well, leaving Snare and Slayer as the last two players surviving on the side of Rock Esports. Slayer takes a whole bunch, trying to cross. Snare's good with the pistol, though. Elvin goes down. Can get the plant through, but KSA on the flank gets the job done. Snare's the last one alive.
Just jump peeked him.
Looks like he's going to have to pull off a 1v3 to recoup around here.
Yeah, Snare's in with a Goken loadout, man. Cold secondary. Haven't seen that in a while, in all honesty. Granted that the Cold balance has kind of been out of popularity thanks to the prevalence of the USP. But Zetra around the corner, Snare. Who's going to spot who first? And it seems like Zetra's going to get that. And we can hear the hype coming in from the side of EVOS.
It's building up.
It's building up slowly.
Not only the tension, but the spirit for the side of EVOS. It is absolutely building up and piling in them. Four-man stack by EVOS. Zetra with a sniper. Deciding to swing, but the flash is going to hold it for now. And the shots are raining true. Zetra with a huge double kill. Absolutely putting the hold to the side of Rock here. And Yobib continues to farm the kills. Another player of Rock goes down. Well, it's all down to the hands of Snare and Horus. 4v2 as well.
This macro is crazy. This macro is crazy from the side of EVOS.
0-2. The coach of EVOS putting everything he's got on the line here.
The most hated coach in the Philippines. Seems like he's a mad genius, but Horus will get KSA. 20 HP. Horus will not get the opportunity to do so. Elvin getting Snare. Elvin loves that position in B site. Climbed all the way up in B. But Horus, see what he can do. Keller not going to allow it. The smoothness of some of these rounds from the side of EVOS, especially when it comes to denying that long take time and time again. And they used the flash that was supposed to be coming in from long into short. They reverse engineered it. They throwed it from short into long. Actually, some very nice lineups coming in from the side of EVOS.
Third round being picked up here by EVOS.
Second flash.
What? They just somehow the trade kills are going in favor of EVOS, and Elvin finds a triple kill? Hello.
Oh my god, they're playing, oh my god, the Filipino Crossfire special.
Hello from the other side. Yobib also finds another frag, and now Totson is the last one alive at the C4, trying to backtrack where Yobib was at. Couldn't step further from spawn. And is this the top-notch Crossfire of Philippines are you talking about, Sneaky?
This is what I expected coming in from EVOS, but at the same time, I didn't expect them to turn up the gears going into Black Widow, playing like they're not afraid, full confidence on both sides of the map. Totson going into House B. He's a known entity.
He's called out. He's called out. He's seen. Keller saw the tip of the head. That's why you see the rotation from Zetra as well. But like you said, Charles, this is home. This is home for you guys.
Yep.
And if there's an intruder in your house, you gotta fend them off.
For sure, and that's a timeout immediately from ROCK.
4 rounds
points.
deep as well. And those rounds didn't even come down to the wire. It was clean rounds for EVOS as well. And that's what's scary if you're a ROC fan right now.
Yeah, to be fair, some of the peaks
The wings are about to get chopped off.
I mean, chewed off by the Tiger.
No, chopped off with a machete almost.
Damn. Out here with some...
I mean, all right, let's be realistic here though, ROCK.
Let's at least
what
use,
is not going right for them right now?
Snare's not hitting his shots in long, and I think he's
in terms of macro.
In terms of macro?
Yeah. Micro-wise, we could yap about it for 24 hours straight, and there's no definite answer. But macro, there could be an answer. EVOS's macro is really good right now, but what's falling behind on ROCK's macro to not match that of EVOS?
They're falling for a whole lot of these like bait plays that EVOS is actually doing right here. You do notice that there's double flashing coming in now, especially coming in from that long A side. I think they're too complacent that the singular flash is going to be enough. A singular flash dodge is going to be enough to give them that spot, maybe in long A, maybe in B as well. So the nade stacking has to be avoided for the side of ROCK, but at the same time, they can just not give map control for free. So they're in a bit of a dilemma right now.
Bit of a dilemma indeed.
I just didn't expect the long crunch into B crunch at the same time. Absolutely crazy stuff coming in from EVOS, but just like what I said, they can't get too complacent in this game. ROCK is the type of team, you give them a single point, they can go a mile.
I mean, now they're going to pump the gas, and Extra tries to get involved. He only gets one before going down. Man advantage towards ROCK Esports. Color trying to get involved towards Catwalk as well.
He's to back up.
He's going to play with fire. He's not going to back out, like you mentioned. However, for ROCK, they're going to be gathered outside of B. Are they posing for a reset, though? The C4 is moving back towards spawn. Keller has found his house, found his home, found his position deep out towards Catwalk. If ROCK doesn't clear this angle properly, then everything might just go in shambles. Keller, another trigger discipline. Waiting, sees two players, looking for a third. He springs out, gets two, and does a whole bunch to Totson as well. Trigger discipline, paying off dividends for EVOS time after time, round after round, and map after map.
Yeah, and actually they have no idea where the last two players are, and EVOS is going to decide to go all the way around. They have information on both players here, and ROCK trying to catch them off guard by slowing it down on this A site. Very well played coming in from Kellar. It's not just any two players on the team that he killed. It's Horus and Snare at the same time. So it's going to be up to Totson and Slayer. Granted, Totson has had a good game so far, but they're going to try to look for Yobib in this long position, but they have zero information of where everyone is, and Slayer is going to go down. It's a 1 versus 2, and in classic EVOS fashion, they're going to stick together.
They're going to double stack towards Catwalk.
Oh, they might be aware that Totson is right then and here. He sees his head. Elvin fully aware of where Totson is, and that is a 5-0 streak for the side of EVOS.
Don't you love to see that, Sneaky? Your region.
I'm not knocking it just yet.
Prospering.
I'm not knocking it just yet. I know we're in the lead, but you've been here before.
Oh, I like how you say we.
We?
You said we.
Yeah, I'm Filipino.
Yeah. Just rubbing at it, but
at least half of it. Half of me.
Till then,
this worked. I can't believe
this round by Elvin, just being able to gun down 3 before going down. Absolutely insane performance by him. Moving into round number 6, 5 rounds in a row being picked up by EVOS. Now Horse finds the drop on towards KSA, and this round might be the round for ROCK to do so, as Zetro basically says no to that. What a pistol will get the drop on towards Horse. Yet another 3 onto 3. The C4, though, was going to be able to cross on towards the A-bomb site. Slayer is going to be on the charge to clear this one out. And the position of Snake, he is tucked up well behind in back of middle.
They're looking for Snake, I think.
I'm not entirely sure. The C4 is now planted. Snake sees Yobib, has to find the kill, has to find the frag. However, Yobib, such a good player, such a good mechanical player he is. He gets the find, he gets the kill. Down to 2v2 now. C4 timer is ticking away. EVOS, will they be able to find this retake?
Ooh, a bit reckless.
A little bit reckless of emotion. It's going to be Keller. Put to the clutch, put to the test in a 1v2. Snare whips the first shot. Keller finds the first kill, looking for the second. He's going to drop down towards the staircase. Does Snare sees it? Now Keller finds the clutch!
Doesn't have time.
He has no time, though.
Does he?
I don't think there's enough time. I don't think there's enough time.
Yeah,
The C4 will eventually detonate. XROCK Esports finally finds that round, the first one on the board, desperately. However, it had to come down to the wire for them. Too much risk being present here for XROCK. And EVOS, their showing is really up front for them.
Yeah, well played by Snare, honestly. He couldn't hit the shot, just drop on down, and the C4 is going to be miles away.
Not at all. Miles away, too.
Well played by Snare, too. I mean, it's a bit reckless for Zetra to instantly peek into Metal Box, considering that the advantage is on the side of Snare with better cover, with a better angle as well. And Yobib, I think he didn't recognize that there's a gap on the right side of the smoke, so he did get killed on the cross. So what is EVOS going to do in terms of
Doesn't
reaction
matter.
here?
5 rounds on Global Risk is having 3 rounds on Blacklist of Port.
We are talking about EVOS here, man.
We indeed are.
Could be 9, and it still would be losable. No offense to my own boys, but I've seen it. I've seen it won a bit too much.
Hey, man. Sometimes just gonna rub it in there.
Yep.
And you are doing a great job of it.
I like this setup, though. Elvin's been very, very good with kind of baking out KSA here.
KSA has been pretty quiet today. And as I see that, he is speaking out loud! Double kill and make that a triple kill! Mom, get the camera!
My God. KSA with a triple kill on the HK417. Elvin and Yobib has gotten it. And KSA, usually the man that we look at for those taps on the HK. Their defense has been solid so far, but they need to build a bigger lead in order to guarantee at least a better second half, at least that lot of leeway.
Absolute insanity. Filipino CrossFire at its peak right now. 6 rounds in for them, 6-1. Horus is going to open up towards Zetra, and they're going to start swinging in towards Long. Out of desperation, almost, it seems. However, EVOS is going to be able to find the reset. Actually gaining ground control down out towards B. Look at Elvin's position. He's pushing out wide. Snare might be dropped here. Oh, Elvin, you got to turn left to see the player. He's going to clear all the way out towards deep middle. Is that possible? Elvin gets a drop to Snake. How is that even possible? Snare finally gets the retaliation frag. However, the damage has been done. The information has been passed. Down to a 3-on-3. XROCK Esports looking to rotate the C4 back in towards B. It's completely wide open. EVOS has sent all the players down towards A. Is this the player?
I think they want to fight. They wanted to fight Catwalk B, but still not sure about Snare's presence about that. But KSA and Keller, honestly, the re-clear towards Long A is going to confirm that there is going to be some presence in the B side. Yobib, KSA, Keller still outside of B. Yobib will find himself in that window position. How did he get that kill?
He shouldn't be allowed to farm those kills like that on windows. Nade's finally flying his way.
You're going to kill Snare.
Horus gets the drop on 1. He gets traded out, and EVOS, they're securing their lead 1 by 1. Really strengthening the foothold. They're 7-1 on the scoreline. And look at this replay by KSA. Just insanity across the board.
Yeah, playing that HK to perfection. You can just not tap with the HK, but you can tap A and D as well, and it's still going to be accurate. Very well played, but that's the start that Snare needs. They did catch Zetra once again. Zetra a bit too confident on the money. And XROCK actively punishing that at the same time. Elvin spotted in mid. Totten's going to look for him. But they cannot go into that short position without getting punished. Elvin tucking
Look at where Elvin is. Why is he there?
He's chilling.
How is he there? Before asking why, I want to ask how.
Someone's...
well,
Horus is going to catch him.
Finally.
You just tap walk all the way into high mid, brother. You do get that timing sometimes. So speaking of timing, Keller, worst timing for him. Yobib going to be around the corner. Horus going to not catch Yobib off guard, but instead,
Yobib's playing F1 of his own right now. The speed on this guy just running in, gets the first headshot, and
Yobib flow state.
Yobib versus the world now, 1v4. Why does it only feel in the way that Yobib can find a couple more kills too?
It's been a while since I've seen him like this, not gonna lie. But he could just go all the way back. I think he might want to pick up Zetra's TRG.
Possibility. It's still there.
It is still there. But no, he forgoes it. Snare all the way in high mid. Yobib with the silent hop is probably going to catch Snare off guard. He's going to see the bag. Oh, he's going to knife it. He's going to knife it.
This is going to be the
Cheeky
first knife
breaky.
kill of the tournament! There we go!
He might not win the game, but he did get that mental damage going.
That is going to be mental for the side of Rock, even though they win the round here.
That's what we call back home, Thunder moves. Oh my god.
He's hitting the Donda, bro.
Oh my god.
It's insanity.
Ginripo, as we do like to say back home. 7-2. But it's the toughest 7-2 that you can ask for if you're Rock. But at the same time, do not knock it just yet. Do not knock it just yet. EVOS, you have been in this position before. They still need to close out the game.
Our boy Neo, Kai would probably say he got shanked.
Got shanked.
Got shanked. And indeed, Yobib delivered the shank to Snare. But 7-2 will be the scoreline for the first half. EVOS absolutely playing out of their minds. 7-2, 5-round lead as well. As now it will be EVOS on the attacking angle of all things. And ROCK Esports are going to be on the global risk to fend off the aggression. 2 players being invested onto their catwalk. That is going to be Snare and Totson. C4 yet to be picked up by any of the players on the side of EVOS.
Oh, horse spotted.
Ooh, KSA bringing the heat, bringing more heat. Snake has burned to his own death. 2 players are down for the side of Rock.
Oh my god!
Looking for a third, and he does indeed deliver. Can he find the 4th kill of his own? Slayer's the last one alive with a sniper. He is spotted. KSA is thirsty for kill, and he is replenished of blood. What Dracula he is.
Oh my
and EVOS
word.
is going to destroy ROCK Esports out of their minds.
Oh my god.
8-2.
That was just a straight up highlight
Is
play.
this the scoreline that you expect to see coming into map number 2 or the whole series?
No. No, ROCK is a good team. ROCK is a great team even. This is what I didn't expect, and especially when it comes to the map of Black Widow, I would expect ROCK to kind of just reset momentum going into the second half, but with a round like that, especially from KSA tapping out 4 heads, that could stop the momentum in an instant, and that is going to drag ROCK back into the sites. They no longer want to challenge LA anymore. Instead, they're going to be playing the sites itself, and I can't blame them. Honestly, I think Snare in a good position. If he can hit this shot on KSA and get the highlight play going, momentum could get back in the way of our ROC. Snare, first shot going to hit on Zetra. Keller will get Slayer, but it's not going to hit Yobib. KSA is now in deep in towards the 2-box. KSA still left alive, and Totson will finally take him down. Now it's a 2 versus 3. Bit more of a good play coming in from ROC. And just like how I said, Snare, if he hits that first shot and stays alive on that site, that anchor is not going to go away anytime soon.
Snare is down very low. Snake is down even the worse of a hit point. But look at Snake's position. He's posted out deep in water. If Yobib doesn't clear out the angles properly, this could be yet another round to be picked up by ROCK. Snake sees it. He's now on the move. Yobib, he's going to start crossing in. Totson gets dropped. Yobib finds the 2nd kill. He sees the kill. Yobib clutches the hell out of this one. 3 kills being delivered by him at the 9th round. And the series point will be picked up by EVOS ARC. And how in the world does Yobib do this time after time and again and again?
Oh my word, the Dark Prince of Filipino CF has shown himself in the international stage. Match point. 1 point away, a shank, and a clutch. My word. Ginripo sa high mid. Nakakuha pa na clutch sa B.
All right, back on the English cast, by the way.
Back on the English cast translation. He got the shank, and he got the clutch. But it's not over just yet.
Give this man a race, EVOS.
Oh my word. 9-2, match point. Just like how I said, job's not finished. They have been in this position before. We cannot call it just yet.
And through it all the way? There's a possibility.
There is a possibility.
However, EVOS, they can close this one out if they're able to just find one more round out of the possible 8 to be played.
or 7 rather, gathered outside of B. They're cooking this push up. It is boiling in the pot. It's about to erupt any moment soon. Slayer is going to be on the response.
Oh,
Crosses
KSA.
a nade. He hasn't seen KSA cross. And this is the moment of truth. KSA rings true, finds a double kill to open up onto the bomb side. And then it's a bomb side. Opened up, triple kill. Looking for the 4th. Not going to happen, but it's all down to Snare and Snake. And the 2v4. C4 is now planted. And everything is going wrong for Rock's way. Snake crosses in. Zetra with the pistol will get the job done. Elvin will find the final 2 kills. And EVOS ARC is going to close the series out in a 2-0. Least expected, the underdogs coming to this matchup, but they will seal the deal.
Pretty hype ending to that one, as Yobib was able to pick up 3, or was it 4 with the knife included. I mean, this guy just going insane today. 2-0 for EVOS ARC. They get another victory and secure their spot in the playoffs, most importantly. And that does mean that ROCK Esports, one of the big teams from West, is just gone like that. 1 best-of-3. I was talking about it before. You don't show up on the day, you're just out of the entire competition, and that's exactly what happened here. I want to ask you guys, do you feel like it was a little bit of ROCK Esports not showing up, or is EVOS ARC and the Filipino region, is that just like getting better and better nowadays?
I think it's overall the region getting better, in all honesty. I feel like, you know, EVOS, they have had such a rough year, in all honesty, but at the same time, I was right about my assumption about them just being very unlucky with their seeding. But at the same time, they have learned to, you know, kind of play around that, kind of play into that role where, you know, they have been going up against tough teams, and ROCK, you know, they actually, you know, they did play somewhat under their level as of today, but at the same time, I was seeing some really, really good macro from the side of EVOS, and, you know, we finally got to see some action coming in from Elvin, who's been struggling internationally all year, and, you know, the EVOS ARC squad, finally, the fruit of their labor at the end of the year in grand finals of all things.
Well-deserved MVP by Yobi Vizzle, and just adding on to what you were mentioning, I think it was a bit of a both, as the regional Philippines getting better played one part, and the other part is ROCK hasn't had a chance to play yesterday, so
for sure,
a little bit of a cold hand may have affected the results of this match. I mean, not to this extent. I mean, we were all kind of expecting that the cold hands may come into play and affect the games a little bit, but did not expect at all to finish in an 0-2 for them.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. You know, we were looking at the bracket, and now EVOS will be going up against Gaming Gladiators. And as you guys know, the regional finals was very close between ROCK Esports and Gaming Gladiators. So you were talking about seeding and not getting the best matchups, facing BaiSha for EVOS ARC and stuff like that. But now they might just be able to go through 2 West teams and actually start off really well in the playoffs, assuming that they can replicate some of their success that they had today. I'm expecting Gaming Gladiators to be very ready for this team and for it to be a very competitive match. I don't think that EVOS ARC, just because they beat one West team, means that they're definitely going to beat the next one. But it certainly does show that they're a top team. They're a competitor in this tournament, whereas all of us were just talking about Team Stallions, it felt like, on the Philippines region.
Yeah, to be fair, that's been kind of the story of the Philippines region the entire time. I mean, it's no secret that EVOS is literally the super villain of Filipino CrossFire. You know, everyone, I wouldn't say everyone, I'd say 70% of the fan base back at home kind of hate them. And, you know, some people love to hate them, and they kind of play into that role very, very well. But at the same time, you know, the results haven't been speaking well for them the entire year. And yeah, you do raise a good point on the Gaming Gladiator one being the harder matchup, in all honesty, because Foxy is like an entirely different sniper compared to Snare. You know, he's a lot more methodical, a lot more careful, but we finally got to see, you know, Zetra actually play the game instead of what we saw from yesterday, where EVOS kind of had to drag him to the finish line. And that was definitely a great addition to the offense of EVOS. And I feel like with that kind of confidence going into map number 2, you know, it's going to be getting a whole lot easier for them, at least in this matchup. But you do raise a good point. You know, Gaming Gladiators, they're a very scary team, man.
And on top of that, Sneaky, you were just mentioning that how 0-2 is not the most favorite coach of the region. But hey, when it comes to the macro game that EVOS played out today, minus the games in the previous days, the macro was not great, let's be honest. But today, it was on point, everything was calculated, and the calculation was correct to deliver the current results. So when it comes to coaching versus coaching, Stray's first time on-site coaching on the Grand Finals failed. But now, for 0-2, this guy, the veteran, although hated, has delivered. Will that change anything for the region, though?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like, you know, there's some opinions that's going to be swaying back towards his side, but I feel like, you know, 0-2 isn't really focused on the macro side of things. I feel like a lot of the macro is actually going to be credited towards KelR. I feel like KelR, especially in the post-Tino era of this roster, has been kind of criticized time and time again. You know, they're trying all these experimental plays and it hasn't been working out in their favor. But, you know, it seems like the experimentation time is now finally over, and it seems like it's been working out in their favor. And you know, right on time, right on Grand Finals as well. So yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting. But hey, 0-2 still full credit to the team. I feel like 0-2 did a great job of making sure that this team is very mentally strong, especially knowing that they still need to be mentally strong going into the next games.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I was watching them huddle and stuff before that map too. But guys, we're ready for the interview. Let's go over to that now.
Exhilarating start for day number 2 of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. We got a tremendous victory coming out from EVOS ARC, a 2-0 over XROCK Esports, a big win. Yesterday, they beat Virtus Pro. Today, they beat XROCK, therefore securing their playoff spot. You want to talk sensational? Well, I'm next to a sensational man. They call him the Dark Prince of Filipino CrossFire. Yo, MVP! How you feeling, my brother? You obviously performed incredibly well. You got to be on top of the world.
So magaling yun ang performance niyo na yun. So masaya ka talaga naman na yun.
Opo, syempre kasi panalo po kami.
Yes, I'm very happy that we secured the victory of the match.
So let's go back to last year. I heard Alex in the back, he told you, and he said you kept your promise. You said you were going to be different this year. You clearly were. Talk me through that. Why was last year so disappointing and you wanted to make a change for this year?
So nag-promise naman ka sa dating taon na magiging magaling kayo talaga. So ano po yung pinakamalaking bago nyo?
Pinagpursigil lang ng ulit namin ng parang dinoble lang namin yung laro namin ng last year kumbaga sa ngayon.
I
think we paid twice the effort in securing this victory.
So tell me, just real quick, random question. We didn't prepare for this one, but I want to know, why do they call you the Dark Prince of Filipino CrossFire? Where'd that come from?
Maybe because I'm the number 1 in the
Philippines.
Number 1 in the Philippines. Okay, makes a lot of sense to me. Number 1, at least when it came to this matchup, especially, like I said, you officially secured your playoff spot. This is big for you. You're moving forward. Overall, what does it mean to make it out of this stage, going to the next stage for you and your
So kasi nakapasok naman tayo sa playoff 1. So ano po yung mga meaning para sa inyo?
Para sa amin hindi pa to tapos kasi tuloy-tuloy lang yung laban namin.
我觉得这还不是结束，
I
我
think
们的
this
战
is
斗
not the
还要持
end.
续。
We will continue to fight.
And you definitely are fighting tooth and nail. I know the fans are super appreciative. Rock, on paper, was a better team, right? Arguably, everybody was saying that you guys were outmatched. How did you prepare to beat them and ultimately take them down?
Kasi malakas rin naman si Rock. So ano po yung pina-adjust nyo para taluhin nyo sila?
Parang wala naman. Malakas nga sila pero kami kalaban nila eh.
虽然他们很强大，但是
Though
他们
they're
的对
very
手是我
strong,
们。
but they are playing against us.
I like that answer a lot. They played against them and they're even stronger, clearly. Your coach, 0-2, is very talented. He had you all in the gym this morning. When I went to the gym, I was watching this guy bench press 500 pounds. Tell me how impactful your coach is for your roster.
Kasi yung coach nyo, si 0-2, palagi naman siya nag-gym. So, na yung umaga, nag-gym ba siya?
Nagpalaki siya ng katawan ngayon.
对对，他今天早上还是继续健
Yes,
身啊，为
he
了就是身体
continued
看起
to
来
work
更
out
强
so
大一点。
to look more fit.
Look more fit. You look good. I'm not messing with you, brother. You look great, okay? You go in the playoff bracket, you compete against Gaming Gladiators. That's going to be your first opponent. Can you give me any intel on how you plan to take them down?
Ang susunod nyo kalaban naman si GG. So pwede pa bigyan ng konti ng ano po yung mga pinaplano nyo sa susunod na laban?
Gagawin lang namin din, tutuloy pa rin namin yung yung pina-practice namin.
我们还会持续的
Well,
我们的平常的训
continue
练。
to practice.
And practicing they shall. Yobib, the Dark Prince of the Philippines, such a talented player. Obviously, you've had a strong support system to get you here. I'm going to give you the mic, let you go ahead and shout out whoever you want to, of course, give thanks to.
Paki-shout out naman po.
Binabati ko yung pamilya ko dyan, yung ate ko, yung kuya ko nanonood dyan lagi. Yung nanay ko, tatay ko, yung kapatid ko, yung dalawa pang kapatid. Pati sa lahat ng mga pinsa ko, pati yung sa lahat ng pamilya ng girlfriend ko, lalong-lalo din sa girlfriend ko, yun lang.
I want
to thank my family, my girlfriend, and also my two brother and sister, and thank for their great support.
And their support goes a long way, and so does this roster. EVOS ARC moving forward into playoffs, doing so in a 2-0 fashion throughout their group. A beautifully well done job. And they did it together as a team. This is not the last you will see of EVOS ARC. That's Series 1 of the day. 3 more to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Series 2 coming your way.
Hello.
CFS 2025 Grand Finals starts here, right now, in Chengdu. The opening match is right around the corner, so let's head to the desk and get ready to roll.
Swamp good. Swamp good. Good.
No. Ready and waiting for both, and there you go.
Needed that, needs a second behind it if he can get it, but he can't. It's the technology that's trying to be a difference maker, and it is KLP.
for that final kill, and Stallions will open CFS 2025 with a solid win, a 2-0 against XROCK.
It's Brazil versus Vietnam. Group B, match 1 starts in this very moment.
If he can get one without taking any damage, or if he can just get one and
Whoa.
survive, then he set himself up for a second. Years ago, he wins this every day of the week.
What is that? Ice Cube, by the way, just out in no man's land. Gonna go down for free.
Oh my god!
No. Goken all levels of the kill feed, and that is Team Liquid, who will take themselves their first victory.
What time is it?
You get the weird timing on Humeo, but Humeo just taps him out. Tom will get Yobib. And this is looking likely for an 11-9. Tom gets the second one.
Is desperately calling for help. Case is good for one. Elvin springs out for a double kill, looking for a third. JRK goes down. Are we gonna go into overtime because there's only 70 seconds, and they're gonna send the C4 on towards the bomb site, down to a 1v1. Yobib, Human's gonna stick the bomb. He gets the bomb and he gets the kill.
EVOS conquering the Blue State Demons as the notch of the first win for the organization in international play finally goes their way.
Deliver the C4 and towards middle, it seems. Are they looking to go towards middle? Because First is waiting with open arms. Make that a double, and XQQ is going to find the kill of his own. Brute forcing into the bomb site, finds the third. Plentiful of leather towards Mino as well. Blue card. There we go. And that's yet another bomb timer's ticking away. Kiko spotted out. Playing with fire. Don't peek, brother. I mean, he's gonna go for it. He's gonna go for the peek. But there is not enough time. Waiting. Evolution Power wraps the series up in a 10-4. Needless to say, the first map is 10-1.
The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes, dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot! After losing one, the Blacklists rush B site and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
Group D arrived on stage. Momentum didn't fall their way in the opener, and now the pressure takes over. A loss here ends the run, but a win can keep the path alive. This is Inner Circle! Next, A team stepping onto this grand final stage for the very first time. A rising roster from Brazil, entering their second international run this year, ready to make their mark from the moment they arrive. Natus Vincere! Experience under pressure, or a debut that sets the tone for Group D. Group D, Match 2 begins now.
Hello and welcome back to the caster desk. We are here getting ready for match number 3 of the day. Thank you so much, Reflections, for the awesome introduction of the two teams that will be going head-to-head, Inner Circle and Na'Vi. Still Valdez, but now I am flanked by Neokai and Elfish Guy. How are you guys doing?
We're good. More to the point, Valdez, how are you?
Yeah.
Are you feeling better?
Great. Yeah,
you feeling good now that you're in the in the A team?
The runner thing.
Yes. In fact, yes, I feel great.
In the run of things. I'm looking forward to this game, actually. It might have a bit of life behind it as well, but, I'm just looking forward to being back on this desk with you boys.
It's going to be a lot of fun. You guys are going to have a lot of fun with the cast, I'm sure.
We always do.
Yeah.
Let's take a moment to extend our gratitude, guys,
Of
to
course.
our wonderful organizer,
I've got a moment.
Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CrossFire. And also, big thanks to our generous sponsors. We extend our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Aorus, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Aorus has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up, fight on. And also thanks to our official partner, Ant Gamer, for providing the global first 750Hz ultra-high refresh rate monitor, Ant 257PF, empowering players to win the game, born from the game, fueled by the players. With a 750Hz refresh rate, every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with 0 delay. Pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. Ant Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witnesses the journey to the champion. And also thanks to our official partner, Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system, built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, your win.
I think Neo could use some of that. Needs a bit of assistance leveling up his gaming. But anyway, I'm not
I'm
gonna...
talking about my back. I'm the youngest
You're
here.
talking about his
You're
back,
like, knocking on death's door, mate.
Okay, all
Unk
right.
over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pension's in play already, but, so, yeah. First I will say, I sat one earlier. Very comfy. Very comfy.
So guys, we have had 2 matches so far.
Really?
A couple of 2-0s. I don't know if you guys were paying attention,
Oh,
but
I was.
we were.
XROCK
We
did
locked in.
take down Falcons, and that does mean that the Falcons are out of Group B. XROCK having a chance to take that group down if they win the next match. And then, of course, EVOS, the big story, taking down ROCK Esports, and now they are into playoffs. We'll be going up against the Gaming Gladiators, which might be a run through the West teams if they take down them both.
Exactly. EVOS might just be the harbingers of death for the West teams, it seems like. Obviously, not ideal for our boys. Rest in peace to the fellas at ROCK, although it's not over necessarily. Oh, no, it is. They've lost.
For them, yeah,
EVOS is 2-0. Yeah, it's rough. I mean, it doesn't even matter what they do tomorrow. So that's a tough one. Anyway, I suppose, that's by the by. We may get to see another West team struggling actually on the stage here as there's Inner Circle going up against Na'Vi. And it's a bit of an interesting one for Inner Circle, isn't it? You see obviously that roster change coming through. Jin out, Apps in, questionable, obviously. Having that change so soon, like prior to the grand finals.
2 weeks, right?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, it's not been something that has been a long time coming necessarily. So I'm a little bit surprised to see that roster change happening, especially after Inner Circle. I felt like generally had a pretty decent year across the board. Look, no expectation necessarily for Inner Circle at this event, but I think it is just a little bit strange that there is those roster changes happening, like right in the lead up to the biggest tournament of the year. But we'll see how it goes for them. Obviously didn't go so great yesterday. Must-win game for them if they want to have any conversation about making it out to the playoffs. And I think it's going to be a tough team that they're going to be going up against in Na'Vi. So I have my doubts, I'll say that much at least.
So Inner Circle over in the regional finals, they did defeat Entropy Gaming in the third place match. That's why they are here. They did take the 0-3 to ROCK Esports in the semifinals. To be honest, both ROCK Esports and Gaming Gladiators were the big favorites for their respective semifinals, so it kind of makes sense. But at the same time, it does make you feel like, okay, the West, not the strongest region, but at the same time, this is like a team that's a tier below even Gaming Gladiators and ROCK Esports. So they have a lot of work to do, as Elfish was saying. You know, we don't have a huge expectation for them to take this one down, but hey, you never know. I mean, it depends on their form on the day.
Yeah, and for as long as I've been involved in CrossFire as well, the West has actually been in this it's kind of an interesting predicament. I think a lot of regions are quite similar, where it is quite top-heavy, right? And it's always been this kind of battle at the top between Gaming and ROCK, and there's actually been quite a significant gap, then Inner Circle, then quite a significant gap, and the rest of the pack as well. And I actually would say, on the flip side, this has actually been kind of akin to Brazil as well. You know, we've had Alcadzia towards that top level now for kind of a while as well, and then it's been, right, where's the battle for second and third? And that's also been quite distinct as well, where you've got Liquid coming in, but even with ROCK performances, they're still being considered kind of that second best in the region. Na'Vi are kind of new now to the international scene. This is their second big international tournament. Of course, they played at EWC. This is their debut now at the CFS as well. So I mean, excited to see what this side can bring to the table, because there's a lot to like about this team. You're looking at JV as a core as well. I think he brings a kind of a fresh outlook towards this team, but you generally look towards Juan, right? He just is individually so unbelievably crisp. But as you can see here, right, it's a very similar thing to what we get in the West, where it's like, right, it's quite clearly we've got Alcadzia being the #1 team in Brazil, and then just behind them we've got Team Liquid who have been trying to fight up towards the top, but maybe not quite at the Alcadzia level, and then there's been a bit of a gap, and then Na'Vi, and then a bit of a gap, and the rest of the pack, and that's actually been quite a clear thing throughout this year as well. So both of these two sides, in terms of how they are sitting respectively within their regions, are actually in very similar spots.
Yeah, but they've got some legs underneath them. Obviously, this team played at EWC. They didn't do too well there, but they were able to get themselves a win on the board, and so a bit of experience for that lineup. Again, you're looking at, I suppose, the bigger names of ADRF and GDSC to sort of captain the ship, guide the ship a little bit here. And I think this is a matchup that they should feel very, very comfortable going into. Typically speaking, we always look at the Brazilian region as being a little bit of a stronger region than the West League. And frankly, Inner Circle is not one of the top teams in the West League, even in that case. So I think for me, this one's fairly cut and dry. Like, I look at this and say, Na'Vi should be making their way through this game pretty comfortably, and it's going to be that game against Evolution Power that'll be the big question mark for them that they're going to be playing tomorrow that will actually decide this group.
Quite a test as well, that being EP, right, reigning champs, side who, no matter where they stand domestically, internationally, have always just looked, they've, if anything, leveled up, right?
Yep.
So shout out to our ELO system, by the way, that has been tested over 2023 and 2024. Bang. Has been very accurate so far at this tournament. I feel like almost every single favorite has won so far. And Na'Vi, even the third place team from Brazil, still at that 15th place spot. Pretty good for them, as it is going to be Kiko up against Adrian in terms of the key players here. And I do feel like it's a pretty interesting shout. I don't know how you guys feel, like in terms of numbers, sure, but
yeah, I don't know. ADRF brings a lot of experience. I mean, we were kind of brought him. He's not a newbie to the international stage. Right? This is a guy with actually a decent amount of experience. We've seen him for kind of a while, especially since I've been kind of involved in CrossFire as well, and actually playing to a good level. So, and as well, you've always got to take these things with a bit of a pinch of salt. I think, you know, it's like it's regional, right? And Inner Circle, of course, regionally are one of the decent sides, but Brazil is much tougher, the kind of the crop there, and you can take a look through these predictions. I think we're all kind of leaning, for the most part, apart from Sekio, who's gone for a rogue in a circle 2-0.
There's a couple of things, like even AI going for 2-1 as well, when almost everybody went 2-0. I do wonder why they give that one game over to Inner Circle. Also, Sekio, he was correct. I forget which one it was. I think it was the first match of the day. Not sure. Maybe he wasn't correct, but he went for Falcons, and he was totally wrong. I think that's why it stands out in my head.
Sure. Is he doing the classic, like, I'm going to predict the opposite of what
so. Because, I mean, we got it here to 2-0 for Inner Circle. It's just kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Great odds on that one. A first step for Na'Vi, a final step for Inner Circle. Na'Vi opens their first Grand Final stage run.
Yep.
And Inner Circle now playing for survival. One defeat sends them home. And even if they do win, I mean, they got crushed, right? Yeah. So it's not easy for them to win a tiebreaker. They really have to get a crushing victory.
To destroy EP, which is that's a massive ask.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pertinent point, though, for Na'Vi that this is their first CFS event. I think that is somewhat neutered, though, by the fact that they did play EWC. And, you know, typically in previous years, we would have said, Summer Champs, that it's not really quite to the same scale of CFS. And in fairness, EWC is also not quite to the same scale as CFS, but it's certainly scaled up in comparison to what previous Summer Champs events are. It is a very big event. There's a lot of money involved. All of the best teams from around the world are there. It's a huge tournament. So I think they are benefited by having played EWC, been in this environment before, and that gives those kind of newer players to the international stage a little bit of room with their legs, you know, to kind of get a bit going. But yeah, first game at this tournament, I guess there is potentially that world where Navi's maybe going to be a little bit shaky coming into this one, whereas Inner Circle have had that quote-unquote warm-up game against Evolution Power. Now, I think that's probably the worst possible warm-up game you can potentially have, but at least it's out of the way.
The opposite of a confidence boost to that one.
Yeah.
You just got decimated too.
But
so.
look, I mean, look, I think if you're Inner Circle here, you'll probably come into this tournament pretty realistic. I don't think that they have massive expectations. Obviously, I haven't spoken to them about where they think that they're going to sit, but I think you do have to an extent, kind of be realistic. Otherwise, you're just kind of setting yourself up for failure. You know, you can't come into this one and say, yeah, we're going to beat Evolution Power, which is literally the reigning champion of CFS. Yes. Like, it's just not, we're the third best team from the worst region. We're not beating Evolution Power. Like, no one logically is going to jump to that conclusion. Obviously, you'd hope to be able to.
Yeah.
You want to be confident. There's no doubt about that, but there's no way you can really go into that game and say, we are the favorites here.
And let's be frank with them as well, the win's not about what wins we get at the tournament. The win is being at the tournament.
Yeah.
Right? That's actually the main thing for them, right? You know, they've actually proved that there's a bit of consistency throughout the regular season. We are still in that position where we are at least a little bit of a league above the rest of the pack in the West. And I think for Inner Circle, in the current position they're in, the trajectory that this team is slowly being kind of climbing upon, that's actually what they're looking at, right? Can we make it to CFS? Can we just be involved in international competition? And already, that is a win in itself. And then whatever else they get here is just essentially a cherry on the top, if anything.
Yeah, so we do have to go over this, unfortunately, for Inner Circle and their fans. But in August at EWC, 0-2 against EP again.
Fair enough.
For the first time this year. And then, of course, Falcons haven't been having the best year, but also 0-2 there for Inner Circle.
They weren't great at EWC.
They had a really rough EWC to Inner Circle. And then now here, obviously, the start against EP. Pretty unlucky to get them again, I suppose. But also, as a third seed, you have to expect you're going to go up against some really strong teams in your group at some point. That's just the way the seeding will work out. So, yeah, unfortunately for them, they just haven't found very many international successful days, and hopefully today is one of those for them.
I would say a success for Inner Circle today would be taking a map.
Agreed.
Right? If we look at those historical results, it's all 0-2s. They haven't been able to take a map internationally this year. If they could just take a map, that's a win that you can walk away with. Take your confidence into 2026 and sort of see what happens with this roster. It does seem like there's definitely some degree of instability there. So try to end at least on an upward trajectory.
So we do have to talk about, we talked about this a little bit, but yeah, 3 guys making their debut. A bunch of rookies here on the roster, but they're flanked by some of these guys who have tons of experience in GDSZ and Adrian. And a couple of guys that not only have the experience, but they have experience leading rosters as well. So it can be different just being a guy like on a team and playing for a long time, and difference between somebody who's actually IGLing for many years in a row. So it does feel like a recipe for success. You know, Minnow was able to do it last year, and I think it should look good for them.
And I'll say with Na'Vi, as rookies go, they've actually got a pretty good crop of rookies. You've got a rookie IGL who actually I think has looked really good in terms of the way he's been calling. I think it's especially in Brazil, which I think has actually been quite regimented in their style of calling. It's been generally quite slow. They've been kind of burning Utila and forcing teams to play to their kind of tempo, right? JV's actually been throwing a few kind of counter works in there, which has been quite refreshing to see. But then you've got Juan, who's actually probably one of the most exciting rookies that we've had coming out of Brazil in a long, long time. And Akashi's super solid in his own regard. In terms of supporting players, I think he brings a hell of a lot to the table. So you're talking about rookies here, and with the experience they've got, it's actually a really nice recipe for success this side, because the big thing really when you look towards GDSC and ADRF, they've actually just got to try and support essentially what is these kind of slightly puggier players of Akashi and Juan and say, right, you guys can cook a little bit, you guys can play to the level that you know you want to play at the pace you want to play at, and we'll be there to clean up the mistakes if need be. But with what we've seen from Na'Vi, especially regionally, and I've caught a lot of the regionals coming through from them, they do give them a lot of free space for these guys to express themselves, which is exactly what you want. Being those experienced, more veteran players, let the rookies, the Pug Stars, be the Pug Stars.
Well, especially in a game like this one, where you're playing against Inner Circle, this is the perfect kind of testing ground for how the system is working coming into the tournament, right? If you can get away with a little bit here, get some confidence, get those players feeling pretty good going into these matches, then obviously Evolution Power tomorrow, maybe that's where things start to become a little bit more doable if you've got those rookies, like you say, having a pretty good tournament, and this is exactly where you should be able to get away with that, because I don't think Inner Circle is really going to be that team, A, that's going to punish you mechanically, right? They're certainly not going to be the strongest mechanically in the world. We certainly expect that more so from the Chinese teams, but even just in terms of a game plan and a macro sense, Inner Circle will, again, probably not be the team that's really going to be causing too many problems for Na'Vi. So this is the perfect opportunity for them to just have a little bit of a warm-up into the tournament, get those players on the stage feeling comfortable, and yeah, then really lock in for tomorrow's game against Evolution Power. I think that really, for me, is the big storyline here for Na'Vi. It should be pretty cruisy here, and then get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, very curious about the result, though, because we did just have ROCK Esports, one of the favorites. We considered them, at least. A lot of the predictions were going in their favor. Just fall 0-2 to EVOS ARC, and we've already had some interesting results here at this tournament, so wouldn't be surprised if, you know, maybe Inner Circle comes out and gets a map at least and makes it interesting here. Or at least I'm hoping so, because 2 zeros would be boring across the board. But it looks like we are almost ready to jump into the band picks, so I'm going to leave you guys to the cast, and you guys have fun and watch this band pick right now.
All right, well, I don't know. I think just to kind of continue on that conversation for a second there, now, as we do get into the picks and bands.
I'd love to do that.
I don't know that I would really read into the ROCK result too much. I think there was some susceptibility shown from them in CFWL. Obviously, they dropped that final to Gaming Gladiators, and you know, they do seem like they've been struggling a little bit more toward the back end of this season in comparison to the start of the season. So I don't know if that's something that's necessarily going to just indicate that maybe West League in general has sort of slowed down a little bit. I think the big question in that regard will be what can Gaimin do come the playoffs, and that's certainly something that we'll get into deeper on in the week. But for now, let's focus in on Inner Circle and Na'Vi and see if Inner Circle can find themselves their first international map win this year. Hopefully it will come in this series. It's not going to be on New Mexico or Black Widow, though, because those are the 2 maps that have been taken away.
Smart ban, just to get rid of the New Mexico, I think in particular. Na'Vi actually is one of the maps that they use a lot domestically too. So it's a very good one to get out of the way, and also just one that Inner Circle do not get many times to play regionally. It's just never really played in the West, like, at all. If it ever comes in, it's such a big surprise. Now, the big wonder is, do we get a map like a sub-base coming through for Inner Circle? There's a few kind of pocket maps which they lean to in every West League game, basically. It's Ankara, it's New Compound, right? These are the maps that they just play basically every series. New Compound more often than not as well is floated in a lot of best of 3s in the West, because it's a basic handshake map that everyone gets. So I do wonder where Na'Vi try and go, where they kind of throw a span in the works. I think one in which I think Inner Circle have looked a little weak on for me has been that Eagle Eye. I think it's a map in which, again, this is a thing that Gaming Gladiators punish everybody on, right? It's been a big thing. We are going to get that sub base. I was wondering when we get it out, right? It was something that we saw at EWC picked in a lot more so against the Brazilian side, and they were doing quite a good job on it. And I mentioned a little bit yesterday with Liquid, and now we actually get it coming out for Na'Vi. So that's pretty interesting. Ankara sub-base. The Ankara and Na'Vi don't mind either, so definitely worth keeping an eye on there. Basically, that map number 1 is make or break for me for Inner Circle in this series. Port going to get banned out to follow. Do we get the classic compound here? I mean, for Na'Vi, maybe a smart ban would be the compound. That is a smart ban. They've obviously done their research in towards the previous vetoes for Inner Circle. We mentioned it. This is just one that gets so commonly floated by Inner Circle. So Eagle Eye will see it off. And in terms of those last 2 maps, very, very good for Na'Vi. I don't think Inner Circle looks super, super strong on Eagle Eye. We've caught them a lot in the West because it is a map that just Gaming Gladiators dominate on. So if it does go towards a 3rd, I feel like that one's already slightly under lock and key. But the question is more so, will it even get to a 3rd?
Well, I mean, just looking at it on paper, I don't think that either team's going to be too surprised by the way that this veto has played out. No. Eagle Eye has actually in the past been a map that Inner Circle have picked into. I think they did pick it in one of their series at EWC. Against Evolution Power, they did lose that 10-5, but again, it's Evolution Power. So it's not a map that Inner Circle necessarily wants to avoid in any sense of the word. The sub-base was very much the go-to as well for Na'Vi back at EWC, so it sort of feels very much tried and true for both these teams. You know, they're going to play their game, they're going to come into this tournament with a similar mindset, at least as far as the map pool is concerned, as what they did at EWC, and hope to kind of improve upon that. Obviously, Inner Circle, you know, they did struggle pretty dramatically at EWC, but that was, I think, for them, the first big tournament that they had played as a team that they were able to qualify through to, because there was 3 slots for the West League. And for Na'Vi as well, first time we kind of saw them on the international circuit, they did a little better. They got themselves a win. Inner Circle was unable to find themselves a win, but Na'Vi got at least 1. That was against Virtus Pro, and in all of those series, They did actually play and pick sub-base, bar the opening match they played against Stallions. So the sub-base very much part of the conversation for Na'Vi, and it's something that Inner Circle will, have, I'm sure, prepped on. You're very much expecting that pick to come through from Na'Vi, and now it's just a question of, how valuable is that prep going to end up having been for Inner Circle?
I think one thing that, we want to kind of bring back in as we're kind of waiting for this game to get underway is talking about actually the way predictions have been so far within this tournament. I think a lot of people, as a whole, it feels like are going off predictions which are very sort of like historically based, right? This side, the highs of this side look like this, but current form is such a big thing for CrossFire in particular. I really think momentum's been such a huge thing for a lot of teams, and we can see as well coming in towards this one where for Na'Vi, they have been ramping up quite well throughout this year. So that's the big sort of, I guess, ticker for me, is that this side have looked quite good recently, especially domestically, where they're starting to look a little bit more competitive, not as kind of raw. I think when Na'Vi first came on towards the scene in the Brazilian region, they were starting to look really decent. A lot of it was like, okay, these guys are kind of like raw aim stars, and they've got a little bit about them, but what's the depth like? And now they're actually adding a bit of depth to this side as well. So it's a tough matchup, I think, for Inner Circle, because I just don't think they're going to be given the luxury of space that they used to at times within the West League, and the luxury of kind of decision-making time as well. This Na'Vi side can be absolutely relentless in the pace that they bring to the server.
Well, one of the things that I'm going to be looking at for this series for Inner Circle is what is Apps going to be able to do, right? Because there's obviously a big question as to why is he in the lineup? Why is he here as opposed to Jin, who's played pretty much the entire year
and looked quite good
with Inner Circle? I don't know that you necessarily can read too much into the game that they played against Evolution Power. Like, I don't know if he really would have been able to put on his best display against that team. But here against Na'Vi, you'd think there'll be a little bit more space. So let's see what Apps is going to be able to do in the server today, and maybe justify the position in this lineup going forward. So Alucard looks a little bit confused about something. There's a conversation happening between him and Awesome.
I think as well, you're looking at, again, kind of carrying on from that conversation about Apps, it is really that thing of really actually, with the change being quite soon, it's quite a question mark of a change for a variety of different reasons. Not so much in particular of kind of the Apps versus Jin in terms of just like individual ability, because that's whatever. It's more so, it's like, how much time have we actually had to prep with Apps? Has he been able to start towards the same roles that Jin was playing before? Because he was playing quite important roles for this side. And then on top of that as well, we're talking about what maps is he previously comfortable on. This is actually akin to the Vita that we like to go to. Are we playing to kind of facilitate him a little bit more or not? And all the rest.
Can I just say, by the way, Alucard's monitor position, that cannot be a good position. It's facing downwards. It's like angled, slanted slightly downward.
Like slanted up, you mean? Like it's like...
No, like it's slanted down towards the desk.
Oh, I didn't see
that's what it looked like.
Really?
Does it not look like it's facing like down? Away from his face, almost?
Can I see it now? I really can't.
It's like almost like he's going to have to duck his head to look up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can't see it from here, but I'll keep an eye out for it when we go back on the cams for him.
Yeah, we got to get back on the cams here.
I'm very similar to, is it Beck? I think it was Beck's, who had his like
nice and high,
like pointed up to the like.
Oh, you look down.
I like looking down a little bit. I'm also like one of those when I play. I mean, kind of honestly, any game that isn't like a bit of a chill one, I do like kind of quite close to the monitor, leaning over.
The only one we can't see is Alucard.
Oh, there's one to the left. On the bottom left there, it's kind of pointed up. I'm very similar to that. It's like pointed up to the sky. I like it quite close as well. The monitor arm goes crazy as well. That was the thing.
I love the monitor arm.
I'd not been invested in towards the monitor arm, and the real. I play quite low sense as well. The big kind of kicker of where I needed to was I had a mouse that I broke because I'd like swiped so hard trying to flick that I like shattered the mouse on the monitor arm of my old monitor, and I was like, right, at this point, rather than a monitor stand, I got an arm, and that's been a big upgrade for me. Gotta say, those monitors look really cool as well. The 750 hertz is mental. I'm still rocking like 260, so
yeah, I got 244 hertz monitor.
Yeah,
back at home.
Mine's 260, so
260. I've never heard of a 260 hertz.
Yeah, a bit of a rogue one. But if Ant Game want to hit me up and give me a little 750, that will go a long way. I don't know if I can fit it in the suitcase, but we can work something out.
You'd have to ship it back home.
My suitcase is full.
Might be pretty expensive to ship a monitor back.
Yeah, true actually.
I'd suggest. Well, Na'Vi are the ones at the moment that are holding up proceedings, having a bit of a chat here. Inner Circle ready to go, and have been ready to go for a little while. So.
Mind games though, make them sit, make them on edge.
I mean, it would annoy me. I'm not going to lie. Like, if I'm sitting there ready to play a game, it's like, guys, can you just sit down and play the game?
Yeah,
Like,
chop chop. Let's get the
have you
show
not had like all day to have a conversation about what we're going to do here? Why do you have to sit there for 5 minutes having a chat on the stage now?
Yeah, boys, hurry up.
Like, yeah, come on. We've got a game to play.
Yeah, we do. Absolutely, and of course, for Inner Circle, not only is this a game to play, it's a game to try and survive as well. You know, you lose this, there is no second chances.
By the way, full 90 degrees keyboard positioning there from Apps.
Again, I never understand people who play that. I have a bit of a slant, like a little bit slanted
not
in,
90 degrees,
but yeah, mine's maybe at most like 45 at most.
Have a look at this monitor on the end.
So, yeah,
that's pointing down, is it not?
It does like it's pointing down, yeah.
That cannot be where you're playing from,
So
surely.
Kiko's similar to me, where it points up. That's how I like to play mine.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that I'm actually looking at it now. There was the cameraman was taking the pictures, but he's now shuffled to the side a little bit. I can see it. Yeah, it is actually pointing down. That is, he must be hunched as well. That can't be good for your back.
Gotta wonder if it's gonna move.
But those morphling chairs will help out.
Yeah.
Good lumbar support.
I mean, they're gonna have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, that lumbar support's gonna go crazy.
All right. Looks like we're ready to go. Na'Vi have had their conversation. Wonder what they said. They maybe have a conversation about what's for dinner tonight, guys, when we win this game. I hear Korean barbecue's all the rage among the teams.
Is it?
That's apparently what EVOS is going to grab tonight.
Okay.
Get themselves some. Oh, I've got an inside source.
Yeah. I feel like as well, Korean barbecue, one of those, it's a very good team bonding dinner, I feel.
It is.
It's kind of hard to do as a talent bonding because we work 2 shifts as the casters.
Yeah.
And then, you know, we can finish kind of late. Also, what's open? Oh, no, they'll be fine.
They're
actually.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's still early.
BaiSha Swamp, though, when that game finishes, it's tough to get a Korean barbecue after that one. There's no places open.
I don't know that there's going to be too many celebration dinners there.
Not from Swamp.
Not from Swamp.
BaiSha?
But even for BaiSha, it's kind of like, this is a formality, isn't it?
Exactly.
You know, like
an expectation.
if we don't make it out of groups, that's Duma.
Yes,
but
yeah.
Getting out of groups is like, well, the tournament only starts like when we get to playoffs for BaiSha, basically.
Exactly. You're absolutely right.
There's the Ankara plan, by the way, on the bench for Na'Vi. Just seen it on the notepad. So they're very prepared. They were ready. They knew Ankara was coming.
Okay, looks like this game's about to get underway. So, ladies and gents, map number 1 to see whether Inner Circle can survive here at this tournament. Let's get this show on the road.
All right. One might say it's do or die for Inner Circle. I might say that even if they do win this one, it probably won't make too much of a difference to their chances of making it out of the groups, but they're going to give it a crack anyway. Na'Vi will kick things off on the blacklist side here of Ankara. It is Inner Circle's map pick. So intrigued to see how they go about this GR side. It doesn't look like it's going to be anything too outrageous to kick things off. Pretty standard setup. Just going to smoke off the B side of the map, smoke off A main, and give most of that space to Na'Vi, who are more than happy to have a little bit of an expedition into middle.
I like the double TRG early as well here. Both Juan and Akashi, we kind of spoke about these youngsters and how they are just mechanically so raw, so talented. Put them on a weapon that can facilitate it, but a couple of changes. Did Akashi actually change there? Did he have... Looked like he had a rifle there for a second. He does.
He does, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was just using it early, see if he could find a pick. No pick to come. Goes back, trades it out for the rifle.
Yeah, I don't hate that. Don't hate that. Though I guess probably, maybe to some degree, expecting a little bit of aggression coming through from Inner Circle.
Yeah, potentially. I think Inner Circle's the most aggressive of teams, though. Let's be real. Alucard, the first one that will be tested, misses that shot. And that's going to be what will allow Na'Vi to really scale into this site. Alucard under a lot of pressure, and he is not delivering. That is a messy spray from Apps as well. It's not a great start for Inner Circle. Sure, it's a 1-for-1, so not too bad, but they need to be a little bit cleaner with the shots.
Yeah, little labored that spray, that's for damn sure. C4's down. Juan holding. He smokes on the rotate for that flank, knowing that someone's there. It's awesome. And Kiko going to double stack as they come in together. This could be a pretty brutal one. ADRF got to go huge. Kiko going to find one. The big man for Inner Circle will crack open proceedings on the retake here as he looks for more of the swing. Miss, and it's not good. They walk straight in towards ADRF for 2. It's Akashi who gets one of his own as well. All on the shoulders now of Alucard. He puts it into a 1 versus 1, but it's the youngster. Akashi seals the deal. Great round from him and from Na'Vi. And it's oh so simple.
Yeah,
play the post bomb, play the clock.
And that's the kind of round where you do have to look at Alucard a little bit there. Had 2 opportunities as they're entering the site. Apps as well probably needed to be a little bit cleaner. If he actually wins his duel instead of losing his duel, then you have a numbers advantage for Inner Circle on that retake instead of it being a 4-on-4. And they even got a pick on the early start of the retake. And so they had the 3-on-4, but they weren't able to trade down effectively enough. What does an extra player do there for Inner Circle? Well, it probably wins them the round. So if they start that round a little bit cleaner there, Inner Circle makes a big difference in my opinion, but not the case this time around. And so Na'Vi do punish them for a couple of missed shots, and that may be something that we'll see becoming a recurring trend. Hopefully not for Inner Circle, because I think they made the right choices. You know, the setup was there. The retake looked like it was well played. You know, they swung together. Alucard did his business from the flank, but just didn't execute on the round in terms of the micro aspect, you know. And that, unfortunately, is what has let them down there. But early days, get warmed up on the stage. Still got a long best of 3 ahead.
Yeah, of course. Early nade damage had been dealt on towards Kiko. They went for that double nade, but I guess for the most part, you can consider that sort of minimal in a way. Stacking up together. This looks like a pretty standard B split setup. And then once again, going to test Alucard. Generally speaking, he's always the name that we bring up when we talk about Inner Circle. Kiko's recent forms, you everything but GDSC's in behind. Oh my god, he just no need to move it. Just wait for GDSC to cook. He could get a couple. He really could. Can he line up Beck? He's just trying to find the second player. There's one, looks for 2. He can't quite find it, but job basically already done. They've given room to scope in towards this site as Beck now fumbling around just to try and desperately stay alive, which he can't as ADRF punishes. Flash going to come over as well as Smoke needs to go down just to give them a bit of coverage. But this is generally looking pretty good. I speak too soon. All on the shoulders of Akashi, and he's closed out. I thought GDSC had done everything, but they actually were a little bit too slow to get in towards the site.
Yeah, I think he played himself just a little bit because the exact moment where he started that spray onto Alucard is when Beck had kind of just backed up a little bit. And so Beck was able to find an easy trade. If he would have had a clean kill onto Alucard and he already knew where Beck was, I think he kind of got a bit caught off guard by Beck's position. And so, yeah, ended up just sort of pulling the trigger a little bit too soon. But even still, you know, look, Inner Circle win that round. But that is a huge hole in the defense that really should not be happening here for Inner Circle. So someone's, you know, not paying attention to middle in the way that they need to be, or they've just sort of slipped the net a little bit.
Yeah.
Can't be happening long term. Something that Inner Circle need to fix.
Big time. They've got off lucky, for sure. They're just doing it again. Look at this. They just know that. They don't really respect Alucard in this initial fight. He's still back turn, by the way.
This is
no
crazy.
idea.
2 rounds in a row. Alucard's been shot in the back of the head. I mean, that one, I don't think that's necessarily his fault. Like, he's watching mid.
Yeah, he's doing his job.
But, you know, there's a hole in the defense somewhere, and Na'Vi seem to be able to find it continually. So, I don't know. Inner Circle are going to have a think about their setups.
It feels like they were so sure about an A-pop there.
Yeah.
Off the back of no information. This is, it honestly feels like next to impossible to retake into.
I mean, it could just be a case of Inner Circle have done their prep, and they're making a read, and Na'Vi have changed their playbook. You know, that's kind of what that looks like to me.
Got out. How's he got out? How has he got out? He's also reloaded as well. This is carnage. Kiko and Beck combined, but I still don't think it's going to make a difference. It's Beck left all alone. Got to lead by example. No surprises. It looks like we're about to get in a circle pause. I think that's absolutely the right thing to do. Twice in a row, a glaring gap in the defense. And they desperately need to talk about this. How has this happened? What's going wrong in our setup? Because this is as far away from a default setup as you possibly can get.
Yeah, it is looking a little bit shambolic, unfortunately, for Inner Circle at the moment. Oh, it's going to be a technical pause, actually.
Oh, we hate to see that.
So that's not what we like.
Attack pause made a lot of sense, let's be honest.
Yeah. What do you reckon about the hat? The hat on stage.
Yeah. Bad hairline.
Yeah? Is it? Do you reckon?
I don't know. I haven't seen his hair, but that's the only thing I can imagine. I just can't imagine playing with a hat. I just feel like it'd be kind of annoying.
I've never wanted to wear a hat under a
Also,
headset.
one of the big things, is like, especially like, you know, with these sort of headsets, which are kind of noise cancelling and all the rest, when you have a hat, it creates a gap in it, which I don't think you actually want. It's like not enough of a gap like you can like, oh, you can like maybe hear. There's nothing you can hear.
Well, certainly
like,
not in this situation. You know, there's no commentary going out to the arena. Even if there was, it would be in Chinese. These guys don't speak Chinese.
Exactly. It just feels like it might be a nuisance more than anything.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Alucard's like, guys, I need some help.
Yeah.
They're just breaking down the back door.
I think if you're
without
Na'Vi,
knocking,
you just continue doing it. Like, just continue hitting the site. I mean, quite literally keep going until it stops, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's absolutely the way to play this. You're getting so much free real estate towards B. Why not just continue kind of pushing the packet in that direction and seeing what gives? Early space towards A long. It's something they've done in that opening round, right? You know, you got towards A for the initial push to see whether there is any aggression coming through from inner circle, and then you can scale your way through mid as you get information.
We're going to probe toward the A site this time around. It has been typically toward B that Na'Vi have shown their interest. A site this time around. Important duel here for Kiko. That's not going to go his way. GDSC getting away with a lot on this entry roll. Picked up well by ADRF, and yeah, App's trying to hide in the back of the site there. He's playing anti-flash, and I mean, the flash did come through, so he avoided the flash, but GDSC in there for a double entry. And again, you know, like, it's not even a round that gets too exciting necessarily. It's kind of just Na'Vi going for a stroll in the park. They break open that A site super comfortably. And inner circle with a tough retake here. 3v1, all coming through from GR Spawn. Flash is going to go over the top from Alucard. They'll try and work their way out that smoke, but the crossfire that's been established here for Na'Vi is going to be way too strong. And JV lines up 3. Easy does it for Na'Vi. I'm starting to get a feeling that this is going to be a rough watch for us West League fans.
Yeah, this might actually be the core set for the series. So unfortunately, there's just not been a lot on offer just yet from Inner Circle that makes me believe anything else is going to change. GDSC just looking so clean right now. 115 ADR for him, but for JV, leading by example right at the end there, exactly what you want. Gonna just get a slight tag on towards Awesome as he was crossing away. Only minimum amount of damage, but still just dragging attention away, being a bit of a nuisance, I guess, ultimately. And with the tag, kind of bait out util as well. This is very akin to what Na'Vi will be used to within Brazil. Kind of the pace of crossfire over there is quite slow, generally speaking. And granted, actually, quite similar in the West. We do play a slow style, generally, as we kind of saw in that previous series with Rock. The only issue is we very rarely see these like uber slow styles, I think, find a lot of real long-term form in tournaments, right? I think, yes, Liquid looked great yesterday, but like, obviously the big test comes for them against XROCK, of course. But you know, you look at the best teams in the world, and historically the best teams, and a lot of them will come down to real punchy, pacey kind of style of crossfire because it's relentless. You never get a chance to breathe, and you can kind of suffocate your opponent in that sense.
Here's another test for Alucard, similar to the first round that we saw in this match. And again, you know, the timing is just not good for Alucard at all. Has a look back in the mid, does eventually grab himself onto JV, but in that meanwhile, Na'Vi have walked their way all the way into B, and again, Alucard might just get caught in the back. He was spotted. ADRF has been able to take some real space on this site. And yeah, again, it's kind of the same old problem. Na'Vi are just being able to walk in onto this B site, and there does not seem to be an answer for Inner Circle. They might need to dedicate some more numbers to the side hold because the retakes are definitely not happening. 4-1. Na'Vi are getting away with way too much.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. It's just too easy for Na'Vi right now. They're not really having to break a sweat to break in towards these sites. And I think the glaring issue, of course, is that B side. Of course, this is the round prior from A, but the errors that are starting to accumulate over towards B are becoming quite damning now.
It's weird because it kind of feels like Alucard's like solo holding B, and as a result of that, he's got to watch connector and he's got to watch mid. Okay, obviously he's not necessarily got to worry about hotel because there's a player here, Awesome, who's typically spotting these doors, but you know, having to deal with mid and connector as a sniper, it's like you can't watch both these angles at once. And Na'Vi are picking the difference every single time.
When it started as rough as this, and you're on the side that Inner Circle are, I actually, in a position like this, I do kind of want to see them get a little bit more proactive, right? I want to say, you know, go for information plays, move as a bit of a unit. We saw Liquid do this a couple of times, which is why they were so difficult to play against for Falcons, right? Where it is this kind of situation of, right, we're going to move as a unit, when we're the ones generally who are on the defense, right? But we're going to be the ones trying to set the tone a little bit and not let you set up your game plan. But at the moment, sitting on sites and waiting for the attack to come, you're always going to be at a numbers disadvantage. You're hoping for hero moments, and, well, they're going to call upon Kiko here. Flashbang that comes round as well, he's just going to fall back. He knows that he can't solo fight this. He has to wait for rotations, but in doing so, he has to give up the site.
And again, another site hold that doesn't really amount to much for Inner Circle. They're going to back themselves again on this retake, but Juan has got a bit of aim prac. He does have multiple members heading in his direction. Great flick onto Beck, and aware that Awesome is close by as well, so just going to keep popping his head up here. Eventually, he does get brought down by Apps, who was in on the flank from Connector, but ADRF Adrian there to just clean it up and make sure that the numbers are maintained for Na'Vi, and again, smooth sailing, really, as far as Na'Vi are concerned. I think Inner Circle need to find a way to change this up. They need to do something different. We'll see if they can negotiate this 2-on-3 retake. Awesome for 1, but no more than that. So nothing doing for Inner Circle. But here's my take. Now, if I'm Inner Circle right now, if I'm coach of Inner Circle, I'm saying, boys, like, what we're doing is not working. We're playing these passive holds on the sides. We need to try and change it up a little bit. They're going to get that timeout through. So I mean, this is a perfect time to be talking about this. Let's try something different. Let's try and take a bit of map control. Let's try and play a little bit more aggressive. Let's try and take the fight to Na'Vi. Because it feels like, in a lot of cases, even Inner Circle are not even getting the chance to play these rounds, right? No. Na'Vi walks into a site, gets a plant, maybe finds a pick on the entry, and then it's like, well, what? The round's kind of over at that point. You're trying to 4v5 retake. That's not a favorable fight by any stretch of the imagination. So I think you need to try and take that fight to Na'Vi when you have the even numbers. See if you can disrupt Na'Vi's plans, because you're just letting them play the game they want to play.
Yes, agreed.
Every single time. And that's obviously working for Na'Vi at the moment. So, Inner Circle need to find a way to try to disrupt this. And at the moment, you know, it's not as if they should be out of ideas, right? Like, this is early days. Yeah. It's their map pick. You've got to show us something here on this GR side.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And I think you're already at a point now as well in towards this map where you've kind of got to say, okay, plan A of this map is not working. We've now got to start to take a bit of a gamble here. I think we've got to do something just a little bit rogue, because if we keep playing the same, and the worst possible thing that I can see now is if we come in towards the next round following this timeout, if it's just exactly the same, for me, that's me already saying, all right, this map and series is done. I don't care. If you can't adapt and say, right, we've got nothing to lose now. We're already on death's door in this tournament. We've already picked up a loss. We can't afford a second loss. We cannot afford to keep playing like this. We've got to do something a little bit different, something a little bit audacious, try something. And it comes back to what I was saying, a bit of proactivity, set the tone. Inner Circle right now, this idea of just sitting on sites and waiting for the execution towards them. Every single round so far, they're being executed upon, and they just don't have the numbers. It's so simple for Na'Vi just to trade their way in towards sites and trade their way in towards post plants, and you can never win that if you're in a circle unless you get somebody, a hero moment, who goes huge. And we kind of saw that a little bit maybe with Swamp, right? It's like, right, Famous, you need a 1 versus 4 for us to be in this round. That's kind of what we're asking for in a circle right now. We need someone to go huge to even have a chance in these rounds.
Again, very similar kind of setup though for Inner Circle, right? Passive in the sites. You got Awesome, who's really the only forward member, and he's still in a position that's not really considered to be an aggressive hold at all. Just smoking off the double doors. There's been a little bit of a change-up. It was Apps that was holding mid before, earlier on in the half, and Beck's in there now. But other than that, yeah, not a whole lot really changing here for Inner Circle. So I do wonder what that conversation was about on their behalf. Kiko, that's a little bit of something. Going to try and take the fight to Na'Vi, and he's been able to win himself a couple of duels. There we go. That's a bit more like it. It's not as if Inner Circle can't shoot back.
Yeah. Big oversight from Na'Vi there as well. Well, not smoking the front of main.
Okay, but why would you?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, they've been getting away with everything. Why would you take that? Not necessarily. It's not a risk, but more so, why would you even bother at this point, right? Like,
it's the first wake-up call.
Hold that util. Yeah, it's kind of like, we're getting away with so much. We can cut some corners here and there, and whatever. Like, if we lose this round, who cares, right? That's what Na'Vi thinks.
That's what we wanted, right? We wanted somebody to step up, and we also wanted them to get a bit aggressive, right? Don't allow Na'Vi to just play and do whatever they want. You know, put a bit of pressure on them, and that's it. So credit to Kiko. It's a nice move. It's a nice little peek. It's a risk, right? And it's a risk that pays off, and that's why I'm saying about proactivity and taking these gambles, right? Because the reward is, well, a round, and a pretty nice round.
It's not over yet, Nao. 25 seconds. They're going to walk their way into B, get a plant as well, by the way, and it'll be a 2-on-4 post plant. Look, that is...
I will say, I don't hate what Inner Circle are doing, sticking together.
Yeah, no, I don't either, but I've seen a couple of instances at this event so far where teams have kind of gone, oh, it's a 1v3, we'll hold on the other side of the map and retake. But all it takes here is an opening kill coming through from Juan with the TRG maybe. That'll slow things down for Inner Circle. Keep your eyes peeled. The first kill goes the way of Na'Vi. This is definitely going to be on. Time ticking away. Inner Circle going to have to make their move. Apps has been spotted out. Adrian for one. All of a sudden, now Inner Circle starting to feel a little bit wary. Nate's going to go over the top, which does some good damage, but Adrian's hitting everything. And Juan is looking to try and put this back into the 1v1, which he's able to do, but a good quick trade from Awesome, as was required. If he didn't get that trade, that is a round win for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's not a bad effort in the post plant there, but again, Inner Circle do play that right. I think the best thing you can do to spot like this, I think especially when they're not playing well, is just sticking together and just playing raw numbers. And they just do play the trade game. And this time around, it's off the back of Kiko's heroics, don't get me wrong. But that's a bit better. And hopefully now, just a little bit of a wake-up call for Inner Circle, being like, okay, that worked, right? We got something off the back of putting some pressure on Na'Vi early in the round. Let's see if we can maybe do that somewhere else, right? Take a bit of mid-control, maybe even go in towards underpass as well and just take a bit of control there. Don't allow Juan to quite consistently control that area and kind of kickstart these executes, as he's been doing quite a lot when they've been heading towards B.
Well, there's that A main smoke through from Na'Vi. It'll be re-smoked by Inner Circle as well. Both teams happy for that one to remain smoked off. Adrian, alongside GDSD, going to be the ones to try to work that map control into middle. The two more experienced members of the lineup have typically been the two that have been on the front foot, kind of getting this blacklist side rolling for Na'Vi. They've generally done a pretty good job of it. But you can see that Na'Vi now just a little bit more wary.
Yeah, just a little bit more of like, okay, let's just pump the brakes a second, see what things look like. I think also maybe to a degree as well, I would like to say kind of a nice kind of reactionary call from JV of like, okay, they've just got aggressive and it worked. They might actually try and do this again. Let's not give them anything for free. It was, you know, a bit of an oversight there in that previous round. Let's not give them any freebies like that. If they are going to fight us, we're ready for it, guns up. Hotel control taken. We're going to go back towards B. We've had successful plants here, so why not?
Bunch of flashes over the top. Na'Vi pushing in after them. Awesome on the line. Going to be good for one. Adrian down, but the trade is in onto back. And Awesome also dropping. C4 is committed. And in the meanwhile, by the way, Juan is still in transition. So this is only two players trying to push their way into that B site for Na'Vi. And it hasn't really worked out. I'm not really such a fan of this one for Na'Vi. I think they could have waited for Juan to get in a bit of a position before they even really tried to retake that C4. They could have definitely let him try to creep his way up mid or even just join them to make it a 3-on-3, but instead they go early and leave him in a 1v2.
Yeah, this is a tough one as well. They are sort of giving him the C4 though.
Yeah, he might not quite get there in time. Oh, he's got it.
He can plant. He can post plant this.
He could. It's not going to be a very nice open plant though. So he'll be stuck behind the boxes here, and this is going to take some real good shooting from Juan. That's all this comes down to. He cannot afford to miss a shot. Oh, and he's hit that one, but it's not the killing blow that he needs. Good clean shot, though, in onto Alucard, and all of a sudden, Kiko low. It turns back in the favor of Na'Vi. Huge clutch. Juan gets it done.
He's so clean. He's so crisp. There's the reason why I highlighted him coming towards this game. Juan offers up so much towards this side. He's so puggy. He's individually so unbelievably talented.
You know, that's why they call him Juan 1v2.
Exactly. You can't give him 1v1s.
Or 1v1s.
Well, also tries to get something but can't. Called by Akashi. He's actually just flying towards B. In all fairness, once again, this is a much quicker round. They need to be careful of Beck. They overlook that angle. And Beck does have the sniper in play. Absol drop to the hands of ADRF. Oh God, Playing as well, 3 versus 3. It's a little wary though, because generally speaking, Na'Vi have been going for these splits when they're heading towards B. This time they're moving as a unit. There's not loads on offer. C4 goes down, back on the long rotate. This hotel fight, sort of everything. GDSC back turn, down he goes. Rifle scooped up as well. Give a bit of legs. EDRF wants to fight. He spots that Beck's gone back towards mid. Hang on a second.
Ooh.
EDRF gets in the background here. There could be 2 for free. They're not holding him.
It could be 3.
Uh-oh, this could be over before it even really begins. He's just going to line them up. There's the one. JV just needs to stay alive. That's all he needs to do. Round done. As JV locks it down from the site. It's a fantastic first half of play.
Yeah, and once again, you really see that experience in showing for ADRF. He's picked the perfect timing, hasn't he? He's recognized that this is the position that will win us this round, if any, and just gets in behind, makes it look easy, and Na'Vi walk away with another round. I mean, a 7-2 half, this is going to be a tough one to recover for Inner Circle. It's
on their map pick,
obviously, yeah, not gone too well on their map pick, so our prediction is looking pretty good at the moment.
Yeah. Am I about to be 3 for 3 with the scorelines perfect as well?
Early days.
You know, some of us still have that intact, unlike some. Jordan.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Some of us still have it intact. AI has given this one a pretty hefty win percentage towards Na'Vi. I couldn't agree more. ADRF moves in, drops apps. Levels the playing field back into a 4 versus 4. This fight, Kiko's everything, but down he goes. That is not one you want to be losing. Kiko kind of had to win that, because ADRF can still just continue to be a nuisance, and he can continue moving forward. But they're in towards B. They still have the C4.
This is all over the place.
Now they can't really collect the C4.
Well, I mean, they're going to have time, but...
Yeah, they're just nowhere near it. They were kind of hoping that last A long rotator would be able to pick it up and join them towards B. But now they have to go on a recovery mission.
This is a wild round.
Yeah.
Awesome's kind of doing that job solo at the moment. Beck just sort of watching to see if there's going to be a push from Na'Vi at the moment. Kind of feels like Na'Vi just hedging their bets.
They don't know about the C4, to be fair, Na'Vi. They haven't seen it. So I think they're a little baffled themselves.
That's fine. Just stay together.
Yeah.
Rotate around the map. Play the numbers. That's fine. Even if the plan does go down.
I think they have the C4. It's like lack of mind games. Both of them are they're outthinking themselves in a way, rather than each other.
Well, Navi's not going to do anything until Inner Circle does something.
Yeah.
I would suggest.
They might beat them to the foot race of A, though.
Yeah.
They're coming back over.
You've got Juan also on the line, by the way. He'll be watching into the site with that TRG. Adrian's not spotted much. They are making their way out on the site, and that's the worst possible timing for Inner Circle. Awesome does well to at least trade one, but he's in real trouble now.
20 seconds.
36 HP. JV floating around. Juan coming in on transition. This needs to be a clean kill for Awesome, and it's not. So first half, obviously a strong one for Na'Vi. Second half starting well. I think we're putting the pieces of the puzzle together.
Yeah. Feels pretty easy to predict now about where this one's going to conclude. Here's the clutch once again from Juan in Juan v2.
Juan v2.
And he was just, no reaction needed, because an expectation from not even been lights out, in all fairness, in this map. It's actually been all ADRF. He has looked excellent so far. GDSC needs to go huge here. He only gets one, and ADRF is a lucky man to still be alive. Needing a flash that'll come over as well, but they've lost the sight. And ADRF is 1 foot in the grave. He is reeling here. Not the easiest retake.
No, certainly not. Navi's still thinking about how they want to negotiate this one. He's going to be JV that's been sent out on a long flank. Ideally, they want to find that pick onto Alucard. That's JV going to go down. It will get the information for the 2 players coming through from combat. They are smoked off. One easily dealt with. Beck. Nice double. Inner Circle are holding on for the moment. Akashi will be unlikely to do too much. So Inner Circle get themselves 1. 1 is definitely not enough. They've got a long way to go before this is a competitive map.
For sure. For sure. 2 rounds away, Na'Vi. We're still yet to see any sort of back-to-back round from Inner Circle. The 3 they found are just flash-in-the-pan moments. And I mean, the hope for them is that this is where they break that deadlock. This is a bold move, and a move that does not pay off at all. It's Alucard. Oh, hang on. GDSC's got 2. Maybe open the map, the round up a little bit more. Yeah, one plays behind the smoke. Does he go for the MP?
I think you do. I mean, this is a massive stack from Na'Vi. You're not expecting 4 players on this side of the map. So if he can hold one of these forward positions, it might just catch Inner Circle off. Oh, there was the chance. Amps is going to get the info now. But in the meanwhile, Adrian, again, also taking a risk, which I think is fine given the circumstances. Try and get in behind here. Juan is doing his best to just provide enough of an incentive to cause a distraction, and that has worked out. Alucard, again, shot in the back. He's been having a rough time of it. There's a 1v1 for Juan. Now he's got no idea where Awesome is. He's wondering, is he behind me? But the fact that this has come down to a 1v1 is a very good recovery so far from Na'Vi, and it makes for a winnable round.
Yeah, open plant by Awesome. Can be played from any position. That makes it a retake a lot harder for Juan because he just has to clear so many angles, and also gives Awesome so much space to play in the post plant. Long rotate for him. And he goes for the tunnels. Already won 1 clutch as well. Called upon once again, this time in the Juan v Juan. So let's see. Everything cleared, but yeah, again, it's just about this open plant. The thing is, though, he has a smoke. That's pretty huge. He could even just try and stick it if he wants to. He looks for where Awesome is, but no. Could have maybe have waited the smoke to plume and then stuck it, but instead tries to bait out the fight, and it's one he loses. Well played by Awesome.
Look, it was pretty unlosable for Awesome once he gets that open plan, particularly with the time being a factor. You can clear out so much of the site, but still, Awesome could be anywhere at that point. So, a comfortable round, even though it comes down to a 1v1. Couple of highlight moments there from Adrian. We went back into live. Round number 13 underway. Pace has just slowed down a little bit for Na'Vi. Given a couple of rounds over to Inner Circle. But it's not in threatening territory just yet. Far from it, really.
Back making a bit of a move. Don't push the smoke, though. I was going to say, was being held by Akashi. He's actually fallen off the angle a little bit. So they could maybe start to pass the way through. I mean, Akashi's in a bit of a spot where it's actually difficult to fall away here. It's an open angle, and he just gets hard clear. What a swing by Beck. What a find. One tap instantly. Take the numbers in favor of Inner Circle. There's life left in this side here, that's for sure.
Yeah, the recovery is starting. Inner Circle just going to slow things down. They'll play with the time that they've got. See if they can pull out another aggressive play from Na'Vi. Doesn't really look like that's going to happen. Might like to see Adrian try and get a bit more involved early on in the round. He's really felt like a driving factor behind this game for Na'Vi, and he's been doing a lot of work, so see if he can do it earlier in the round. This will be his opportunity in the mid-round. Just hiding. He's got the shotty in hand, and that is going to be too easy. Awesome, just deleted. Adrian unable to get out of the vents alive, but he has got the information, and GDSC and Juan are in for the rotation to help on out. Juan actually picked up the kill in mid. Inner Circle, pause for thought here. They don't have a lot of time to really pause, though. They've got 30 seconds on the clock to try to make this one work. Beck
they have to go here.
We'll try to smoke off GR Spawn. They are going to be given the plant by the looks of things by Na'Vi.
They know they can't fall away because of Juan's position, so...
I'd kind of like to see Na'Vi just creeping their way forward here to try and catch them on the plant, but it's not what's going to happen.
Thing is, there's just no utility for IC. They've got 1 HE, that's as good as it gets, so they are going to have to take raw fights. He's a little bit of residual utility for JV and Juan to work with. So they can try and fly in off the back of that. D4 half tick. They're expecting a bit of aggression coming through from IC, but they're as baffled as we are. Kiko going to find one. They need to trade him out, but they don't. Beck will fall. Kiko tagged up. They know where he is now, so they can start moving their way forward. There's another big round coming through from Juan as Na'Vi find 9.
Bro, if he does not win that duel, I don't think they can win that round, Na'Vi. I think if Juan loses that fight, that's round over. Time would be a factor, and Inner Circle would survive another, but not going to be the case. Up to 9 now for Na'Vi. So 1 round away from closing this map out and doing so in convincing fashion. Inner Circle will be very disappointed with that result if it does come to pass. So we're moving on to sub-base. That's Na'Vi's pick, and their chances of getting through this series going to be looking slim as a result. It might be another 2-0. Staring down the barrel for Inner Circle, which is the only result that they have had actually at these events internationally in 2025. So it would cap off a reasonably disappointing year actually on the international level at least.
Juan making a move here.
Why not? You're up 9-4.
You got real space to take risks, and you've also got the numbers advantage too, so why not? Indeed. He's also so sharp right now. Like that. Pops his head up, down goes Kiko. And he can just continue to be a nuisance here. This one feels all but done already. Just take a little bit of a tag, but bodies are dropping everywhere, but mostly in favor of Na'Vi.
Awesome's trying to thread the needle in towards the B site. That is actually being watched by Akashi. And GDSC is also there. So Awesome dealt with. And it'll be the final nail in the coffin here for Inner Circle. It has been a pretty slow demise on their map pick of Ankara, but we've kind of known where this one has been going for a little while. Beck's going to try and give it a bit of a crack. He does find himself a couple. 2 1v1s being given over. GDSC and Akashi. And you're right, this is not an unwinnable round for him. With a minute left on the clock, he's foregone the C4. He's just going to try and hunt for a fight, and he might get it.
Uh-oh. 50 seconds for a 1v1 now against Adrian. But Adrian does the C4.
If he misses a shot, though, he's a dead man.
Doesn't use the sniper that much either.
Well, I think the reason he's using it is because he's low HP.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But I mean, he doesn't use that often, so it's not exactly like a super comfortable weapon for him.
Beck aware that he has to go back for this C4. He is really taking his time about it. The thing is here, if he picks up the C4 and books it to A, he's not going to have time to clear all the positions. And that's where ADRF might be able to just catch him in the back. The decision from Beck will be to go towards B.
Yeah, foot race now. It is close, though.
He'll get it. Again, nice open plant. Reminiscent of Awesome's position. Now this gets tough for ADRF. He just kind of has to try and catch Beck in transition, which is not going to happen. He's going to tuck himself in the back corner. This could be a 4v1 from Beck to keep Inner Circle alive in the map. That would be massive. Beck's in a great position. I mean, this is so hard to clear out.
It's not planted for Beck, though, is the only issue.
Yeah, but that's going to be the undoing for ADRF. Yeah. Huge clutch. I mean, you're never checking that angle when the plant's like that.
Yeah.
And even if you were, you're clearing it with a TRG. It's not doable, really. So,
fumble there.
Big fumble from Na'Vi. Beck capitalizing on it, but it's only the start of a very long road for Inner Circle. That's the unfortunate thing. If they were a little bit closer, I might get a little bit more excited, but I think it's just still going to be too much.
An instant response as well, coming in towards round number 15. Immediately found the kill. You get away basically unscathed as well.
Yeah, Na'Vi know that they messed up in that last round, and they're just going to try and confirm things here before it gets out of hand.
Yeah, it's one of those things you can read into maybe in what is a more important moment, but for now I think we can kind of just chalk it up to them already sort of mentally being over the hump and kind of winning this map, and then just maybe taking the foot off the gas just a little early, but I'm sort of not concerned for them. Beck, though, continues his decent form as he finds a response. Down goes Akashi. He's bringing the numbers back level. He's got to hit a shot here, and he can't. Hang on a second. This now becomes a little difficult. He's going to sit up close. He wants to refight, re-engage, and it might just work. One for one. Looks for another. Can't quite find it. Pistol pulled out, but isn't given time to shoot. Is Awesome. Will drop him.
Has to play that aggressive, though, because he knows the rotation's going to be so far away that he's not getting any backup. So he's trying to isolate some duels, and he's done a good job of just delaying things enough for that transition to come through. Na'Vi, this will be it. They make short work of the retake. It's not even really a retake. The bomb was barely planted by the time Na'Vi had killed everybody. So Inner Circle, they were given a ray of hope by Beck with the 1v4, but it was not enough as Na'Vi will close out map 1.
Well, for Na'Vi, there wasn't really too many doubts, I think, throughout that series. There's a couple of pocket moments from Inner Circle, but for Na'Vi, it was actually a pretty fantastic map for the most part. There was maybe a few things that at a later date they can kind of sit down and say, okay, let's clean this up. But I think for the most part, they were pretty happy with how that one goes out. That's their opponent's map pick. It's a great way to start the series and, of course, to start the tournament.
Realistically speaking, could have been even cleaner for Na'Vi. There was a couple of clutch moments in there from Inner Circle. There was a clutch from Beck. There was a clutch from Awesome as well. Sort of reminiscent, actually, to the Swamp game that we saw yesterday. You know, maybe not quite in as flashy of a sense where, you know, Famous was winning 4v1s and whatever. But I think you could really look at two of those rounds and say, yeah, it probably should have been won by Na'Vi. And that would have ended up being like a 10-3 scoreline or potentially even cleaner than that. We don't know what the butterfly effect would have looked like. But yeah, Inner Circle, it didn't really seem like they got anything going. Beck was decent to quite good, actually. But apart from that, there wasn't really anything happening around the map. Yeah, Alucard definitely having negligible impact with the TRG. I think the biggest difference maker for me was the ease at which Na'Vi was able to find their opening frags, right? It was ADRF definitely here, obviously taking the MVP, but GDSC also was getting a lot of work done when they were on that BL side. And it kind of felt like Na'Vi, we sort of highlighted this in the first half there, that Na'Vi got to play the game that they wanted to. Didn't really feel like Inner Circle did a lot to disrupt them at all. It was maybe a little bit closer in the second half when you had Inner Circle more so in a position to dictate how the game played out. But realistically speaking, I think Na'Vi, a very, very comfortable map. Didn't feel like they got pressured at all, and obviously they're just a little bit of a better team than Inner Circle, and so they walk away with a clean map win.
I just think it feels like fundamentally we're in a spot now where it is for this Na'Vi side mechanically look a lot sharper, and I think obviously when you have players like ADRF playing as well as this, Juan, of course, a couple of clutches from him which are super, super sharp. But then on top of that, I just feel like they've got such a better system to fall back on, right? Where it looks like they've got a lot more depth behind them. Unfortunately, in a circle, there's a lot they've got to clean up now heading in towards sub-base. I don't feel that confident about it because, you know, I think some of the ways in which Na'Vi are able to win in towards Ankara, you can really bring quite nicely in towards a sub-base. It's that more kind of, you know, more macro sense of, you know, taking map control, controlling the tempo, the pace of the game, all things that Inner Circle struggled with. That worries me now heading in towards this map number 2. Na'Vi, they do just look quite clean, quite comfortable, right? Again, I come back to what you were saying. It never really felt like Na'Vi broke a sweat. You know, I think there was 2 rounds in that the Inner Circle won that they shouldn't have won. And it was like, okay, this is a bit of a wake-up call, and they would immediately responded. One of which, of course, being the final round there. But it's just one of those where it's like, for Na'Vi, it's like, oh, oops, you know, whatever.
Whatever.
We're going to win
exactly.
anyway. Like,
Beck's got a 1v4. We'll win next round. It's
funny,
fine. You know what I mean? Like,
you know.
Literally, first kill of the next round comes like that. Like bang,
GDSC
you know, straight away
swings it towards mid.
Boom, off you go. I can only imagine that that's going to get a little bit easier as well going into sub base, right? If Na'Vi look that comfortable, that clean on your opponent's map pick, I mean, how are you going to look going onto your own map pick? You know, this can only get worse, I think, for Inner Circle, and we might get to see them play their last game at CFS in the next sort of 5-10 minutes or so. So. Tough going. I mean, again, we sort of highlight the year has been a rough one for Inner Circle. 0-2 against EP, 0-2 against Falcons. That was their run at EWC done. Now it's 0-2 against EP again. To be fair, tough draw to play the reigning world champions.
But then number 3 seed from arguably the weakest region as well, right? So you're never going to get an easy run of it.
Yeah, exactly. And then, you know, you're playing against Na'Vi. You know, it's just not coming together for Inner Circle, which is rough. But, you know, I don't know that they necessarily have anyone else to blame but themselves, right? Like the roster changes, that's definitely a question mark for them. Obviously, the preparation coming into this tournament hasn't quite hit the level which it's needed to, and I think that's just, again, Inner Circle are at that point now in the life cycle of this team where they're now kind of starting to show that they are becoming a consistent force in terms of qualifying from West League to the international tournaments, and that's where, you know, your Gamins and your Rocks were this time last year or this time 2 years ago when they were playing as 3BL and LCK respectively. So there's I think still some leeway that you can kind of give to Inner Circle here and say, look, you know what? You're kind of still working on things, still kind of getting that experience under your belt. Let's not expect a massive result from them in 2025. You know, that feels like it would probably be unfair. Again, obviously, as fans of the West League, commentators on the West League, we want to see our West League teams do well. It hasn't really been the case so far at this event thus far, but I think realistically speaking, we should probably look at ROCK more and say, well, they're the one that have kind of under-delivered, and Inner Circle they get a kind of a pass just because the expectation isn't as high for them. But obviously coming into next year, you know, expectation is going to be high for Inner Circle. Assuming the lineup stays together, they should be qualifying to these international tournaments. They've been able to do it obviously a couple of times in 2025. And then when they do qualify, or if they do qualify to those tournaments next year, that's where we'll start to ask the question and say, hey, look, like, what was 2025 for? What did you learn? Have you been able to level up? We'll see in 2026.
I think as well, ultimately within a circle, more than anything, I think a lot of this stems from it actually all starts domestically, and I don't think they'd be good enough domestically, if we're being completely frank. They have got to do a lot more, I think, in the West League to then prove to themselves. To actually, you know, I think ultimately just give yourself a bit of an easier run. You get a higher seed domestically, it means you get an easier run internationally. That's just kind of how the kind of the competition works. It's how basically every esport works, right? You've got to do well in the domestic league to then be able to get the chance to have a quote-unquote easier run internationally. So we're in a spot now, I think, for them, they've got to really try and shore up ways to compete with the likes of Rock and Gaming. Gaming look like they're scaling up, and especially towards the end of the year, have been looking good. So then it's, you know, it's eyes set on Rock, who actually are downward trending ultimately, right? They're in a bit of a weird spot, this Rock side, who are struggling internationally, something that they used to do quite well, right? We saw them last year, of course, at this event, look quite good, and it was exciting times. And into EWC, again, same thing, it was like exciting times before they ended up falling in those playoffs. But even still, it's like a side where now for Inner Circle, there is opportunities arising in the West. That seems to be, there's a bit of instability, I think, at that top level where previously there really wasn't. But I don't know, it's a bit of a weird time for me. I think, like you said, right, you know, it's recent changes, not a lot of time to prep absent towards this team. That's a question mark. But maybe even coming back to what I was saying coming in towards this game, I think the real win for Inner Circle is just being here. I don't think, let's be frank, obviously every competitive person is going to be like, okay, we want to make it to this stage, or we want to get out of groups, or this, that, and the other. But if you're just being realistic, Inner Circle can't have expected to come away with a win out of this group anyway. Na'Vi's form, I think, actually does look really good, and EP, the reigning champions and one of the best teams internationally in the world, and have been for a while with legendary players like me. You know, you can't actually be expecting to escape the group of death, which only has one slot available out of it. So yeah, I think the real win here is just kind of being here. It would be nice if we're talking about like a little bit of a silver lining or a cherry on top, getting a map. I think that's a perfect way to kind of kickstart maybe narratives of what the future looks like for Inner Circle. It feels unlikely now, though. There was just so little on offer there, and there was so little on offer yesterday.
Well, I think to me, that's kind of the important thing here for Inner Circle would be ideally finding themselves a map victory. It probably should have happened on Ankara if it was going to happen, but at least you could kind of walk away from the tournament saying, like, there's a positive there. There's something to take away. We found our first international win. I don't know if I'm like reading too much into where Inner Circle's at the moment, but I feel like there's a little bit of turmoil in that roster in terms of the roster changes happening this late in the piece, and you know the results aren't quite there obviously at this tournament. Like, I think the mental is going to be pretty low in terms of, do we want to continue as a lineup, which, you know, I kind of want to see this lineup continue. I feel like there's definitely enough pieces in this team to say, oh, hey, you know, let's continue it, but I just don't know if that's going to be where their mind is at, and you know, if we end the year with 0-2-0-2 at EWC, 0-2-0-2 at CFS, you know, there's not like a redeeming factor that we can look at there and say, oh yeah, you know, like we did well here, we've got some kind of positive trend to go into 2026 with. It's just like, yeah, we kind of lost everything, so why would we continue as a team? Like, let's make some changes. So I don't really want to see that, you know what I mean? Like, I think there is, like I said, definitely enough there for me to kind of want to see Inner Circle persisting into 2026. So I don't know. Again, it would be nice to see them put something on the board here against Na'Vi, but I just don't really see it happening in
I guess, like, you know, again, putting the realistic hat on, right? Is it one of those where we're saying, okay, you know, again, being here is a win in itself, right? You know, from a region that is historically being quite weak, the fact that we get to fly to China and fly to Saudi Arabia and compete internationally, that's already doing something that many a CrossFire player from the West would never even be able to get into as a position of. So you are right. I think, you know, changes to try and get a little bit more competitive, but is that really a possibility? All the top talent already in their positions. Basically, all the top talent, maybe bar Famous, right? But Famous obviously going to get here through North America. So it's a bit of a weird spot. But then again, coming back to the conversation we had yesterday of, right, well, if you want to get somebody to make a change, obviously, like, mechanically, it has to be one of the best players, is somebody like a Famous. Is that then an injection of firepower in towards the side? Sure, maybe he can't prac on the same schedule as you guys or ping differences domestically, but he's still going to be fine for the most part. So there's all these question marks about Inner Circle going forward. We're going to look to the present as well, as we're heading in towards map number 2 in a moment. It's going to be sub-base, the pick of Na'Vi, who did look so comfortable, so clean in towards Ankara, and I don't really expect anything to change heading in towards map number 2. There really wasn't a lot on offer from Inner Circle, and it does look like mentally they feel a little bit checked out. They're on the brink of elimination from this tournament too, so now it is now or never. They have to win this sub-base and then the follower as well to have any chance of staying alive.
Some serious looking faces on the side of Inner Circle at the moment. As is to be expected with the circumstances they find themselves in. Dug themselves a pretty deep hole. Might not be possible to dig themselves out of it. Once again, Na'Vi just making sure everything's in tip-top shape, ready to go into the next map. No mistakes is what Na'Vi's looking for here, because they know that the job ahead is still going to be a long one. Let's get this one done nice and clean, 2-0. Easy as you like. And then focus in on the big road ahead.
Looks like they're all readying up as well. He's from up here. Players just getting in towards the server, so he should be getting the all clear to get this show on the road in a moment. So far, though, for Na'Vi, I'm not really expecting anything to change for the game plan, but this one's about to get on the way, so sub-base is ready. Let's head into map number 2.
All right, into map number 2, Inner Circle, like you've said, Neo. Do or die for them. But unfortunately, it is Na'Vi's map pick, so it's going to be a really tough road ahead. It's going to be an uphill battle, that is for sure. It's going to be Na'Vi that start off on the GR side. Typically considered a bit of a BL-sided map, so that might be a slight advantage for Inner Circle. We'll see how they negotiate things. At the moment, kind of just kept at bay by a wall of smokes. There's smokes in wood, smokes in machine room. Those are starting to fade now, and Inner Circle going to start to make their probe in towards the B site known.
It's a bit of a standoffish approach from Na'Vi. They're happy to wait for the initial aggression to come to them. It will go down. It will be an opener by GDSC. Of course, so many different options when it comes to the secondary sniper on this side. Alucard going to get one of his own. Abs into the action as well, but JV Quick on the trade. Down to a 2 versus 2 as Alucard makes his move back through. JV's dropped down into site itself, and he should be caught in the backhand. He is, and it's all on the shoulders of Adrian, who gets one and gets out.
He's been good in the first map, and he might have to be good again here for Na'Vi. This is a big rotate from him. He's going to try and catch Awesome off guard with the transition. Plant's gone down. Awesome. Oh, looks like he's expecting it. Adrian, though, he might just catch him on the timing here. Awesome's checked it. He's checked jail, and he hasn't spotted Adrian on this cross. This is where he comes into play. I think he might get the backstab. I think he's got him. Awesome spots him out, but not quickly enough. Headshot through. Adrian will win the first round for Na'Vi. A nice clutch to kick things off on map 2.
I think just really good as well for Adrian in terms of just his individual form, right? You know, he was so sharp in towards map number 1. If he can kind of just immediately come out the gates in towards map number 2, get a confidence booster like that, massive. Great to see. So, fantastic work. Na'Vi get that first and get themselves into a spot now where they could be a threat. 1-1 with a PG will find out, so he was just dipping and diving his head. Awesome, we get a response on towards Adrian, but 1-1 pops up again. Just continues to be a nuisance. Can't deal with him.
And importantly, Akashi also holding on to this forward position in machine room. That is a huge whiff from JV, but it's all good. It's dealt with by GDSC anyway. An aggressive fight from Na'Vi on both sides of the map, pushing for that map control, trying to destabilize Inner Circle. Oh, Alucard having a crack there, but can't get it done on Tuan. So we'll have a timeout here. Got to imagine, given that it's so early, that it's a tech pause, yeah, and it is. So a couple of little ones.
Decipher what it could be. Who's getting admin attention?
Looks like it's Navi's side.
No, I don't think it is. It's in the circle side.
You reckon? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's no admins by Navi. They're just vibing. Who's on the end there?
Awesome.
Awesome. Something over by him, I think.
We will never know.
Last one was only brief, so
yes.
Sometimes it's something as simple as like TeamSpeak, mic issue, something small like that. Hopefully that's kind of the play here.
Quick pause is a good pause as far as I'm concerned.
Headphones are going. Oh, they're about to go back on. Now they're back on. But the way I kind of look at it, I always kind of give it these sort of 1, 2, 3, right, of like the tier system of how bad they are. First tech pause is when kind of like you're just chilling there, it's normal, but something is an issue. Second one is when headsets are off, that's like stage 2, and then like tier 3 is when people start standing up, that's when things are in a really bad spot. So with a headset back on, it's a good sign. It looks like it might have been something as simple as just a crash.
Yeah, possibly. Gets warm in here as well.
Well, how about take your jacket off, mate?
It's true.
You're wearing a jacket. No wonder you're hot. Where's the zip on it? Or is it?
There's a no zipper.
Nah, surely.
Mate, there's no zip there, I'm telling you.
No, it's a shoulder zip, isn't it?
What?
It's a zip on the shoulder like that.
Does that exist?
Yeah, yeah.
I've never seen that.
I'm pretty sure it's a shoulder zip.
Maybe you're right.
But if you're warm, mate, take it off.
Fair enough.
At least you don't have a jersey.
Well, it is heating up in the server as GDSC opens the account
yeah.
nicely onto Kiko. So those first 2 rounds went by pretty quickly. And we might be in for another one here. It could be a 3-0 lead for Na'Vi. That's a good coverage from Adrian. Maintaining the numbers advantage, doing a bit of damage as well to Alucard. Awesome's been spotted, pushing his way forward in the vent by JV. No real harm done for Na'Vi. Happy with the proceedings here in round 3 so far.
They can just pump the brakes here, Na'Vi. You don't need to be too aggressive. I mean, all the onus now is on Inner Circle. Numbers don't favor them. And, of course, they're the ones who have to make a move anyway. One of the few times when Na'Vi really can afford to just shell up a little bit. C4 still left there. They're going to avoid it for now. As Awesome's going to go hunting for a bit of info. Mid door smoked, but will fade momentarily. Again, just a really standard 2-2 split for the Na'Vi side here.
Might not be the worst thing for Inner Circle, though, to hit one of these sites and find themselves with a 3-on-2.
Yeah, trade effectively, and who knows.
Yeah. Awesome's the point man. Been given the job of finding the entry. Smoking off Jail would indicate that this is going to be an A finish. Na'Vi reading nothing into that, though. Not transitioning any of their players. And again, Awesome just slowly trying to clear out all of these lines. He's done a good job of it. So 3v2 on the A side. Flash is going to go down onto the silo. JV gets his head knocked off. Awesome's done a good job on the entry. Let's see what Akashi can do on the hole. He finds a double.
Wow.
And instantly the round, it has swung well and truly back in the favor of Na'Vi. That rotation coming through has been dealt with, but not for long. Na'Vi get their 3rd. Inner Circle's demise continues.
Yeah, really is getting to a spot now as well where it's becoming concerning already for Inner Circle. If Na'Vi get a 4-0 start, I actually really wouldn't mind attack pause coming through for them. Take a moment, take a breather. Triple stack lockers. Okay, this is one of the calls. It's a very early gamble. I don't even really hate it. Might net them an opener. Abs really got to win this fight. Has to. Gets one, which is good. He's just dancing around the servers there, but Only able to get one. Missed HE from Beck is under a bit of pressure. If that comes over as well, Juanman going to be tested. And so far, most tests he's been passing with flying colors. How about this one? Shoulder spotted. This shot missed. Kiko delivers.
Yeah, good movement from Kiko. Spots him out on the shoulder peak and then jumps up onto the box just to dislodge the aim. Na'Vi have been beaten with pace, and that is a lot of util getting tossed into the window. Even more of it. The grenade lands right square in the middle of ADRF and GDSC, and both of those players tagged up pretty heavily. Not going to have a good time trying to work their way back in. So pace change from Inner Circle, and it seems to have worked out. Never say never, though, as JV has himself the opening kill in the 1v4. See if he can lop the head off of Alucard or maybe tickle his toes a little bit. It's not going to happen. Inner Circle have got their first on sub-base.
I think a lot of it as well in that round just felt like it came down to a few individual mistakes. Juanman hits that first shot as well. There's life in that round, even towards that mid-control too. It's not one of those rounds where Na'Vi, I guess we got like too annoyed of it. Maybe you cannot make the argument of a bit of an overextension, but it happens. GDC trying to take pop shots down mid. And he spotted 2 on the cross. This is bold. I like this as well. Up close with the shotty. Worked in the last round. Why can't it work now? JV. Lovely work from him. 4-2.
Yeah, trouble is he can't really do too much with that weapon, so he's going to have to swap it out. Gets himself an EBR instead.
He's got 2 choices, right, from the kills in front of him, so perfect.
2 on 2 now, though. Inner Circle still really making some inroads here. Na'Vi struggling to hold on to this A site.
What does Juan want to do in a spot like this? Just because of how low he is. Well, flashbang is the first thing. Beck's flanking.
Yeah, Beck's aware of that as well because, you know, Juan's given away his position with that flash.
They're not holding it either.
He is
now.
now.
He is.
Yeah, he's aware of the possibility. Going to give the rest of the job up to JV. If the bomb goes down here, that round, oh, it gets a bit awkward. Juan now in the 1v1, but look at how low Alucard is. This is a 1-bullet fight. Alucard's got a grenade. But he's going to push his way up into wood. He's going to walk right into the rotation of Juan. Oh, dear. Another round goes the way of Na'Vi. I think Inner Circle really need a round like that.
Yeah.
But 4-1, the lead grows back to 3.
Also, just like another big clutch from Juan as well. Such an important one. Every clutch, I mean, obviously most clutches are very important, but every one he's had so far has been a kind of a defining moment. That felt like a chance where, for the Circle, they could finally start scaling in towards this game a little bit. 8-2 for him out the gates here on sub-base. He's looking so confident. Couple of kills, of course, from JV. That shotgun put to very good use in the previous round. Alucard trying to hold his GDSC for the first. He's been quite consistent with these fights in through mid doors.
Yeah. Gets another opener for Na'Vi. Gets more and more difficult for Inner Circle as we go through these rounds, doesn't it? Double TRG setup as well, GDSC and Juan. Just trying to pick away at Inner Circle's offense before they even really get a chance in any of these rounds. Inner Circle, I feel like running out of ideas here. They've just frozen up again.
It's quite flat, the calling so far. It's really off the back of hoping that individuals can shine. Yeah, there's not loads here. GDSC, nice find. The card was up close. Got to be a little careful of Beck, who's making a bit of a move. He's sneaking his way through Ven, but it is sort of being held for. So awesome. Got to be popped out in just a second. Has to get this opening on towards Akashi without taking any damage. I think his number has been spotted too, and he's the first to fall. Akashi looks for 2, and he'll get it. Fantastic work. Has to put an agent too. It's a flawless round for Na'Vi. I mean, this is getting dire.
Yeah, it is. I mean, what do you even say if you take a tack time out here? Maybe we don't have to worry about that. No tack timeout to come for Inner Circle. Down 5-1. Alucard will take matters into his own hands, but he's not aware of JV up close and personal. Couple of shots, though, do come through. JV now in a rough position as he just overextends. And so Inner Circle given a second lease on life in this round at least. See what Na'Vi opt to do with the numbers deficit. Haven't been in this position too much throughout this series so far.
I don't hate this idea by Adrian of sitting up close either. Oh, GTC finds apps.
So good. With
Beck being low, this now becomes a bit of a problem. Also in a position as well, and this is the problem that we've seen quite a lot with Inner Circle. They're just too easy to isolate. The spacing's always just a little bit too big for this side. There's too many gaps in the offense. DC going to fall back. Beck waiting for an overextension. I don't think he's going to be given it by Adrian. He just doesn't need to.
Yep. Oh, he
Nice
will be
move.
in the end and taken down. It's been a bit of a rougher map for Beck. He was the standout in map 1 for Inner Circle, but not delivering here. Now we're down to the 3-on-2, and Inner Circle just across the map trying to find 1v1 fights, really, it feels like. That's kind of their methodology to get back into this round. It's not working.
No. Both awesome, and Alucard in own quantities too. Long rotate. Oh, Adrian. He's changed from the right-hand side to the left-hand side. So awesome. He might actually overlook this as he pushes through the doors. This should be one on the cards here at the very least, and he'll get it.
Yep.
Sure, he gets traded, but still difficult. They're going to move towards the A site. C4 on the back of Alucard. He's got 30 seconds to try and plant it, and GDSC, who opens up the round, also closes it 6-1 as a timeout gets called, but maybe even too little too late here for the likes of Inner Circle.
Yeah, I was going to say, Alucard in the clutch here. He's been the standout on the map so far for Inner Circle. He might be able to give them something, some reason to lift, but yeah, he just gets taken down before that round even begins for him. You know, tries to get his way to the site, get the plant down. GDSC shuts the door before it even opens up. I know that's a bit silly, really, as a statement, but that's kind of how it felt. So attack timeout for Inner Circle. I don't know, man. Down 6-1, very reminiscent of map 1. Feels like they're just a little bit outclassed. I don't know that it is going to necessarily come down to a change up in the setup or the positioning or anything like that. You know, you've just got Na'Vi that are shooting a little bit better. GDSC fighting all these opening picks. I mean, that's one of the big things, I suppose, is don't lose the opening pick, but, you know, that's easier said than done.
Yeah. Does feel like sometimes you really have to kind of get to a mental state of sort of maybe accepting they are just better, because right now that is actually how it's feeling. We're still yet to see in a map and a half of CrossFire so far, we're still yet to see any sort of moment where it felt like Na'Vi are under any pressure. And that's just not a good sign by any means. It's been light work so far for Na'Vi.
It has.
Inner Circle. Their time ticks on this tournament. It looks like it is running out rapidly. 6-1. Already guaranteed. They will be at a deficit heading in towards the second half. I think the hope is just to make sure they don't extend it. It might get something a little bit quicker here.
Yeah, that's going to be the change up for Inner Circle. I suppose the conversation might have been the one round that we did win was a faster round. Caught Na'Vi with pace. See if we can do it again. But no opening pick this time on either side. GDSC does get tagged down low. A side is looking a little weak. Akashi solo holding. Be a fast transition though. Those Na'Vi players playing toward Jail, and Akashi might not even need that transition. He's found himself two. JV, meanwhile, holding on to that mid control. Enable the rotations to come through. Na'Vi still maintain the numbers. Inner Circle have got into the side. They've got a bomb plant, which is about as good as it's got for them in this half, but they need to convert on it still.
They've also got the two players you want in a 2 versus 3. Alucard and Kiko. Kiko's not exactly been lights out this series, but we know that generally he can be a difference maker. Alucard, another big kill for him. It's all on the shoulders of Kiko. 1 versus 2 has to go huge. He's not a known quantity just yet either. Now he is. He tags on towards JV, and he gets the kill. Stays tucked as well. C4's not exactly planted for him, so Juan goes for the fight, and it's another clutch won by Juan. A 7th round on the board for Na'Vi.
Gets the high fives out before it even starts the defuse. I think there's a bit of a giggle about that right now. Someone's worried.
Yeah.
He said, "Oh no, I got it. It's all good."
Yeah, I had time. Don't you worry.
7-1. This half could be even more grim than the first half that we saw on Ankara. If the 8th slides through here for Na'Vi, there has been a domination from the Brazilian squad. Adrian, oh, he's got the spider sense tingling. He knows there's something happening behind this smoke, and he's waiting for it. There's Beck to go down early on in the piece. There is not a single player on the A site right now for Na'Vi, but they have found the opening kill. Transition coming through still here from Adrian. He might be a little bit late to actually hold onto the site. I think they're going to have to play for the retake.
Yeah, I think you're right. If they can get somebody downstairs here, though, or at least putting initial pressure on as that plant's coming through, that'll really help. Lead over. Going to be set for back missile, but won't really do all too much. The slight bit of chip damage towards Alicard.
This big rotation from Makashi.
Yeah, long one. Kind of feels pointless as well when you've got two players who've gone the short way.
Yeah. Cleared everything out, though. It's going to be a full retake down the stairs from Na'Vi as opposed to from the window. Juan waiting up there with the TRG in hand, but this is where it really matters. It's a 2 for 2, which is not too bad for Na'Vi, but they need to get a little bit more. JV finds an important frag. Time is a real factor here. Kiko gets himself a round-winning kill, potentially defuse on JV. Can he get it there in time? Kiko will save the day. I think Na'Vi, they just take a little bit too long there. I'm not sure what that was really from them. It took a long time to get ready for the retake, it felt like, even though they kind of knew that Inner Circle was going to walk their way into the A side. So a 4v5-1 there by Inner Circle. Will get themselves a second round at the end of the half, but...
And then they had to stick it as well because they didn't have enough time.
It's not much to write home about, though, too, is it? So don't know that that really shifts the needle too much for Inner Circle.
Well, still 3 more rounds. Well, Na'Vi too closest, and they open things up as well. They drop Alucard. Pretty big kill to find as well. Alucard's actually been looking pretty damn solid. And win prediction is pretty good. Na'Vi 72%. I'd actually argue that's even a little bit low, in all fairness. Na'Vi feel like they've just been so clean all the way throughout this series. Awesome drop to smoke top stairs, just to try and slow them down if they want to go for a pop out there. But Na'Vi pumped the brakes off the back of the initial couple kills.
Kiko's on the hunt. But he's gone hunting in the wrong direction. Solo hold on either bomb site. Inner Circle going to have to make something happen here on an individual basis. Abs is not in a bad spot to do it. Na'Vi really giving the respect over. Akashi waiting. Eventually gets what he was looking for, and Awesome will go down in short succession. One step closer for Na'Vi in securing this 2-0 today. A rather lackluster series, and I suppose as a result of that as well, a rather lackluster tournament for Inner Circle, unfortunately. But a nice warm-up game for Na'Vi. Big match tomorrow.
It's so important, heading into that match tomorrow to just have so much confidence heading into it. JV. Oh, and Juan, he's so sharp. Oh my God, Juan does not miss. Right now, he's been looking excellent.
Yeah, that's too easy for Na'Vi. You know, Kiko needs a bit of assistance there if he's going to play in the lockers room.
I love the pace.
You know, not get the help from the teammates. They need to at least be trading him down. It doesn't happen. Na'Vi outclassing Inner Circle.
Wow, what a round. I love the pace change coming through there from Na'Vi. So much quicker, flying in towards those fights and doing a really good job in doing so. Map and series point for them now. And Inner Circle, the last hurrah at the Grand Final 2025 for them. If they cannot survive and push this towards overtime and then a third, it's all but over.
Oh, well, Abs and Awesome have started well. Akashi has to work hard for that trade. He loses a lot of HP in that exchange. So not quite going to plan for Na'Vi. We might have to go another. See if they can find a way to clutch it out 3v4. Bit of space being given over to GDSC in the machine room, and he'll take his liberties into locker room as well. Gotten quite a lot of distance in towards this B bomb site. Starting to put some pressure on there, and Akashi looking for a fight. He gets Awesome very low. Kiko is there to help him out. These probing fights from Na'Vi are really concerning for Inner Circle, even despite the fact that Inner Circle have got that numbers advantage right now.
Yeah, just to be careful. Again, it's been an issue for this Inner Circle side as well, where it's just been a little bit too easy to isolate them as well. Awesome low. GDSC also has an HE. Oh, awesome. I just don't think it's worth the fight. I don't think it's worth peering around that corner. Stay tugs. He's also now known. So how does GDC want to play this? Oh my god. Ow. How is Awesome still alive? More than anything, but GDC takes a lot of damage.
It's crazy to me that none of these Na'Vi players have gone down yet. Finally, ADRF will fall as he sort of commits to a fight. Kashi could be the X factor here if he finds a nice vent drop timing, but opts to go elsewhere. Kiko on the push into Machine Room. That's what GDSD is kind of waiting for, but he's looking on the wrong line. And so that'll be a clean round, actually, for Inner Circle. Job's not done yet for Na'Vi.
Yeah, still, though, such a long road to recovery for this Inner Circle side. But yeah, job not done. I think, you know, we kind of saw this a little bit in towards map number 1. Sometimes they can just take their foot off the gas a little too early in towards the maps. Cleanly close it. Also, nice find from him onto ADRF, but that's laboured from Kiko. Not what you wanted. Had to kind of confirm at least one kill there because there was bodies in front of him. Akashi looking for a fight of his own. It's back through the fence. He's trying to drop. He also has to look towards Apps, and he finds his head. That's huge.
Yeah, he's been able to cross over to the missile as well and continue to put that pressure in onto Beck. Missed shot.
Hasn't got out.
So that's a little bit of a respite for Inner Circle. Akashi ducks in real life.
Wow.
He ducks the grenade in real life. He was terrified, but he survives, and it's worked. Meanwhile, by the way, B-side's been taken by JV here. This is a mess of a round for both teams, really. It's just fights all over the place. Call them skirmishes. Na'Vi are the ones with their noses in front. And Inner Circle will look to try and clear out this jail position together. JV knows that he just has to lock this spot down, and that is going to cause enough pressure that Inner Circle are going to go hunting somewhere, and that is unfortunate for Alucard that he walks into Akashi. It's now a 1v2 for Beck. He won a 1v4 on the first map.
It's true, but he's not even got 4 kills here in this map, so
ouch.
Feels like a big ask to try and get him into a winning position. I mean, Akashi is 1 foot in the grave, so there might be some legs behind it. He's got the close factor once again. It's got to be Juan. The first you find, and he'll drop it. 10-3. Na'Vi close the map and the series, and they do it with ease. Inner Circle eliminated.
Excellent showing from the boys over at Na'Vi with the 2-0 victory and a dominant one at that. Both maps looked very much in their control the entire way through. Couple of rounds and moments here for the side of Inner Circle, but at the end of the day, as you guys really hammered that point forward, Inner Circle just kind of happy to be here, not really getting a win once again. A lot of 0-2s this entire year. They're able to qualify, but they're not quite able to take the next step, which is very unfortunate for them. We know they have a lot of talent in that roster, and these guys have a decent amount of experience as well, but they're just not quite able to get over that line. That can be very frustrating for them. But for Na'Vi, opening it up now, they have a chance to go up against EP, Evolution Power Gaming, and actually maybe make this group interesting.
I gotta say as well, there's two kind of storylines here. First of all, as debuts go for Na'Vi, that's a fantastic one here at the CFS, right? What a great way to kind of kickstart the kind of narrative for this organization, for this team, right? This is a side with really high prospects for the future. I think maybe currently now talking about any sort of a long distance run here is quite a big ask, but this is a bunch of rookies, or 3 rookies who have a lot of prospects behind them, so kind of quite exciting times for them. For Inner Circle, kind of reiterating the point of I just think thinking anything long-term of these tournaments is so outlandish here. If we're just being realistic, them being here is a big thing. Anything more feels like quite a big ask. And I think they're in a spot now where I think all attention really for Inner Circle has to be about domestic CrossFire. International shouldn't really even cross their mind, for being frank. They've got to find ways to be more competitive there first before they can even start thinking about, let's make runs here, let's get wins here, let's get maps here, right? They've got to shore up ways to compete with Gaming Gladiators and the likes of ROCK, especially with ROCK being a little shaky at the moment as well. It actually feels like potentially a decent prime spot to do it.
Yeah, I think you've really hit the nail on the head now. I feel like for both teams, there's a lot to sort of take away from that match, and obviously for Inner Circle for this tournament so far, or not really so far as they're now out, but for this year, like they really now I think have to go back and have a conversation around, well, what are we doing next year? What's the plan here? Are we going to stay as a team? Are we going to stay as a core? Are we going to make changes? Are we going to try and continue on forward? What did we think about apps in the server as as opposed to Jin, for example? There's a lot of question marks, I think, for Inner Circle, and my gut feeling would be, I don't know that we're going to see the exact same roster coming into 2026, but I do hope we at least see somewhat of a similar roster for them, because I think you're in a sense you're wasting this year if you go in, have a year where you really do struggle a little bit, but you learn a lot, and then you throw that all away by rebuilding a new roster, right? I think you kind of want to try and put those building blocks together, and so hopefully for Inner Circle, they're going to be able to keep that in the back of their minds as well and think, hey, you know what? Like you say, it wasn't great internationally, but we're still performing well above the vast majority of the West League teams, and consistently doing so by qualifying to these international tournaments, and that's not something that really many people can say in the world of CrossFire. So I'd be looking at that as, a disappointing result, obviously, for Inner Circle. There's no two ways about that one, but it's hopefully something they can use as a building block for next year.
I'm excited for Na'Vi. I mean, they have to go up against Evolution Power Gaming, and for both of those teams, they have a very similar kind of story, where Minnow last year coming in the finals, leading 4 rookies essentially across the line to win the whole thing. Na'Vi, not exactly the favorites from Brazil, but obviously a great showing here, an awesome start to the tournament. So, I don't know how that best of 3 is going to go, if Evolution Power is going to take them, to 3 maps, or if it's just going to be a clean 2-0 from them. But that's really up to Na'Vi, I feel, because Evolution Power, they've already shown what they're capable of doing. Na'Vi are going to be the big-time challengers in that matchup. But yeah, they have the talent for sure. I mean, Juan, obvious MVP in this one. Match MVP, 4.25 KD, over 100 ADR. Yeah. The guy just was really on point today.
That's about as high as it's been, 4.25. Yeah. I don't think I've seen a bigger number on my screen when we've been casting, at least, and he was good on both maps, and that's exactly what you want. I mean, you were highlighting him at the start of the day, Neo, that he was a player to watch, and he was definitely on point. He was doing work with the openers, he was closing well, he was consistent across the board. You don't have a bad thing to say about him, really. And on top of that, not just Juan, I think in general the team structure looked very, very good. You had great sniping, you had great rifling, you had good opening moves coming through from Adrian and GDSC. And generally speaking, it felt like they had the reads as well. So just holistically speaking, it was Na'Vi across the board that were the better team in that matchup.
I think one thing we didn't mention, I think in general, JV called a really good game there. I actually think he had the number a lot. And it's not, I think Beck, in terms of callers coming through from the West, is actually kind of one of the more respected ones in a sense. I think he's got a lot of kind of experience in his own regard. And I think JV looked really quite comfortable, understanding sort of what this side were trying to bring to the table. But Juan is so talented. He's kind of coming towards this year as basically one of the biggest, if not the biggest prospect coming out of Brazil that I've ever seen in a hot minute, and he continues to prove why, right? This is kind of now in a position where we're talking about a youngster who is actually regarded in quite a high light, and I think, especially if any of those two sides, if Alcazia continue to look a little shaky, right, if we're talking about who will be next to look towards, somebody like him or somebody like an Akashi, right, these are, depending on what role you want, they're the kind of like two of the first names you're looking towards. Like, if we need to make a change and want to take a gamble on a rookie, they're the rookies we look towards.
100%. I mean, I would say like what, every sort of like 3 to 4 years, you kind of see a generational shift when it comes to CrossFire in terms of the talent towards the top end of each respective scene. And yeah, there's going to be some veterans that stick around, but for the most part, what are we going to be saying? This is my question now: is what are we going to be saying about these Na'Vi players in the next 2 or 3 years? You know, where do they go come 27 or 28 CFS, and what teams are they going to find themselves in? Because again, you go back and you look in the past, and we think about the Vascos of old or the Alcazias, and we look at players like Action, we look at players like MG, and they were playing in the shadow of your Gokens and your Ryuzao and your Danimals and those kinds of players who sort of came before them. And now for Na'Vi, you look at them and say, well, that could be the future of Brazilian CrossFire in the next few years, and that's a very exciting prospect that they're kind of starting to wet their feet a little bit on this international competition, having some good tournaments. In-game leadership is working well. Juan, again, rifling nicely in the server there as well. So I think there's definitely a lot to be said going forward for Na'Vi, even if things don't work out tomorrow against Evolution Power.
I feel like it's very good for the Brazilian region in general, because to have these new rookies coming in with rosters and lineups that actually have the ability to challenge the top teams just makes it a much deeper region. It feels like for a while there, Brazil was always number 2 to China, and then we kind of got like Vietnam was in there, and then they were number 2, and then Indonesia was coming up, and we were like, where's Brazil in all of this? And they always kind of like were very good, but didn't quite meet the expectations of being number 2 in the world as a region. Yeah. But it's exciting if you have teams like Na'Vi, and obviously, Fefe and the gang waiting there with Alcazia. You just know how strong they are. Like, I feel like there's a lot more hype around this Brazilian region nowadays, and I just think that's very good, because for a long time, it's just forever. It feels like it's just been China number 1, and that's just the way it's going to go forever.
Worth mentioning with Brazil, the middle of the pack is quite strong there as well. Like, it's actually one of those, we were talking about it with the West, and I think it's also quite similar in a lot of these regions where it's like there's a very clear big hitter, and Brazil does have that to a degree. There's a very clear big hitter of Alcazia who are domestically super, super dominant. They don't really struggle against the rest of the pack. Then you've got Liquid, who are maybe like a notch below them, and then Na'Vi, who are, these rookies, are a core of rookies, are a notch below that. But it's not a case of where the West, where it's like, right, then there's a huge gap, and the rest of the pack who aren't really ever in a position to kind of be competitive on an international stage. Brazil do have that. They do actually have teams who put a bit of pressure on. They take maps away from some of these top teams. They're able to kind of draw out a lot of these series. So it's kind of an exciting time, and I think this is kind of now where Brazil can once again start taking that stance of actually being really quite scary. And again, I think they are shoring themselves up as the second best region. I think Philippines have improved recently. We're seeing a little bit more of that, 100%. And I can give them all that credit. But on the flip side, Vietnam are completely out of the conversation now. So it is this complete real shake-up that we see quite a lot. But I think Brazil have once again, with how things have been changing on internationally, they are, for me at least, showing themselves up as the solid number 2. I know I like what I see from Stallions, don't get me wrong, and I think the back-to-back top 4s is huge. But if we're talking about depth of the region, I don't think the depth compares to Brazil at the moment.
I would agree. I think just, in terms of regional strength, I'm still kind of giving Brazil the slight edge over the Philippines right now, but I definitely think that Vietnam have fallen off pretty dramatically. We'll have to wait and see what Twisted Minds are going to look like in the playoffs at least, but at least so far from the group stages, I mean, VP didn't look like they were really anything. Falcons don't really look like they've done anything, and they're not going to do anything because they're now eliminated. So, those are the 2 of the bigger name teams, and it's really on Twisted Minds to kind of fly that flag or carry that torch for the Vietnamese region, whereas actually both of the Philippines teams looking like they're in a good position. Stallions doing okay, and EVOS already having qualified now to the playoffs. Who knows how deep they can go? So, I'd probably be putting Philippines as number 3 behind China and Brazil at the moment, and then...
Which is surprising if you think about a year ago when I would actually put them... We were kind of quite consistently joking with Sneaky saying the West are actually better than you.
And they were,
and it was true. Literally, we talked about this event last year, we were saying ROCK are actually better. So
not anymore.
I mean, the improvement has been awesome to see. And enough of that, guys. We do have the interview ready to go on the stage, so I'm going to hand it over to Reflections to hear from one of the members over there on the stage. Take it away.
For the first time, Na'Vi steps on this stage, and they are victorious in decisive fashion. A 2-0 win over Inner Circle, not letting their fan base down. Looking great. A roster with 2 veterans, 3 rookies. They get the job done. Their job is going to be a little bit harder later on. More on that in just a bit. I'm with the match MVP, Wan. Watching you play, brother, is like watching art. You are genuinely, and I've watched a lot of esports, You are incredible. A rookie on the most prestigious stage CrossFire has to offer for CFS. What is it like for you to be a rookie on this stage?
Navi venceu este jogo e muito parabéns. E sendo novo jogador, se você tiver qualquer sentimento para compartilhar conosco.
Eu tô muito feliz. O time saiu muito bem na primeira fase e agora a gente continuar trabalhando para poder passar amanhã e classificar.
我们的队伍今天呢表现非常好，也是一个非常好的开
Our
端。
performance today is very good. It's a very good start. We will learn more tactics for the future matches.
I watched you at EWC. I watched you now. 4.25 KD, beautiful sniper shots, quite literally doing so much right, it seems. And more importantly, this is the first time Navi has entered CrossFire, at least CFS, okay? They trust you with this organization. They trust you with their name. What is it like, and what does it mean to you personally to represent Navi at CFS?
Desta vez, Navi entrou pela primeira vez no CFS. Nós desempenhamos muito bem. O que isso significa de entrada nesse jogo? O que significa isso?
Eu sou muito grato pela Navi, porque se não fosse por eles, provavelmente não estaríamos aqui, porque passamos por momentos difíceis no começo do ano. E se não fosse por eles, não estaríamos aqui. Eu sou muito grato à organização.
First of all, I'm very honored and really thankful for my teammates because at the start of the year we went through our tough times and now we played very well in the game, so we expect we'll have good performance.
A great performance indeed, and let's go back to the performance at Esports World Cup. You enter into group stage, you play against Stallions twice. You lose to them 1-2 respectively both times. So for all intents and purposes, this is the first time we've watched this Navi roster play another global team. What did that loss feel like? And did it motivate you coming into CFS this year?
Desta vez, a gente tem uma equipe muito boa com nossos treinadores e os outros colegas. Jogamos muito bem. E nesse ano, se tivemos qualquer mudança em relação à equipe dos jogadores?
A gente mudou um pouco as coisas depois da WC, porque não foi um resultado muito bom pra gente. E nos dedicamos muito mais. A gente está se dedicando bem mais do que estávamos no começo do ano.
After EWC, we made a lot of adjustments, and these are for better scores in the future and to play better games. And in the future, we will continue to make adjustments.
Adjustments are critical if you want to be a champion. And speaking of champions, Evolution Power, that's going to be the next team you have to play. They are the returning champions on this stage. And you have to beat them if you want to move forward to the next stage, if you want to move forward, of course, to playoffs. How do you and your roster plan to defeat Evolution Power?
Parabéns para nós novamente. E se nós vamos ganhar o campeonato, tipo isso, temos que vencer o EP, que é o último campeonato. E como você vai reagir sobre isso? Qualquer estratégia, trabalhos, por fim?
Isso a gente já vem trabalhando bastante, já vem estudando bastante a EP. Pelo fato deles serem os atuais campeões mundiais, sabemos que o jogo vai ser muito difícil. Porém, estamos trabalhando e entraremos preparados.
For EP, they are the champion of the last CFS. We really pay great attention to this, and for the future match, we will form a lot of tactics and also learn new strategy to build teamwork for the future matches.
Real quick, I heard from your teammates that you were the best player when it comes to Brazilian region. Is that true? Would you take that title? Are you the best player Brazil has to offer?
Ouvi dizer os seus colegas que você é o melhor, você é o excelente jogador lá no Brasil. O que você acha sobre isso?
Não, tô longe de ser o melhor, mas tô trabalhando para isso, né? Todo mundo quer ser campeão, todo mundo quer ser o melhor, e esse também é meu objetivo.
并不是这样的。
Not
我觉得
really.
我离作为成为一个巴西优秀的队员
I
呢，
think
还有很多路
I
要走。
still
所以
need
说
to
我
learn a
们
lot
也
to
是
become
会
a
为此
top
不断地
player
去
of
努力。
Brazil, and I will try my best.
Humble, one of the best at least that I've seen, and he's just starting, a rookie on this stage, but don't think that this is the last time you see him. I hand it back to you one more time so you can shout out your supporters, brother. The mic is yours.
Muito parabéns, obrigado pelo João. Acredito que isso não vai ser a última vez que você entrou na entrevista, ok? Esperamos o vosso desempenho no futuro.
Muito obrigado e é isso.
非常感谢，谢谢大
And
家。
thank you very much.
There it is, Juan, the match MVP. He's going to come with a vengeance against Evolution Power. That matchup taking place tomorrow. One more series remains for today's competition. Swamp Gaming representing North America going against Evolution Power, the returning champions once again coming onto this very stage. We'll see who takes to win our big match. BaiSha played against Swamp. This matchup is going to be a big one. Will North America stay alive? We'll have to find out after the break.
Hello.
CFS 2025 Grand Finals starts here, right now, in Chengdu. The opening match is right around the corner, so let's head to the desk and get ready to roll.
Swamp good. Swamp good. Good.
No. Ready and waiting for both, and there you go.
He did that, needs a second behind it if he can get it, but he can't. It's the technology that's trying to be a difference maker, and it is KLP.
For that final kill, and Stallions will open CFS 2025 with a solid win, a 2-0 against Swamp.
It's Brazil versus Vietnam. Group B, match one starts in this very moment.
If he can get one without taking any damage, or if he can just get one and
Whoa.
survive, then he set himself up for a second. Years ago, he wins this every day of the week.
What is that? Ice Cube, by the way, just out in no man's land. Gonna go down for free.
Oh my god!
No. Goken all in onto the kill feed, and that is Team Liquid who will take themselves their first victory.
What time is it?
You get a weird timing on Humeo, but Humeo just taps him out. Tom will get Yobib. And this is looking likely for an 11-9. Tom gets the second one.
Is desperately calling for help. Case is good for one. Elvin springs out for a double kill, looking for a third. JRK goes down. Are we gonna go to overtime because there's only 70 seconds, and they're gonna send the C4 on towards the bomb site, down to a 1v1. Yobib, Human's gonna stick the bomb. He gets the bomb and he gets the kill.
EVOS conquering the Blue State Demons as the notch of the first win for the organization in international play finally goes their way.
deliver the C4 in towards middle, it seems. Are they looking to go towards middle? Because First is waiting with open arms. Make that a double, and XQQ is going to find the kill of his own. Brute forcing into the bomb site, finds the third. Plentiful of leather towards Mino as well. Lucard. There we go. And that's yet another bomb timer's ticking away. Kiko spotted out. Playing with fire. Don't peek, brother. I mean, he's gonna go for it. He's gonna go for the peek. But there is not enough time. Waiting. Evolution Power wraps the series up in a 10-4. Needless to say, the first map 10-1.
The match kicks off. Let's follow the Global Risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes, dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot! After losing one, the Blacklists rush B site and secures the plant. The Global Risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
The final match of day 2, and the stakes remain high in Group A. Returning to the biggest stage after a year away, a team with history, legacy, and a clear mission. Back-to-back champions in 2022 and 2023, now seeking their 3rd title, BaiSha Gaming! And the opponent. A team that needs a must-win, but pressure can change everything. Day 1 was a setback, but now they play with discipline, with nothing left to hold back. Pressure is heavy, but the opportunity is just as real. Swamp Gaming! Will it be legacy returning, or a last chance to stay in? Group A, Match 2 begins now.
Thank you so much for that reflections as we are getting ready for the final match of the night. It is going to be BaiSha Gaming up against Swamp Gaming, as they were just introduced there on the stage. BaiSha and Swamp looking for a win here. Swamp did take 1 loss already. BaiSha feeling pretty good about their position in this entire group and even in this tournament as a former champion in their own right. But they do have to get through Swamp Gaming, so it will be interesting to see if they can do that tonight.
Get through is one way of putting it.
I think they can. Yeah, I think they can.
It's going to be difficult. You know?
Yeah. I'm not the smartest of guys, but I have opinions.
Yeah. It's a really interesting kind of time, I think, for Swamp, because you're in a position where I just think you didn't offer up loads in that first game. So how do you even kind of approach this, right? You come in towards this one, you know, expecting, right, we're against arguably the best team, if not the 2nd best team here at this tournament. Let's have a bit of fun with it. Or do you come in towards this and use this as a kind of a point to prove of we can actually still be competitive with some of the best? I mean, this is kind of the big ticket for them. Let's see, right?
Yeah, it's a big one, as we're going to take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizers, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CrossFire. Also, big thanks to our generous sponsors.
Yes, we'll give our sincere thanks to the official partner, Gigabyte Aorus, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Aorus has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up and fight on.
Yes, and thanks to our official partner, Ant Gamer, for providing the global first 750Hz ultra-high refresh rate monitor, Ant 257PF, empowering players to win the game, born from the game, fueled by the players. With a 750Hz refresh rate, every frame is game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with 0 delay. Pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. Ant Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witnesses the journey to the champion.
And of course, last but not least, thank you to our official partner, Morphling. Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, your win.
Big shout out to our sponsors making this all possible. And thank you guys for the help this time around. Hopefully we can do that in the future.
Just like Morphling, we're here to support you.
Yeah,
so,
of course. I need that lumbar support, man. It's hard standing up here, you know. It takes a long time to get into the matches. Yeah.
The A-Team are always here to kind of to support you, though.
Yep. Thank you, A-Team. It's been all 2-0s today.
It will be all 2-0s today.
I think it's going to be all 2-0s today. Of course, for Swamp Gaming up against BaiSha, the big favorite, Swamp Gaming. No, they're the big underdogs. We'll see if they can do anything here. We were talking about Inner Circle, how they were going to struggle, but I think this one might just be the most one-sided on paper. You know, the NA region has been kind of struggling for quite a while. Swamp Gaming and kind of led by Famous for a lot of the teams that have made it, but never really able to make their mark, whereas BaiSha, one of the best teams in China, as you do see their great stats here from the regional finals in China. Not the first seed, that does go over to AG, but still a very strong team in their own right, led by N9.
Yeah, I think they have lost some of their shine. Maybe in the last sort of 12 months or so, we saw a little bit of a disappointing performance from them. If you remember back at the Summer Champs last year and even at CFS last year, they didn't go the distance. They have sort of worked back into a bit more of a stable position with a top 2 at EWC 2025, but still sort of feels as though they are getting pipped to the post a little bit by AEG in a lot of those bigger tournaments, let's say. So I think there's definitely still a lot to be said positively about BaiSha, but they don't feel like the indomitable force that they did maybe back in 2023, where I really felt like they were the best team in the world. I don't know that I could quite go so far as to say I think that on paper they are the best team in the world. Could they win this tournament? Yes, definitely. 9, always a standout player. You still got Xiao in that lineup. I'm a big fan of both of those two individuals, but I don't feel like that team has quite got that same X factor as what they used to before those changes obviously came through. Baby and CZY were such a big piece of the puzzle in my opinion, but I think they will definitely have enough to get past Swamp today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look towards this side, of course, every single time we'll always talk about Famous, and I think, you know, rightfully so. Even yesterday in the loss, he started some really decent moments. A couple of 1v4s actually won by him, just showing just mechanically how sharp he is. The other name that's brought up a lot is Kai's, but I just don't think he brings the same level internationally. We actually saw that yesterday. He really, really did struggle to get going and to really kind of bring anything really to the table. If we're being frank, from what we saw yesterday, it was a one-man army. Famous was on his own at times. I mean, we headed in towards that final map of the series where the penultimate round, Famous had the amount of kills of the rest of the 4 of his teammates combined. I mean, that's never a good sign, never a good showing. Granted, he was absolutely farming. He was like 24 and 5, but still, it's not a good sign. It's not a good showing from the rest of the side, who I just think this Swamp side do lack a lot of depth, and they also don't really get many chances as a team to get good reps, kind of domestically speaking, and get really, really good frag.
Yeah, and you can see the ELO of both the teams is number 2 versus number 26, I think it was. And especially once you get to the top of the rankings, it really starts to become a bit of a tier list where the next team is just another tier below the team above them. So we're going to talk about our key players here. Very obvious on the side of Swamp Gaming, it is Famous, who we do talk about a lot. Even the Chinese casters talk about this guy a lot. Like, on the first day, we didn't quite have the English feed backstage, and I was just listening to the Chinese cast, and obviously I don't speak Mandarin, but I just heard famous, 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 like over and over, and I'm like, well, I guess we're all on the same page there. As AI has changed their profile picture.
New look, new that.
Don't pay attention to all the 2 zeros.
Everyone is unanimous here. No surprises. No one's even really going for that kind of random one of, oh, I'm going to try and back the underdog. No one's like, this is not even worth the joke here. They are, everybody's going for BaiSha, and it makes complete sense.
Big conversation there as BaiSha's undefeated versus foreign teams in 2025. Haven't lost to anyone that's not a Chinese lineup, and I don't think that's going to change today. You know, Swamp definitely facing that elimination point, and you know, there's rarely a worse team to be playing in a position like that than a team like BaiSha, because BaiSha are sort of the ultimate, do I want to say this word? They're the ultimate noob bashers. Let's just be real. You know, they're a high firepower roster. They play quickly. You've got 9 who doesn't really care. He just sends it. And when they feel like they're the better team or know that they're the better team, they really do disrespect their opponents quite a bit. So I expect we're probably going to get quite a bit of that tonight. We'll see. Obviously, it will, I think, largely come down to, you know, can Famous sort of channel some of that form that we saw from him yesterday to put 9 and maybe the rest of BaiSha back into their shell a little bit, you know, force. I think really at this point, you know, we have to look at Swamp and say they have to force BaiSha to respect them, right? If BaiSha can come into this and completely play without any respect, just disrespect Swamp, then it's going to be a clean game. It's going to be a quick game. We'll be out of here in a couple of hours. But if Swamp can find a way to at least knock BaiSha down a peg, force them to sort of slow things down a little bit, maybe then there's a world where they can cause a little bit of damage. I don't think they're going to get themselves an upset here. I don't see them winning a best of 3. I don't really even see them winning a map. So the best I'm looking for here, unfortunately for Swamp, is just a competitive map. If they can make it close in any map, I will take that as a win.
Yeah, just even a kind of something as small as kind of getting to a position of sort of, you know, a few rounds in succession where they're really decent rounds and not just like, again, we kind of saw this with the Stallions game where it was like the rounds they were winning were 1v4s or 1v3s. I don't even want, I want to just see like a couple of clean rounds where it's like, right, game plan out the gates was really good. went as planned, and that's maybe something we can chain a little bit further forward. But yeah, getting any more towards the conversation of taking a map, taking a series, that is so outlandish at the moment that we basically won't really even be able to talk about it until it happens, and then we can react to it, basically.
So the legend returns, and a 5th title is in sight for him. 9 steps into his 50th match from 9 CFS Grand Finals appearances. Lion YDSS start their Grand Finals journey to make history alongside of the leader of the Squad 9.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why he is legendary. He's been here forever, and he's been very successful.
Yeah, I think 9 is probably the most talismanic Crossfire player in the history of the game. We saw the stat on the first day. 9 is the player throughout CFS history that has the most kills. He's played the most matches as well, 49 games. He's the highest kill player in CFS, and you know, he'll be, I think, continuing to improve upon that stat sheet. Across the other side of the field, obviously Famous, you know, he's again another very talismanic player, probably not to the same level as 9 just in terms of the international level, but I think in terms of being fan favorites, aura as well. I think Famous is
aura,
definitely
right?
up there, you know, like who's your favorite Crossfire player in history? Famous is probably going to be on the lips of a few players, even internationals. So, you know, definitely a big fan favorite there in both of those players.
He's also, like, I think with Famous, I kind of brought this up yesterday, he is the biggest what if, I think, ever, really, in Crossfire. It's like the what if he was in a better region, or the what if he got opportunities internationally, or more opportunities internationally in teams where it did work for him. Of course, he has had a few international opportunities.
Oh,
but
a lot of them, yeah.
Yeah, it was just like, you know, the thing that language barriers always in the way, or maybe not given as many opportunities when he was, like, on 6-man rosters, and he wasn't really given that many chances to play. But he is, for me, kind of like one of the biggest what-ifs, because we know mechanically just how good he is. I mean, he can go toe-to-toe with some of the best. We even kind of making the joke yesterday, if you had a team of kind of 5 of the best players from every team here in this tournament, a team of 5 Famouses would actually do incredibly well at this tournament.
I mean, he had 2 KD when, you know, his team is just falling apart, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think for Famous, you know, he's very rooted in NA. He doesn't want to leave, right? So it's kind of cool that he carries the torch every single time, but you're right. Like, the what-ifs do kind of bug, you know, at least the fans or us watching. Like, it's like, man, you could reach a really high level with a team behind you, but it kind of just remains him just holding down the fort for NA. And props to him, you know, always makes it interesting at least. Sure. We could have an NA team that comes in and just gets rocked, like not even a 1v4, not even a round like that. So at least we've got that, and hopefully, you know, the rest of the squad and the rest of the region can come in behind him to support them against BaiSha. Guys, we're ready for the ban pick right away, so you guys can take it away for the cast.
That we will. Ban pick here. Doesn't really matter, Nao. That's the first question I've got for you.
No, it's the very abrupt answer. Let me be frank here. Yeah, I don't think it will make too big of a difference, really. You could even kind of auto-veto this and sort of let Swamp pick into whatever they want, and I think the results might end up being exactly the same. I just think raw mechanics are going to be the big difference maker here, if we're being completely frank. But we'll see.
Well, indeed.
I actually wonder what BaiSha even want to ban here. You know, this is a good opportunity.
Test.
Oh, well, Famous is baffled. Whatever they've just banned, Famous was shocked by the ban. Just by his facial expression.
New Mexico gone. I mean,
that doesn't seem too shocking to me.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I feel like that's a map that we've seen some damage from Famous in particular on in the past, and 9 might be reading into that.
It's a great ban there, the Ankara. That's so good. For the top 2 in China, for them and AG, that's just been such a good map where they noob stomp people on. So I think that's a very, very smart ban.
Is it just a Black Widow straight out here for BaiSha? Very popular map in the Chinese scene. There it is.
Yeah.
Straight away. No surprises at all. BaiSha have been loving that map, and so if I can call it, I'm sure Swamp can call it. They'll be prepared for the Black Widow to come. But what's the pick from Swamp? That's the real curveball here, because again, I think they'll be one of those teams that's a little bit harder to prepare for, in the sense that you don't see too much of Swamp. Port as an option.
I don't hate the port pick really at all, but it's again just not a bad map for BaiSha. They're not going to be too much complaining about that one. The side is going to be kind of interesting here. The new compound was the one I actually was thinking that potentially Swamp could have picked into as their pick. So I think it makes sense that it comes through as that ban second wave. I just don't think really BaiSha want to give any advantages over.
It's funny, isn't it, though? The compound map actually used to be the go-to for BaiSha, but that definitely fell off a little bit toward the back end of last year, and now with the changes for new compound as well coming in, it seems like it's definitely fallen out of favor pretty dramatically for BaiSha. Swamp are the team that get the choice of the final map here.
Surely Eagle Eye gets banned, right?
Yeah, I would have to think so.
They just more so the fact that they don't really get reps on it. Yeah, it just kind of makes sense to me. They don't get reps at the same way that BaiSha will domestically.
Yep.
The only team that really plays it to a commentator level, we bring it up every time, is sort of gaming gladiators within the kind of the West, and then even then, more often than not, it ends up getting banned. So yeah, a lot of respect being shown prior to the game. Of course, Famous and N9, both absolute vets of the scene. They go way back.
Yeah, strong competitors. Famous even spent a bit of time over in China, so probably did touch base with N9 on regular occasions. Okay, let's see how today goes for Swamp. I think you have to come into this one pretty realistic.
Yeah.
Hope for the best. Have a good time. Enjoy being on the stage, and just try not to get too frustrated.
Yeah, exactly that. It's really all you can say, right? Don't get kind of too tilted. Don't get too annoyed. And hope for the best. Of course, this is the veto for those who missed it. Black Widow port and sub base. The big thing is, will we get to sub base? Feels unlikely. Let's be frank, but I'm not going to completely discount it. BaiSha have had moments where they've looked a little fallible, but it just feels like even if they play at 50% here, they should have enough in terms of resources, in terms of individual prowess to get this one over the line.
Tend to agree. It's a nice warm-up to the tournament for BaiSha. One step on the ladder. It's very early days. BaiSha play this game against Swamp today. And then they'll think about their match tomorrow as well, prior to really worrying about the playoffs. But it feels as though of any team in this competition, BaiSha should be one that is very much expected to make it into the playoffs, and probably even a little bit deeper in the playoffs than the vast majority of the field.
It's true.
Although that will largely depend on who they play against, and I'll be able to let you know that in just a second. Have a quick look at who their playoffs opponent would be, should they make it out of this group.
Are they just the Mines?
Well,
off the top of my head.
If they want to make it out of this group, they have to beat Stallions tomorrow, and Stallions been in pretty good form.
Yeah.
The Group A opponent is Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
So that'll be a nice ease into the playoffs as well for them.
Yeah, it's not a bad team to play. In terms of what you could be facing, AG or Alcadzia, it's actually not a bad team to kind of get underway. And also, there's also a narrative that I'm definitely going to bring up when we get in towards those playoffs, which is something that I bring up a lot, especially when we see tournaments where they have, and this happens a lot within kind of online, for example, where you have like 2 semifinals and a final on the same day. There's always that thing of, is it better to be the team that plays the first semi-final, wins that, has a bit of a break before going into towards the final, or is it better to be a side that plays the semi-final going straight into the final because you're warmed up already? And I think that sort of narrative is actually quite akin with tournaments. Is it better to get reps under your belt already? Right. Well, let's find out. We're about to get this show on the road. BaiSha's debut here at the CFS. Let's get it.
Very professional outfit, this BaiSha lineup. Everything working in tandem, even the cheer as they head into game. There's a characteristic that we see from a lot of the Chinese teams to hype themselves up. BaiSha starting things off on the global risk side here of Black Widow. And happy to take a bit of an aggressive maneuver toward A long. Take that map control. Leave 9 dropped off down in barracks and rotate the extra players off toward middle. So good setup, good start to the map here for BaiSha. Swamp really playing it patiently.
Yeah. Just don't want to give any early opportunities to BaiSha. Towards mid they go. He's taking early control. He's going to be the one leading the pack here, it seems. The HK in hand, of course, in his hands, pretty deadly. We saw plenty of times where he's just so good at tapping down. His crosshair placement is unbelievably good, so it's one of the things that makes Famous so fun to watch. Spoke about this in the game against Stallions. It just never feels like there's any wasted movements. It's so efficient the way that Famous plays, which is why he's so fun to watch.
The one-tap potential for Famous is off the charts. I think he's probably the best one-tap player in the world. Seeing it time and time again, and hopefully we'll get to see it again tonight. BaiSha going to be re-smoking long, and again, it is just 9 that's here to hold, but I mean, this is a pretty unorthodox angle. He's more than confident. He's happy to try and take this fight to Swamp. Kai's holding an 8 in hand. As that smoke starts to fade, 9 will back it up into barracks. That will sort of bring Xiao into play here for a trade should it be necessary. 9's going to need that help, and he does get it. Snox, by the way, the bomb carrier, sending it out onto long, and it's kind of worked out in a sense for Swamp as they do trade 2 for 2. YDSS is going to look for some control up bridge, and he will go down to HCZ, but Leah comes across to just try and reinforce that A side. He's got to worry about that C4 pushing its way up long, gets a nice timing for the double kill, just backing himself so confidently in those fights, and swings the round back in the favor of BaiSha, backs it up to try to fight with 577, but now he's locked in behind the box underneath the bridge. Kais is going to chance a plant. That will allow Leah a bit of room to maneuver. He gets out of that position and misses the shot, but so too does Kais. Everything going amiss in the 1v1.
This is a difficult angle, the way where Kais is playing. It's hard to clear, but Lee's in a fantastic round there.
Yes.
Really, really nice done. 3 kills to his name. He's definitely one worth mentioning. He's actually the second highest rated player statistically for this side. And he's really looked quite deadly in the regionals heading in towards this tournament. His recent run of form has been pretty damn good, especially, you know, when there's a lot of talent to be spoken about over towards this side. Players like your 577s, like your Xiao Xiaos as well. Leah's actually been recently the one who's been putting up some really, really good numbers on our domestic scale. So, good indicator for him that on LAN he's keeping up that form. One of the newer names, of course, to this side, playing alongside the vets. Not a terrible start in a way, though, for Swamp. Like, there was at least something out of that round in a way, right? Getting it down to 1 versus 1, it's already kind of better than the initial narrative we were building up in the pre-show.
Yeah, it was good trades in barracks, a good fight on short. But again, you let Leo get away with a little bit too much there. And that might be the start of the snowball here for BaiSha. Yeah, he's going to go through. It won't quite go deep enough to catch Snox, who was already tagged up. Pretty aggressive map control for BaiSha. Again, they're just kind of keeping Swamp on their toes outside the box room, also fighting a short. Xiao's really waiting for this push to come through, and he's posted on a good line. He's not going to hit his shot, though. And that's going to be awkward, but well handled by YDSS and Xiao as they find a killer piece. The overcommitment from YDSS still works out as he gets himself to Xiao, the double as well. And it's essentially a 2v4 that's been won by the BaiSha defenders on the B side of the map. 577 has been spotted out here by Kais, but 2 players will be too many. And BaiSha also get themselves 2.
Yeah, nice work. BaiSha had the numbers there. Never really felt there was going to be a chance for Kais at that tail end. So a bit more of a one-sided affair in towards round number 2 for the BaiSha side. Just waiting for the aggression to come through, and they're so easily able to isolate fights. 2-0 start, flash that comes over. 577 just trying to facilitate YDSS getting in. First fight taken by him as he drops Josh. Snox gonna get 2 as he finds 577 and 9. That's given them a runway towards A, in all fairness. Xiao can hold for the cross, but even still, this gets a little dicey. Nice find from him. Kai doesn't clear the close angle. Famous just tried to do so as Xiao just going to dip away. That's a smart move by him. I don't think, regardless of who you are, do you want to take aim duels against Famous? Xiao might not even need them as he drops an HE and drops Snox.
C4's going to go down, though, for Swamp. That'll be an objective to play around. YDSS has been given a lot of room up long. Doesn't seem like Swamp are too prepared for that, and they've spotted Famous exiting on bridge.
They don't even plant, right? You know, they cancel it and fall away. It's quite a risky move.
It is. Famous back out in the middle. HCZ and Famous just working in tandem to try and float around the map. But BaiSha are a step ahead of them, it would seem. They're reading the play nicely. Shao already in for one in middle. But here's Famous. And this is where he tends to do his best work, but just not given that opportunity. So 3 in a row for BaiSha. And they're starting to look a little cleaner as well.
Yeah.
So those early signs that we said that were positive for Swamp may not be enough as BaiSha ease their way into this series.
This is the big thing as well with this BaiSha side. They're so good when they can kind of get a real good stranglehold of momentum. It's what's made them kind of so deadly in the past when they really get rolling. And it's always been the thing of BaiSha. We even kind of spoken a bit about this yesterday where we said, you know, teams like BaiSha have actually notoriously started quite slow in towards tournaments. It's maybe even kind of a scary prospect looking at this tournament if actually BaiSha start really quite quickly. It's probably the worst news.
Oh,
the light to start. Shao, that is sharp shooting from the sniper. That is monstrous out towards long. And more or less single-handedly wins this round. 2 versus 4 now, but surely unrecoverable for Swamp.
Yeah, that's the kind of shot sniping that you expect from Shao. A bit of an overcommit there from YDSS as he just tries to
as well
push his way up onto HCZ. So we are going to get a 2v3, which is not unwinnable for Swamp, but HCZ going down there in mid is going to give a bit of a handful to Kai's. I was going to say, if Famous is, you know, the number one bullet player in the world with the rifle, I think Shao's probably my number 1 quickscope player. So we've already seen that on display today, but early tack timeout getting called here. And unfortunately for Swamp, they're down 0-4, so it's not going to be a good feeling in the comms at the moment.
And also, unfortunately for Swamp, let's be real here, Jordan. I actually don't even know what you talk about here. You're just losing your Angels. Like, you know, if you break it down, quite frankly, they're just not winning the fight. I mean, it has been what's felt kind of fundamentally quite simple. I don't even think really BaiSha look super clean by any means, right? In the sense, I don't.
They
think
look fine, but
yeah, I don't think they're doing anything in particular that's like too damning. This is not them where it's like they're macro gaming the hell out of this map. I think right now it's like, if anything, against a side who would actually be, you know, really quite scary or whatnot. You might say that, you know, BaiSha are fallible to mistakes, but I just don't think that's going to happen with Swamp, because I just don't think mechanically they kind of have the chops to be able to do it right now. So you take a breather, you try and maybe isolate your opponent, break the momentum a little bit, but I just don't think BaiSha will be all too phased by it. It's a super clean 4-0 start. I don't think that's really going to change.
Yeah, I tend to agree. But worth the conversation nonetheless. At least as far as Swamp are concerned. Was their attack timeout after all. And not even really much needing to be said on the side of BaiSha. They'll be feeling good about things. This was really nice from Shao, and if we see more of that throughout the tournament, that'll be what propels BaiSha from being a strong contender to a potential champion. Who's to say in about a week and a half's time who it is that's going to be lifting that trophy? It has been BaiSha in the past. Could be BaiSha again. 577 is taking a very bold fight on long.
Yeah.
That was a bit overzealous.
Feels really
but
unnecessary as well.
Disrespect. I mean, that's kind of what I was talking about on the desk before, that BaiSha are going to feel like they can kind of disrespect Swamp a little bit, and Swamp have to be winning fights like that to force BaiSha to play properly. So that's the first step.
Yeah, you really do have to earn the respect against a side like BaiSha. And in all fairness, he did deal a fair decent amount of damage before dropping. It's about 100 damage, just unfortunately not onto one player, it's across 2.
Yeah.
Soften them up at the very least. Might make it a little easier. For this core, so is the double sniper play for BaiSha. Lai having one of his own. minute 20. And 9 falls off the angle as well. He needs to be a little careful. He's sort of caught in between two positions, and one of which has Famous holding the angle, which is the last thing you want. Kai's looking for bodies. He spots one, he drops one. An oversight here by BaiSha. Potentially a bit of a mistake, but Kai's his tunnel vision in. He howls the reaction, not good enough. Down he goes. Shao up close too. Avoids the flash, looks for a fight.
Whoa.
Oh my god, and of course he finds it, looks for more, but he's under pressure. Pistol pulled out, but not enough. It's Josh for one. 9-1 of his own, but a quick trade, puts it all on the shoulders of YDSS 1v2. But Josh is 1 foot in the grave. If he can drop Famous, he's given a chance here, but it's Josh who sees it off. So attack pause called and a round found by Swamp. You can't complain.
Yeah, I think you really got to look at that one at highlight 577 though. The fight on long was just not it. And that's really what got Swamp into this round. So, you know, obviously you could look at that and say there's maybe some kind of adaptation happening from Swamp, but also put a bit of that on the shoulders of 577. And he's going to be reined in a little this round. Not too much, though, as he's still playing a pretty aggressive style, but at least this time he had 9 with him as they pushed out the box room. Long control has gone over to Swamp in the meanwhile for free.
Triple stack. You know, they're so cautious of him swinging again, right? And I don't really blame them. Until BaiSha really get put under a lot of pressure, they don't need to be sort of too respectful towards Swamp. One playing out through A. Triple holding for mid-aggression. And one towards B. Maybe a slight unorthodox setup, but I kind of like it. It gives you scope to rotate through. Where do you want to finish? C4's in the direction of B, but there's 2 bodies towards A who are trying to sell the fake and draw attention in that area. I really don't hate this. The question is, though, I guess the big thing, it could be all for naught if these fights can be found. I think this is the first, but 577 won't. He gets his. Already, this is dangerous. Famous, he needs to be a little careful here. If he's to drop the round, basically already falls apart.
1 minute on the clock, and Swamp are still having some trouble getting any map control, especially with YDSS pushed this far forward up short. Still the fight over the box room here as well. It's not even really the box room. They can't even get close to it. So BaiSha just bullying Swamp at the moment. And again, I think this kind of ties back into the disrespect conversation. BaiSha, I don't imagine you'll see them play this forward hold style against every team that they play on this map. But against Swamp, they feel like they can get away with it, and they are so far. This will be a 5-1 lead. No tack timeout available for Swamp going forward. That was not quite as sharp as 9 might have liked it to have been, but gets the job done.
Yeah, kill's a kill ultimately, right? And it's a pretty seamless round. Neither one casualty. You can't complain all too much about it. And a nice way to respond, you know, it's attack pulls into a round win by Swamp, and you immediately claw it back, and you guarantee yourself a lead heading in towards the second half. Already, most of the positives being put into place. Quad stack moving the way forward. Now needs to be careful. The first fight goes well, but a quick trade. He actually has to support a 577 who actually falls. So numbers advantage towards that of Swamp early and towards round number 7.
They've been decent enough when they've had the numbers advantage. Just 1 round so far for Swamp. But it did come off a start like this one where they picked up an early kill over on long. They were able to put the round together. So all eyes might be turning once again towards Xiao on that A defense. Set up with the TRG in hand, ready to go. And watching the right line. He's got multiple to worry about, though, which is somewhat of the problem. If he gets his timing wrong here and they slide out long and then he peeks that corner a little bit too hard, that'll be where this round falls apart a little bit. His timing's looking rough. Swamper now out. And there you go. Kai's set up on the line, waiting for the jump spot there from Xiao. Just didn't spot them. And that is going to be the big issue. Leah will have a lot of work to do to try to recover this round. He picks up the first one, but still needs a lot more than that. And hoping for something in here from YDSS as well. They've really put all their eggs in the basket of these sniper rifles, and that's working out.
Yeah, it is. Leah's actually now a distraction. He's a little bit of a human flashbang in this sort of round. Just needs to kind of draw attention over there. They do plant open for the window, but of course it was being held. Wani says hoping for a swing. Bunny will get it. Snox peered around that corner. Down he falls, all on the shoulders of Famous. Needs a clutch from him. That comes through, but Leah dived out of the window. So a nice retake that comes through from BaiSha. There's a couple of moments that look scary. It's really well done, actually.
It's a 2v4, by the way, for BaiSha, so it's a bit of a failure from Swamp in converting on that round. It's a bit of an anticlimactic 2v4 because of the nature of how it played out. But I have to look at that one and say, yeah, solid stuff from BaiSha, and they'll maintain a really solid half, and it's going to continue to compound. 6-1 now. Feels like BaiSha can do no wrong in this matchup, and Swamp don't have an answer just yet. They've got a couple players out long. 5-7-7 are getting to take that fight, but this time backed up by YDSS. It works out much better. 2 for 2. Leah, the third man in, was unexpected by Famous, who tries to exit but will fall to that TRG. And well, again, it comes down to a 2v2. Shao happy to just continue to take this fight through the mid doors.
Yeah, I think it's probably now a good spot for him to fall away. That's a smart move. Let's just dip back. Let's reset. Trying not to be too overzealous in this sort of a position. Leah holds out towards long. No one's going to come in that direction. They've made their way up bridge. Leah could be caught on timing here. If he's too tunnel visioned or kind of, you know, so focused on this long play, this could be a little bit too easy. And of course, he doesn't have support. Shao is absolutely nowhere near. C4 will go down. It's through by Leah. Well, he spotted out, and guys, you've got to punish him there. He can't find the kill, so puts it all on the shoulders of HGZ. He spots out Shao. Now knows where both of them are, and Shao is lucky to still be alive. Flash in. And of course, with attention being drawn over towards Shao, that gives Leah the scope to kind of be able to scale up towards long. He's back on towards site now. And now he can hold, he can wait. As Shao makes his way on towards bridge. This fight is everything, and Shao sees it off. He doesn't miss those. He's so damn sharp. And another retake by BaiSha. Another numbers disadvantage retake as well by BaiSha.
Yeah, I mean, it's so sad, isn't it? Like, it feels like in a lot of these rounds, there's not actually that much in it. Like, if Shao misses that shot, then Swamp are potentially on for a round, but BaiSha are just a little bit too sharp. Leah down at the bottom of long, like you said, needed to be punished. Isn't. They're getting away with a bit too much, right? Swamp are just outclassed on a mechanical level.
Yeah.
And that is what's getting BaiSha through a lot of these rounds. So it's tough watching. 7-1. Swamp out on long. They got out on long at least. Now going to have a bit of a look elsewhere. 9 has once again looked to play aggressively and has called an aggressive play out of the box room too. So BaiSha going to just continue with this aggro style. 2 players set up in mid to try and deal with this push. 9 gets his timing wrong and will fall to HCZ, but 5-7-7 happy to stick around, and he'll grab Josh, but not for free. Leah's there too. So live by the sword, die by the sword kind of a style here, and BaiSha, in this case, seem like they're going to die by the sword.
Yeah, big overfighting coming through from them. That's unfortunate.
It's just confidence, you know. Like it's not the kind of style that's necessarily conducive to the cleanest of play, but when you're feeling good, when you're up 7-1, why not? It's not always going to go your way, but...
And the C4 might go the way of Shao, in all fairness. Granted, he could definitely be flanked here from Kai's. Oh, this is dicey. Is he going to spot him? No, he's not. Kai's, easy one. And will be a second on the board. So a 7-2 half. It's pretty rough, don't get me wrong. BaiSha still looking pretty damn clean, but not going to completely count them out just yet. We'll have to see. One of the big things is for BaiSha, though, they're just so good when it comes to these opening kills. 6 opening kills compared to the 3 of Swamp. Give themselves great advantages to work with. The retakes have been clean as well. And there's a 7th round of an opening kill for BaiSha. And it's 2. That's 5-7-7 and YDSS combined. Only 66% is kind of wild.
That is crazy. I can't believe that that's not higher.
Like, how's it not like 80 at this point? It's a 7-2 half.
Is it a match prediction? Because if it's a match prediction, you could go, okay, well, we're going in a Port Swamp's pick.
Yeah.
But if it's a map prediction, I'm at like 90% right now.
It feels like map because we get a different one in towards the second map as well, right?
So that's what I would think.
Yeah.
Have to get some clarification on that. If it's a map or a match prediction.
But I will say AI has not been cooking. Predictions have been a little wonky so far in this tournament. So
maybe not this
really
one.
Believe them. Yeah, maybe not this one.
This one was a 2-0 for BaiSha, and it's definitely heading in that direction. BaiSha on this BL side are not having any problems at all. It's the dynamic duo, though, for Swamp. Kai's and Famous in the 2-on-5. Kai's is going to have a little bit of a lookie out the window. This is rough position to do it from, though, with the sniper rifle.
That's why.
He's going to get his head just tapped off by 577. So now it's time for some Famous magic. Had a couple of 4v1s yesterday. Can he get a 5v1 today? Good start onto 577. Patience rewarded. But he can't be too patient. That time is ticking away, and he's got a flank coming in from behind. There's nothing to be done. 8-2. BaiSha grab another.
Yeah, they're making light work through this BaiSha. I think the big thing is just making sure for this side, close it out comfortably. Let's make sure that we don't really give them too much of a look in towards this map at all, right? Even already, there's the 2 rounds that Swamp have got. Credit to them, the 2 rounds were taken well, but they were over fights from this BaiSha side. Let's just be comfortable and clean about it. Xiao for an opener. Another one for BaiSha. Now the 8th round where they've had an opening kill. It's Famous who pushes his way forward to trade things out. Drops Xiao. It's an important kill that he gets.
BaiSha happy to slow it down.
Oh,
that's what they're looking
shot.
for. Clean one from Leah. Gets it done onto Famous, who has been a key player for Swamp in the event so far. So one more getting slotted in for BaiSha. Starting to look likelier and likelier, but they are pushing towards the site that's going to be stacked. There's 3 players ready for this defense. Don't know the BaiSha are going to necessarily be expecting that. They miss a few shots. Actually, everybody's missed a few shots, but they are going to disregard the position of HZZ. He will come into play late. 9's surely a dead man. Or it was labored for a second, but still a 1v1 here. YDSS full HP
And
has a rough
C4.
awareness of where HZZ is, so still well and truly in play.
The big thing for HEZ is that he has the C4, but the big thing is that YDSS is such an unknown quantity now. It's been enough time that he's been given chance to maneuver around. C4 recollected too, or can be, in just a moment. There we go, C4 picked up. Where is he? Spotted.
Oh.
And HEZ on the cross. He was so lost, he was just trying to stay on his toes.
Just again and again, though, you see BaiSha in these clutches coming
Not
away with
phased.
the wins. Like, it's like 3 or 4 clutches in this map for BaiSha, and that's kind of splitting the difference between what could have maybe even been somewhat of a competitive map for Swamp and one that doesn't even look close. Heading towards the ladder as we're at a 9-2 scoreline. And the way BaiSha's going, it's going to be 10-2. They're out onto long with no contest at all. They've got that sort of progression smoke up. In response, Swamp happy to push their way out of the box room and take that part of the map.
Bit of an aggressive stance here by Swamp, in all fairness. They're not just playing the sites, they're actually trying to meet them before they can set up the executes. 2 of these youngsters, though, for YDSS, Zhao. Really decent map from them. Haven't even needed the heroics of 9. He's happy to sort of take a step back and let the mechanics do a lot of the heavy lifting in this map, and so far it's worked pretty wonderfully. They've not even really, let's be honest, they've not had to delve into any sort of a strat book for this BaiSha side in this map so far. I don't think they're really going to have to in this series. This is a bit of a warm-up for that all-important Stallions game. Snox first to fall. He probably should have got one there.
Yeah, but look at this setup. This is an unorthodox setup. 577 going to go down. 9 going to be probably looking for the trade, but I don't know that he's expecting Famous here as well as Josh in the box room. It's a big setup that BaiSha going to look to deal with. YDSS just not clocking onto the fact that he had a player behind him. Now 9 needs the trade, and he's not going to get it. It's all on Xiao. He will want to deny Famous the exit back into box room. Not aware of his exact position just yet, but pushes his way up now, spots him out. Clean kill from Famous. Swamp are still in the map. But again, it kind of comes down to a bit of scissors, paper, rock.
Yeah.
BaiSha going into the setup of Swamp. Swamp playing an unorthodox setup. There's a lot that needs to go right for Swamp to actually win these rounds. They have 3 players in weird spots that BaiSha are not expecting. They're not playing a standard game. And inevitably, that's going to go wrong for Swamp when BaiSha just makes the call to go to the right side or finds their entries. And so far, bit back and forth in that respect, but they do push their way into A.
Good smoke as well. Makes it rotate a little harder. Forces them to go somewhere else. C4 goes down. This feels like it could be the one to close it for BaiSha. 3 versus 3 in the post plant. Josh going to lead the charge. They made their way back up towards bridge. It's kind of the only way they have to go now. Don't have the time to go out towards long, and of course it would be a big risk and a gamble considering that Xiao is posted there. So they have to go for this bridge split coming through. Kai's first fight probably going to be him as well as Leah holds for it, diving out and dying. Josh, HCZ going to get kills a piece and puts it all on the shoulders of Xiao, but it's part for him at range. And like you mentioned, the time, that kill is probably enough. All but done. Xiao closes it with 2, and that 10-3 to BaiSha.
Well, what is there really to say about that map? Complete and utter demolition across the board. BaiSha get themselves a pretty clean victory, and at the end of the day, I don't think Swamp really walk away with too much to say for themselves. There wasn't any real clutches, there wasn't any real positives to take away. BaiSha, pretty good.
Yeah, if we're being honest here, what is it really to say off the back of that? It kind of is absolutely as expected, right? BaiSha come in, don't break a sweat, don't have to delve into towards the strat book. They just, I think for 9 as like a leader in a game like that, it's pretty simple. It doesn't really need to call all too much. It's like, just guys got killed, right? And I think that's kind of ultimately what BaiSha should be doing in a series like this, right? I think the big thing for BaiSha, they're expected to win this 100 times out of 100, and let's be honest, they probably will win it 100 times out of 100. It doesn't matter where you play it, when you play it, what you play it on in terms of the maps, right? They are going to win this series just because of the raw individuals. So what we actually then break it down to, I think for BaiSha, it's about warming up in towards this tournament, getting a good rep under your belt, getting the players just a little bit more accustomed to the stage and the environment they're around, and also not delving into the trap, but don't give up anything for what is, their next game up against Stallions is an important one. They have to win that to move forward into towards the playoffs, which is what BaiSha expect to get every single tournament. Yeah, in terms of X factors, unfortunately for Swamp, Famous didn't really deliver in the same way that he did yesterday, although Kai's was having a bit of a better game. He went 14 and 11. It's just not enough. YDSS was the difference maker. Match MVP, of course, going his way for the 2.0 KD, 120 ADR. Those are some pretty good numbers, but also he did have a little sidekick there named Xiao. Xiao looks so good as well. Like, not even just that clip that he got out towards long. Yes, individually that clip in isolation is fantastic, but a lot of good moments. I think also one of the things that makes Xiao so important for this side, I think YDSS also can bring it a lot himself. They're so good at supporting elements, right? I think that's really where you look towards this side. You've got so many different facets of where they can find firepower from, and that's what makes them quite scary. Where, granted, it was actually quite good to see a little bit more out of Kai's. He had a really rough series yesterday against the Stallions. He really couldn't get going. It was all Famous, but it is kind of that poison chalice in a way. It's like we finally get Kai's back on the server and playing to the level that we know he can play at. However, Famous is absolutely farming again. So it's tough. We're now going towards map number 2. It's Port coming on next. It's the pick of Swamp, but I don't know how I feel about it, let's be honest. I just don't think, again, really BaiSha are going to be two-faced.
Yeah, if there's a silver lining, it is that map 2 is going to be the map pick of Swamp. But I look at Port and I think, well, what's the first thing that kind of comes into your mind for Port? For me, it's sniping on the GR side. We saw some great sniping coming out from Xiao, but also, the double sniper setup actually coming out a little bit there for BaiSha. So I have to imagine that across the board, they're going to be quite happy to be going into Port here. They'll definitely be starting on GR side as well, because it is Swamp's map pick. So uphill battle for Swamp moving into this second map, and even if Kais is playing well, if he's doing okay, you know, you kind of need somebody else to come online here. A couple of the riflers really need to step up and find them some entries into the sides, because it can't all be on the shoulders of Kais, particularly if you're going to be starting off on the Blacklist side. That's not where he's going to have his impact. He's going to have that impact on the GR side, but they need to give themselves something to build off of in that first half. So we're looking for something like 3, maybe 4 rounds out of the Port BL side from Swamp here if they're going to have anything to say in the second half. And look, obviously that's going to be a tough ask up against a team like BaiSha.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, they need something pretty electric out the gates to really even have a chance of kind of making something build out of this. It just feels like such a mammoth task, you know, a Mount Everest they've got to climb here to kind of get anything out of this series, and then even to then have something out of this tournament in a sense, it's quite a big thing, right? You know, you've not only got to then reverse sweep this, you then got to hope that things go kind of badly, or I guess in your favor towards the next series of Stallions BaiSha for you to then even have a chance. It's funky, it's super weird that I just think statistically it's kind of getting to the point now, especially with how one-sided that map was already, that your chances are next to none already. It might even be mathematically impossible with how one-sided that map was already, and how one-sided some of the maps were yesterday, of course, against Stallions. So for Swamp, I think now you kind of it's just love of the game, right? Let's see if we can get a few moments out. They did have a few moments where it looked okay, right? I think, granted, the couple of rounds that we did see that Swamp picked up, I do think that was mainly just BaiSha overextending. BaiSha really just like kind of relentlessly wanted to fight, maybe just because they're so confident, right? And they don't really feel under that much pressure. But for now, for Swamp, where maybe mentally you might already be checked out a little bit and you might have just accepted defeat to a degree. I know that's a bad thing to say and everyone's a competitor towards the end, but the task ahead of you is so tall. Have a bit of fun with it. Try a few things. You know, why not test a few things where it's like, right, we don't get many times that we can play against some of the best teams in the world. So let's just enjoy the moment.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you got to take the positives out of it for Swamp here, but realistically, not going to be too many of those. I would like to see them, a little bit of a pacier style, maybe on this Blacklist side, see if they can just bust their way into B, couple of pop flashes, see what you can do, kind of test the limits, and that may be something that can hold you in good stead going into next year as well, assuming Swamp maintains this roster, which is possible. Obviously, they will try and have a crack at CFWL next year, I imagine, and it's honestly not a team that, you know, I think we could say will do too poorly in CFWL. I think they're a team that could be competitive, and so this is your opportunity to, you know, see if you can find a way to get some match pack in against some of the best and set yourself up for some success early on next year. I know obviously you know, it's a fair way away, but you've got to be thinking about these things in terms of the long-term plan, and if this is the team that Swamp wants to go towards, which is a bit of a different mix to some of the previous North American lineups that we've seen at these CFS events, then maybe, there is something to be said for them going into next year. So let's just try and take as much as we can out of this match against BaiSha, even if it is going to be a bit of a drubbing, and see what we can do with that going into next year. And we'll see. I mean, there's always the possibility again that Famous kind of turns it on. He missed out a little bit in the last map. You know, again, X-Factor player. If he shows up on this map, hits a couple of nice entries on the BL side of Port, we may see a bit more of a contest, and we may see BaiSha have to work a little bit harder to close this one out.
I mean, our boy Kyle, he has belief in this side. He thinks this is the kind of the best looking chance for Swamp heading in towards next year.
Maybe it is, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to convert in a game against BaiSha. Like, let's be real.
But kind of an interesting topic maybe for Swamp as a whole is actually looking in towards next year. If they can start to find consistency within the West League, there is actually a bit of a competition for that number 3 spot, right? You know, we speaking about it in a circle. They're in a bit of a tumultuous spot themselves. They're going through like roster changes, also not playing the cleanest CrossFire going anyway. So it's kind of an interesting spot where it's like maybe that number 3 spot is up for grabs, but they're always going to have a bit of that negative of they get such big ping difference when it comes to playing in the West League, of course, playing against some of these EU sides. But I'm interested to see what they can bring maybe in towards next year. But we're focused on the now. Port is where we are heading. It is the pick of Swamp Gaming to try and stay alive, not only in this series, but actually stay alive in this tournament. If they lose this map, they are out with 0 chances of making it through to the playoffs. For BaiSha, they want to close this one cleanly and get a great start here to the grand finals. Port, not a map that they shy away from too much themselves either, so I don't think they're going to be too worried.
No, I don't think so either. But Swamp have had the chance to have a bit of a chat, get a reset in, see if the fruits of that labor will be bore on the tree or not. Bit of a cheer out there on the stage from BaiSha would indicate that we're not too far away from getting underway here with map number 2. Swamp will be desperately hoping to push this through to a 3rd, but very, very professional outfit on the other side of the stage in BaiSha, who have very high aspirations. You know, they want to make amends for what happened last year at CFS, get on the improve. Did well at EWC.
They want to get revenge against AG, right?
Especially grand final rematch, potentially. BaiSha v AG.
I think the way the bracket pans out, that if they were to meet, it would be the finals, right? I think, right in saying?
Well, I assume they would play in the upper bracket final first, and then see what happens. But yes, it's a possibility.
That could be really spicy. Could be very, very spicy indeed. But then again, as we've kind of learned, these CFS don't always go to plan, right? EP kind of came out of the woodwork sort of quite randomly in a sense last year. Of course, Vasco made that run themselves, so still can't count out the competition around them. We'll have to see. What I can say, it looks like everyone's sort of getting ready on the stage. Of course, like you said, we did have that cheer not too long ago. So this game's about to get underway. Port is where we're heading the pick of Swamp to see if they can stay alive. And the hope for them, of course, is that they can. BaiSha want to close it. Let's see.
All right, off we go as we head into map number 2. And for Swamp, they're going to be hoping that there will be a map 3 after this one. That all comes down to what they can deliver on their choice. It's going to be a blacklist start for Swamp, as we predicted, as we expected. No double sniper from BaiSha just yet. But that may be something we get to see in the future. We'll see how Xiao goes solo for the moment.
Nope. Just the tag across from YDSS. Needs to be a little careful. Tentative start here by Swamp. It's pretty standard for them. In all fairness, they do like to play a little slower in terms of the tempo. It's very akin to what we see in the West. Of course, you know, when BaiSha, when the sides flip, they'll be flying into a lot of fights, but who knows, there might not even be a lot of rounds to play by that point.
This is going to be a bust out onto A-Long from Swamp. Pretty standard defense from BaiSha, but only the 2 players here. YDSS close behind the box will be the key. Shall we, you think, good for 1, but YDSS's timing is fantastic as he grabs 2, and that just relieves the pressure on Xiao. He's got a lot more space to work with, having to deal with only the 2 or 3 players that were remaining, as opposed to 5, and so he's just making short work of that. Good hold on the A side to start things off for BaiSha.
Easy work, isn't it? I mean, the timing is absolutely excellent, but also Xiao just so unbelievably clean. You can't give him opportunities at range. I mean, you brought this up in the pre-map, just how good he can be on this GR side if he's given the luxury to do so. There it is once again. Stocks is diving his way down mid, but they walk straight towards YDSS. Gets 1. Should have probably got the second there, but with the support of 577, they will.
That's good enough. Josh is a little bit tentative to walk his way into mid, as you can imagine. But eventually does get out there and starts to take a bit of space. BaiSha happy to let that happen. They know they've got the advantage. They don't need to necessarily push for much more. They don't need that map control either. Kai is hoping for the best with some spam, but nothing eventuating. And as we can see with the information we've got, there's not a kill to be had by spamming in middle.
577's in a good spot, though. And he moves from it. Even still, just going 1 for 1 here would probably be enough if they're being fragged. But he doesn't even get that luxury still. Frag comes through, 9 for 1. Quick trade that comes out as well. So Swamp are still keeping this round somewhat competitive. And as attention is drawn back towards B, they rotate away over towards mid.
1-1 split for BaiSha. Going to hedge their bets that Leah and Xiao can solo hold the sights, or at least do enough to put it into a 1v1. There's the flash into middle, timing. Perfect for Leah as he sprays down 2. And BaiSha will get themselves another one. It seems like we're headed in the same direction as that first map where, you know, some of these rounds, they can be close, they can be winnable for Swamp, but when push comes to shove, BaiSha just seem to have that extra 5%.
Yeah, that's it. It's like we're getting to a spot where, in all fairness, the rounds are coming down to clutches, but the clutches are so consistently won by this BaiSha side. And that was the big thing all the way through that map number 1. The scoreline on paper at a 10-3 looks super one-sided, and it was, but there were some moments where 1 or 2 kills went a different way, and it could have been a different story in terms of how one-sided it felt. 2 quick kills, though. Snox and HCZ combined. They're both left reeling, but it is a numbers advantage situation for Swamp in a 4 versus 3. And Famous still alive, with Kite as well, who both had their moments in this tournament so far for Swamp. This round has life behind it.
Yeah, Xiao solo spotting on the B side. The other 2 sort of hedging their bets, playing mid, keeping an eye on the A long push is YDSS. Waiting to get any information here from Swamp. It's not being given. I don't imagine BaiSha are going to be moving from these positions, though. These are actually good spots for the 3v4 that they find themselves in. It's going to be early info, a chance at a pick. That's really on the shoulders of Xiao now. He needs to hit this shot, bring it into a 3v3 and survive, and then think about the retake, and then BaiSha might be able to put this round together. But for now, Swamp with the advantage. Will try and bust their way out onto B. Xiao unable to get the shot across and takes a lot of damage in the meanwhile too. So that is about as bad as it could possibly have gone for BaiSha. At least YDSS is able to clean up the scraps onto Snox, but still a 1-for-1 there is not what they want. Leah picked up in the warehouse as well. This round should be for Swamp.
Yeah, it should be all but done here. And well, Kai's going to make sure of it. That's actually a really quite a solid round in all fairness. Isolating fights quite well, I think playing together as a pack, and that's the only way you really can approach it for Swamp. You'll take that every day of the week. The question is now, though, it's about, again, the buzzword that we like to throw around a hell of a lot, which is just consistency, right? We need to find consecutive rounds on the board.
And that has been pretty elusive for them throughout this series so far. 9 will be pushed forward, and he's going to play in front of the smoke, which is, again, a bold spot to be in, but not one that Swamp might be expecting. HCZ is actually going to spot it for now. And 9. Oh, helped out by YDSS. The spam through the box will get the better of HCZ. It's a good 1-2 punch from BaiSha. That's them the opening kill. It's not without some damage going over to 9, but you know, say that's a favorable enough exchange as far as BaiSha is concerned.
Snox and Josh going to make a move up. Maybe arguably even a bit too much pressure towards B, so they're just going to draw YDSS away. I think it's probably the right call. They were triple stacked initially as they were taking that B main control, but they fall off. And they can't afford to play sites. And the big thing is as well is that 577 can actually just be the guy to draw attention away from 9, who's posted on just that ledge. Spam from YDSS. Good damage dealt. Now at that minute mark as well, Swamp going to make a decision what they want to do here.
YDSS up close and personal. It's going to get the early information if the push comes through mid. Going to be good for 1 as well, I'd think. Especially if the scope is going to Pinocchio around the wall there for Kai's. Well, the barrel, I should say, not the scope, but he's given away his position with that weapon poking around the wall, and so easy pre-fire for YDSS. Does drop, and Josh also picks up Leah. That's the C4 retrieved. This is actually starting to get a little bit out of control for BaiSha. 577 will look to lock it down on B, but he's not sure exactly where Swamp are going to go, so he's actually tucked himself nicely on the back of the bomb site. They are not prepared for that. That side has not been cleared out.
15 seconds.
Snox spotted now as well. And he's going to have to be quick about this one, which Xiao will be aware of. C4 retrieved. Xiao just wants to take the fight. It's a bit overzealous. Could have played the time. And in the end, Swamp are going to get themselves another round, and that's maybe the first signs of life that we've seen from Snox.
Yeah. It really felt kind of unnecessary to fight there right at the end. I think was unaware because he was a little bit too far away, so definitely that plant could have been committed to. Then when he spots him, he's got to tuck. Less than 15 seconds on the clock. Use the timer against them. Oh, not to be. Tied. 2 apiece. There's considerably more life from Swamp here. And we did say about getting consistency, about getting consecutive rounds on the board. Well, that's exactly that. The big thing is how much can they kind of now start to chain this together. It needs to be, you know, a pretty decent first half here. You kind of brought it up, you know, 3 to 4, mainly kind of 4 rounds at the very least in this first half if they want a chance.
Oh, I mean, if you're picking into port, you've got to have some degree of faith in your BL side, right? Because you know you're going to be starting on the BL side. So, yeah, I'd be looking for 4 for Swamp. Doing a pretty good job so far, 2 for 2. Take it. Bit of a clutch out there for Snox, which will help that. 5-7-7. His timing, it looked kind of good, but the flash might have disrupted him a little bit there. And so again, Swamp are out, and they're on the B bomb site. 9's down as well. This is looking a little bit precarious for BaiSha. Retake here is going to be a real tough one.
Yeah, Swamp actually started to expose a few gaps in towards this side, more so than we expected. He's holding down Mouse 1. The dive around the corner of the pistol, but it's Famous who closed it. 2 quick kills in succession. He's left so unbelievably low. But it will be, for the first time this series, it's Swamp who take a lead 3-2.
Yeah.
And it's 3 rounds in a row. And granted, they're all quite close, but we were saying this a bit earlier. The thing that was happening a lot into map number 1, it was these rounds were actually getting kind of close, but they were always going the way of BaiSha.
Exactly.
Now they're not. So this is, good time for a timeout.
It's going to immediately prompt that timeout from BaiSha, isn't it? They don't like being on the back foot. Coach has seen something that he wants to address. Pietro doesn't have a lot to say. Probably doesn't need to say a lot at the moment, apart from keep it up. A few smiles for Swamp. That'll be what you want.
Hey, again,
feeling good.
You know, earn a bit of respect from BaiSha.
I like the clutches as well. 2 clutches in a row kind of going their way. Obviously, a little bit close for comfort that last round, considering how it started.
Yeah.
The fact that it comes down to a 1v1, but, you know, a win's a win, and that's really all you can hope for at the moment for Swamp. Just keep putting one foot in front of the other and see what you can do.
Chopping away at them nails.
Yeah.
Is that nerves? Who knows? It feels a little early for nerves, but...
Yeah, it's not really too close for comfort just yet.
I think for Swamp, though, again, you know, we kind of spoke about this. Making a map competitive in itself does feel like a little bit of a win, right?
Yep.
For a side who, of course, who do have quite minimal expectations in this series specifically, if they can make life difficult for a side of BaiSha's caliber, then it could be spicy. Pistol pulled out, runs out of ammo. YDSS going to pull out the rifle as well. He's trying to dive around the corner to get more, but he can't. He does a decent job as HC is left very low.
It's this faster style that's working out for Swamp at the moment, isn't it? Keeps catching BaiSha off guard. Trading effectively. HCZ. Maybe he wanted TRG or something. I don't know, but there we go. Kaiser's finally got the message, it seems like. So HCZ's going to pick up the sniper. But at the moment, BaiSha unaware of roughly where Swamp even are. I mean, you have such a quick start to the round. It gives Swamp a big opportunity to really slow the round down now. See if they can eke out a mistake from BaiSha, but BaiSha again, kind of got to go with that tried and true of setting themselves up in tandem, working around the map. They start at mid, have a look at A. Just kind of hoping that they're going to catch a timing to equalize the numbers here. Now Shao will get on the front foot.
He has to run it there, Shao. Even if we just say it's posted here, it's a pretty good way to play it. He can hold for mid-aggression. This is a crazy long freeze, though, by Swamp. But you can see it is sort of keeping them on their toes. I want to move, guys. Through. Down goes Xiao, may I say. It's all on the shoulders of Leah. Now, for him, he has to actually get proactive here.
He's going to do just that, but straight into the high-low setup of Swamp, and that's another round for them. The North American squad starting to look good here on Port.
It's a great free score, it really is. You could just see how nervy Xiao was. He was moving around all over the place. He had no idea. So scared of being flanked. It's great pace. You brought it up. These quick starts to rounds by Swamp. BaiSha don't like it. Well, it's funny because they do it themselves all the time.
Yeah, yeah. Well, not going to be quite that same pace being brought by Swamp in this one. 577 putting a lot of faith in Xiao. Missed shot from Xiao is a very dead 577. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Xiao not even really watching.
No, yeah.
He was busy throwing a nade in middle. Smoke to mid. The timing awkward.
Yeah, it's bad timing, actually.
And Swamp happy to capitalize.
That's a rare, real oversight from BaiSha. They're normally a side that are so clinical, they don't make mistakes like that, but that one looks quite glaring.
Yeah, I feel like if you're going to do that, you probably need 577 to just sort of spot the corner first. Then
or
say,
if anything, even like if I'm throwing the nade, hold long, I'm throwing the nade. Don't worry about mid for now.
Yeah.
Because, you know, for that mid drop anyway, there's a little bit more timing you get given, a little bit more leeway in a sense, right? It's like, you know, just focus on the long corner. I'm throwing this nade. Then we can go back to this 1-2 setup.
Well, another pick for Swamp. Xiao trying to re-aggress down long, see if he can make something happen in the 4v5. It's not worked out for him. And so a fifth might be brewing here for Swamp on the BL side of Port.
It's pretty good, man.
BaiSha's susceptibility in these international events maybe still there. 9, double kill. Captain steps up. The experienced leader of the roster brings it back to the 3v3, but meanwhile, Swamp are going to read into that and just take the time to try and push their way out on A, though, as you say that, Flash really slows them down, and now there's another one here that 9 is just popping off in this round. He's found himself 3 so far. There's a 4th, and he can't quite get the ace, but he set it up easily for Leah to finish it off. That is a huge round from 9, right when it is most needed for BaiSha. It looked like Swamp might start running away with this map, but 9 says no, not yet.
Does a great job. Leads by example there massively.
In saying that, though, Swamp are still looking really dangerous. You know, like that's a big individual moment for 9, but that's not how you want to be winning these rounds if you're BaiSha. They need to be doing better.
If anything, that's how Swamp have been winning rounds in both the series they played so far. It's massive individual performances, and we've been sort of quite constantly critiquing it, saying this is sort of not good enough, or it's not stable enough to net maps and to net series.
Yeah.
And now we're saying that about BaiSha, of all things, against Swamp. So yeah, credit where it's due. This Swamp side have really turned things around. This Port looks good at the moment. Also as well, I know it still is relatively early doors in the map, but if I'm other teams watching this BaiSha performance, and if BaiSha are the side to make it split, if I'm Stallions, for example, I'm looking at Port as a pick here. BaiSha don't look comfortable on this map at all.
No, and to compound that fact, YDSS has been picked by Kais. So another opening kill for Swamp. 9's trying to mitigate that somewhat, doing a little bit of damage here and there, but not finding himself an equalizing kill. Swamp have exited mid, and they're going to have a bit of a look towards B, which again is only defended by a souled sniper. This time it's Leah. Previously it was Xiao. And in this position, it is somewhat of a one and done. If you don't hit the shot, they're out on the site and you're dead. 9 has come across though, and he'll be able to smoke off Warehouse. It's a good timing. I wonder if Swamp might just go straight through it. 9 spots out Josh though, and the jig is up. BaiSha are aware that Swamp are trying to make their way in toward the site. 9 again will step up, and he says, this is my map. There is no entry allowed for Swamp. It's a 4K for 9. He's on for the ace in this round again. 2 rounds in a row. He has just decimated Swamp. And that is it. The ace for 9. 9 kills in 2 rounds from 9. You wonder where he gets his name from.
Fantastic, really is. So good to see. Time not going to be called. But, man alive, that is monstrous from 9. It really is. Getting to see individual performance like this, I mean, it's sick. It still is super damning. Let's kind of you know, zoom out a little bit, Swamp are still putting on so much pressure on towards this BaiSha side that 9 is being forced into these crazy rounds and these crazy clutches, but even still, tying the game up heading into the final round of the half. 9 is a beast.
Yeah, but that has always been one of the win conditions for BaiSha, has been 9 playing like that.
It's true, very true.
You know, when they're winning tournaments, when they're playing at their best, it's often off the back of 9 dropping, you know, 25 kills in a map or something like that. And now it's going to be Xiao's turn to have a crack. The initial shot misses. 5-7-7. I don't know what happened there. Maybe couldn't see. There was a flash involved somewhere, but 9 again. He's just getting all the kills. This time an assist onto YDSS. It just seems like you cannot keep 9 out of the conversation. YDSS set up again. 9 either a kill or an assist in pretty much all 5 of those kills in that round as well. He has just stepped up massively in the final 3 rounds of the half to give the lead to BaiSha. It's a tenuous lead, 5-4. But the way that half was looking, it was kind of looking like Swamp were maybe going to run away with it. And so I think BaiSha will take it, to be honest.
Yeah, pressure started to mount a little bit, and 9 locked in big time. So, a lead taken by a slim margin for BaiSha, but you expect to do a lot of their best work now in towards this half, right? They're the ones who are setting the tone, setting the pace, and I think that's where they do a lot of their better work. This is a ball move by Famous, and I kind of love it, and it works out as well. He's going to catch 5-7-7. He gets in, gets one, gets out. That's the perfect way to start off in towards this. He's full HP, and he's going to re-aggress as well on a bit of a timing. He's going to see that, well, no one's here. So this is actually dangerous.
Such a nice
spot. If he can just cross and stay here, this is pretty wild.
He's not just going to stay. He's going to get on the push. And if BaiSha gets slowed down at Warehouse, they are going to have a player behind them. And I'm surprised that nobody's watching that. And, you know, you got 4 guys that are kind of just sitting there watching a smoke.
Yeah, that's true.
That is a massive failure from BaiSha. Okay, sure, you could argue some maybe lining up a nade, but somebody's got to be watching the flank. If you're just going to be sitting there watching a smoke. Like that's unacceptable for BaiSha. And a nice move from Famous will probably net Swamp another round. I don't see YDSS getting through this one, especially with 30 HP. So we're back to 5-5. Swamp still in the contest.
Yeah, I mean, even though the scoreline is even, I think it's pretty safe to say that Swamp have actually still looked like the better side. If we're talking about holistically, they've definitely been the better side in this map. Sure, 9's been the better player, don't get me wrong, but this is still a crazy spot to be in. Of course, it's the ace from 9. Mentally good round from him, but it's not exactly what you want to lean upon every single round. You can't have 9 getting 4 to 5 kills a round and think that's enough. You need to see more out of some of these players, in particular the likes of kind of Xiao is so important. Leah as well.
He's going to go again. They're both watching for it, 5-7-7 and Leah, so Famous should not be getting away with this. Spotted out early. Leah a bit tentative about trying to swing to kind of capitalize on it, and 5-7-7 will be punished. I mean, if Famous activates in this second half, this could be real danger territory for BaiSha. He goes for more, and he gets more as well. 9 deleted. It is, of course, the end of Famous's reign in this round, but he has done the damage, and YDSS picked up as well. This is real messy for BaiSha.
Yeah, this is not clean at all. BaiSha actually really do look like they're feeling a lot of pressure now. Some seriously sloppy mistakes being made by a side that is normally so unbelievably clean. Starting to see missed shots as well. The freebie's not being converted. Xiao looking nervy. We saw these nerves in towards that first half. We see him here once again, but nice final towards Kai's at the very least, and they can scale towards A.
Yeah, they're going to get a plan on A. Leah able to cross without being spotted as well, I think. So, bit of a longer rotation here for Swamp as they're pretty much committed to that B site for the moment. You definitely have yourself a winnable round here. If particularly Xiao is able to play up on this site and find the snipe on the first play around the corner, Swamp will be aware of that a lot of this really hinges on what Xiao's going to be able to do to open the account. He's gone back and forth, flash around to try and delay It's not going to hit anybody on Swamp, but there's the first shot that we're talking about. Xiao just going to be such a pest, and now is where Leah comes into play. He's a distraction at the moment as Xiao changes his position up to find another kill into the 1v1, but time a factor, and Xiao surely has won it. He's going to go for the peak and gets rid of him. So BaiSha eke their way through that round.
Made to work for though again.
Oh, yeah.
Another one coming down to the 1 versus 1, and that'll be the takeaway from Swamp. I think regardless of how this map or the series goes, right, the takeaway is still going to be that this Swamp side are really still able to make life difficult in the server for BaiSha, which, I mean, let's be honest, not many teams can say that. Swamp have actually been playing a really decent level. Famous, of course, top in terms of the kill department, 15 to his name, back in the server. Didn't get to see that much of him towards map number 1, but he's here to play here on Port. They're picking. You can see why. I continue saying it. For teams like Stallions, for example, I'd be looking towards Port as a pick. BaiSha do not look comfortable on this map.
Yeah, 577 in particular, I think, has really been exploited on this one. No aggression this time from Famous, and that's very wise. You know, he's really conditioned BaiSha to expect it, and you can see the setup that BaiSha have got. They are absolutely terrified of a potential push from Famous down long for the 3rd round in a row. So they've got 4 players ready to fight him.
He took 1 tap on the corner as well, and they were just like all alert to it.
Yeah, but nothing happening in this one. But that's some good conditioning so far from Swamp. Still, the lead 6-5 for BaiSha, and they're going to turn their attention back over toward the B site.
Nice nade that came through as well. Just a little bit of residual chip damage, but it landed sort of just in front of the pack. Oh, Josh, need to be careful. Double flashes that come over, 1 from each side as well. Snox not cleared, and Snox going to get 2. HGZ one of his own as well, and this round feels all but done. 2 versus 5 surely should be next to impossible. YDSS, one of his own. It's Showers, course, who has to step up in his own regard, and Famous is starting to flank. So it should be dead to rights, and it all but is. C4 dropped in an impossible spot to collect, and Snox will close. He got a monster spray down, and he seals the deal. Brilliant work from Swamp again.
Yeah, this is a really, really tight map. We'll go back and have a look at some of those earlier rounds here from Famous, and that's why you had multiple members watching the A-long corner. Beautiful stuff again. Brilliant first bullet accuracy from Famous. WinCon has activated 16 and 8, and Snox kind of coming online in this map as well. There may be a 3rd map in our future subbase.
Very true.
Potentially on offer here for Swamp, and if they can get there, they could really disrupt the plans of BaiSha.
I mean, it won't be a good sign as well if BaiSha are forced to a 3rd map by Swamp, especially considering that Stallions didn't break a sweat.
Well, Famous gets the 1 kill onto YDSS, but he's not aware of the players that have already crossed into the underneath the site. Kais is watching the ladder push, but he was not watching the stairs push, and so 9 just sort of steamrolls him. Still some damage being done here. 9 eventually will bring it back to heal and give the numbers advantage over to BaiSha, but the C4 needs to be retrieved, and it is. BaiSha are definitely not doing this easily, and Snox is still hanging around. I mean, 9's going to take that fight. Xiao has spotted them both out, so luckily able to hit his shots there, but again, some kind of tentative moments there for BaiSha, I have to say. They are holding on to this lead now, but really only barely.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is the thing. I mean, if we're being honest, of the rounds that BaiSha have won, out of like the last 4 to 5 rounds they've won, none of them have been clean. Like, they are really having to break a sweat to see them over the line, and again, that continues to be a real kind of credit for this Swamp side. 7-6, just a breadth ahead, but not too far from the finish line either. And for BaiSha, even if it means trading rounds and going back and forth, if they're able to stumble across the line, it's all that really matters. But it's a good sign if your Stallions waiting in the wings, looking at this BaiSha side and being like, this side are beatable. There's gaps in the armor here. I mean, even towards map number 1, again, we mentioned it. Yes, if you look at it on paper, you look at a 10-3 and you think, all right, a dominant map, not really too much on offer there. But actually, when you look at how some of those rounds were won, again, it was down to 1v1s, which, granted, BaiSha won 7 clutches. But the fact that they were forced into clutches is something in itself.
Yeah, and here comes Famous again. He's thinking about a long push, but he's just going to tuck himself in instead. Still, it's a position that you can rotate quickly from and get in behind. So if this hit comes towards B, then again, Famous on the flank and on the lurk is going to be a problem potentially for BaiSha. Josh off angle is going to work out for 1. Does about half of Leah's HP as well, so that's more than good enough as far as he's concerned. 9 in, didn't spot out Snox, and so he'll fall as well. And it becomes quite one-dimensional for BaiSha once 9 drops. They're aware as well, Swamp. They've got that flanking from Famous. So unless this B hit is clean, it's going to be a bad round for BaiSha. HCZ grabs YDSS, and there's Famous to clean it up. Another brilliantly played round from him and from the rest of Swamp. Back to 7-7.
Yeah, really can't complain about it at all, right? Can you? Swamp continue to be such a difficult side to deal with right now. And a really quite interesting position that we're put into. Horses have already been used, so for this BaiSha side, how do you start to now kind of try and break this deadlock? You've been quite consistently the worst side of the two.
Yeah, it's just one for
this
one.
Map.
Tit for tat.
Yeah. But again, like we were saying, you know, I think for BaiSha, as long as they get the map over the line, that's what that really matters to them. But it's still not a super big confidence booster. But if you are able to go back and forth, you technically have the advantage as you're up around heading in towards this half.
Have to hope maybe that 577 is going to sort of find a little bit of form here, because he, I think, has been the one that has sort of let the table slip a little bit here for BaiSha. 4 and 11. Everyone else is contributing well enough, but he has been a little bit of a liability, and if he's able to sort of come online, hit some of these entries, it might just be enough to get BaiSha the win here. It's 9 that's really working hard, and he's done a lot of damage there to HCZ. It's a cheeky peek from him, but no kill, no reward. And Famous again is on his way forward, and how many times can he get away with this kill? It is just illegal, the fact that he's got that now probably for, what, the 4th time in the half, and that BaiSha are not doing anything to disrupt that at all.
Yeah, it is bonkers. HGZ, he's low. But even just going 1-for-1 would be huge. Kai's Famous combine, and sure, 577 gets one of his own, but Kai's just playing around the ladder. I mean, there is a bit of time to work with it. Snox and Kai's, they combine well. Wild spot we're in here. Lead taken again by Swamp.
Yeah, that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back, actually, for BaiSha. They've just been narrowly holding on to this lead by going 1-for-1. You can see in the half there, 1-1-1-1, and now 2 for Swamp. And all of a sudden, it's Swamp that take the lead, and we might be in a position where we might have to go to a map number 3 here. Swamp are really causing difficulties for BaiSha. They're going to throw caution to the wind and just try and go quick in towards A. I don't mind that as a adaptation, as a pace change. The grenade will finish off Famous, and Kaiser's also very low. So BaiSha just defaulting back to the fundamentals. Quick play, Wolfpack style, trade out. And it's worked in so much as they have the site control for now, but they don't have the plant just yet.
Okay. C4 down.
Xiao's in a great spot.
He is, actually. 9 can also take a fight here as well. As long as he can avoid the initial pack. If he can isolate just one, he can tuck his head again.
Trouble's going to be if everybody on the site falls, then Xiao won't come into play, and I think that that retake's probably not going to come in a position where Xiao might even be able to have an impact. It's actually going to be from the back alley, and that'll be where now Leah has to step up. He gets himself 2, eventually brought down to heal, but Xiao needs to find a way to get up onto the site quickly because it's all down to 9, and he can't hold on. Swamp, they've retaken the site. They're up to 9 now, and that should have been BaiSha 4-on-4, holding onto the site, but in the end, that position from Xiao that I said was a good one ended up being quite a poor one because of the pathway that Swamp took into the site. He could not come into play. He was scrambling to get up to the site in the end. Did not have any impact at all. 9-7, Swamp on the precipice of pushing us to sub-base.
It's crazy that we can even say that. You know, as much as we were saying we'd love to get a map out for Swamp, it felt so unlikely, but another famous performance from Famous as he's doing God's work at 21-11.
Yeah.
But the rest of the side have had their moments too, right? And this is kind of the big thing. Go on, so they're not as lights out, but there's been some really good impact across the board from this Swamp Gaming side. So real credit where it's due.
Yep. Yeah, I think
Socks, you know, in particular, I think is one who's had quite an underwhelming tournament. But this map, he's had some real impact rounds.
Yeah, a couple of opening picks as well for Kai's have been pretty influential. Let's see, though, what BaiSha can do when the going gets tough. Maybe the tough gets going. They just need 2 to force this into the OT, and Josh will be the first to fall at the hands of 9. So an opener that BaiSha will be reveling in, as they have not found themselves with too many 5-on-4 advantages in this half. Oh, that's scary.
Oh, Famous!
No!
Are you kidding?
You can't. You can't be getting away with that.
He's so good at this game. It's unbelievable.
I don't understand how he does it though.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
don't get it.
How is he able to do that and no one else can do it?
He's the only one who does it as well.
Yeah. It's unreasonable. He's got another one. This is just ridiculous. Pack it up. Let's go map number 3 at this point. I don't want to see BaiSha anymore on port. This is disgusting. 24-11. And that is that. Swamp will take it 10-7. Famous take a bow. What a map.
For a side that are so consistently clean at this game, that is an ugly map of CrossFire by BaiSha. But credit where it's due, Swamp, you can only beat what's in front of you, and they've beaten what is one of the best sides in the world at this game on that map. What a fantastic port coming through. What a map by Famous. Again, just another one of those showings, which just proves just how good he is at this game. He is unbelievably good.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is one thing to say that that was a bit of a messy map from BaiSha, but honestly, when you look at it, the way that Swamp was playing, it kind of forced that on BaiSha, right? They're throwing some unorthodox moves in. Obviously, the way that Famous in particular was playing on that GR side, really disrupting the plans of BaiSha. So it makes it difficult to sort of see that clean, comfortable style. And, and it really did have to kind of come down to some very clutch moments from 9 in particular to even make it a close map. In the end, though, I have to give credit to Swamp. Great map from them, and they force it through to a map 3. So some of that self-belief hopefully starting to build for Swamp here. I would love to see them get themselves a win here in map number 3 against BaiSha. I'm not sure that I'm going to predict it, but look, you take us all the way to map 3 at the end of the night, you better deliver. Hopefully this is going to be a good map, and if they can get themselves a win, knock the confidence of BaiSha going into that game against Stallions, who knows what happens tomorrow.
It also means that quite literally nobody, absolutely nobody got a perfect prediction, which is wild, right? You know, at least in every other series.
Nobody predicted 2-1, did they?
Nobody predicted 2-1. Everybody predicted 2-0. It means we've had in every single game so far, at least one person's got the prediction absolutely perfect.
Yes.
And one of them was me. I've been perfect so far. But I can now, you know, actually kind of gladly say I'm not, because of what Swamp have done. They've deserved that. Famous with an unbelievable performance, but I think, you know, as much as it's so easy to kind of continue to big him up because, you know, his stats do kind of sing such praises for him, I do actually want to give credit to the rest of the side. I think nearly everybody had moments there. Snock's first time we've really seen him this tournament really show up to the level that we know he can play at. That was really good to see. But Kai's was super influential, which is exactly what we want out of him. This is exactly what we want from this side. We can run through some of the stats as well. I mean, of course, 24-11 is ridiculous from Famous. But, you know, look at it again. Kai's and Snock's doing work that's good for them. And Josh, who's actually just been completely unsung all the way throughout the tournament, again, you know, really, really decent showing from him individually. So BaiSha, I mean, it's an embarrassing loss on their side that they should be 2-0ing this game every day of the week.
Yeah, another one for Famous. He actually picks up the match MVP this time because, you know, they finally won a map, so he's actually allowed to have the MVP. Whereas, frankly, he probably could have had a couple of these. I don't know if we've got the numbers on it, but I would have to hazard a guess that if we matched up all of the KDs of every single map and every single player in this event so far, Famous would be the top of the pack in terms of kill to death ratio.
Potentially, yeah.
He had like that 24-5 map. He's just had that one there. Yeah. He's only had one average map. Every other map has actually been very, very good. Which was, the first map of today was the day where he kind of went like 10 and 11 or something like that, you know what I mean? So it was like 1-1, which is fine. Not great, but by his standards, kind of bad. Yeah. So, I think, look, again, you know, finally gets himself an MVP. Question now becomes, can they do that on sub-base, right? It's one thing to do it on your map pick, one thing to do it on a map which it didn't seem like BaiSha was super comfortable on. And it's another thing now to go into sub-base, which has historically been a map that BaiSha have played a lot of.
Yes.
And walk away with a series victory. I mean, that's now got to be the goal for Swamp, right? You've achieved your first objective, which is take a map. Now how about you take a series, you know?
Yeah.
Have we had in the last 5 years a series from a North American team against a Chinese team, or maybe even in the history of CrossFire, dare I say, in these international tournaments? I obviously can't go back that far in my head and remember all of those matches, but I think I would really struggle to remember a time where a North American team has beaten a Chinese team. Yeah. Maybe today will be that day. We're going to have to find out now. It is moments away, but first we are going to have to take a short break before we do get into map number 3. Sub-base is coming up right after this.
然后我总是和朋友们一起玩 CF， 我太喜欢 CF 了，所有比赛都不会错过。看到那些热情的解说，我也渐渐的被解说这个梦想所吸引了。就这样 ，CF 自然而然的融进了我的生活。长大后，我的目标始终只有一个，成为一名 CF 官方解说。所以，我每天都会分析比赛。每当 CFS 举办，我都会去现场向我敬佩的解说老师们学习，也会一起拍照留念。直到有一天，我能站在那个舞台，用我的声音去讲述比赛。在那之前，我的梦想绝不会停止。
The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes. Dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot. After losing one, the Blacklists rush B site and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
Rightio, well, back in for map number 3 here, and it could be an interesting one. We'll have to wait and see whether or not Swamp can deliver
At this point, boys, just do it. How funny would that be?
Like, literally,
Yeah.
look, we're here now. Okay, we're here for map 3. Make it a good one. Please, at least make it a good one, if not a win for Swamp.
Yeah.
No bias on the desk here for the English broadcast, of course, but
at this point, just
it would be kind of a gag. It would be a gag.
I think for every broadcast that's running it, maybe even the Chinese broadcast as well at this point. Like
they are
like
big famous fans.
Yeah, exactly. Big fans are famous, and you know we've got to talk about storylines here. Of like, hey, has a North American side ever beaten a Chinese side in international soil? I would hazard a guess. No, ever. Right? Maybe. I'm trying to
maybe
think.
In the early days, like if we go back far enough and we talk about like Carbon or any of those old rosters back in the day, Lazarus. I don't even think Lazarus would have done it. I mean, to be fair, when we're talking about that historically, it is famous. Like he's in all of these lineups. You know, there's been some North American teams that have definitely made it a lot deeper than the sort of more modern day North American teams. They've been able to make it into you know, playoffs, and they've won some group stage matches and stuff like that. But I just can't recall them ever beating a Chinese team. At least in the matches that I'm aware of. Again, like I'm not going to say never. Like it didn't. I can't be the encyclopedia of CrossFire history. But I don't think it would have happened, and if it has happened, it would certainly not be on a regular occurrence.
And you know, even if we just look at the ELO system that we've been talking about, right? This is like the number 2 in the world ELO system versus the what? It was like
26 or something.
26. Yeah, I mean that's a pretty big jump in the grand scheme of things. So. It's Subbase coming up next. It's our map 3 out the cider here as well. And at this point, if you've taken us towards a third map, Swamp, give us a game here, man. Like let's actually see what we can do. And it really does look like BaiSha they're fallible. This is not a BaiSha that look clean.
Yeah.
It comes back to narrative we brought up, which in hindsight off the map 1 we didn't think was going to be true, but BaiSha do start slow into tournaments. And this is, again, another slow start. BaiSha should not, on paper, be ever dropping a map to Swamp. But Swamp look warmed up. They look ready, you know, smiles around for them as well. And at this point with momentum on your side, let's gun for gold, right? You know, if you can scalp a series away from BaiSha, that would be so big.
It would be funny.
Yeah.
It would be kind of funny.
It'd be one of the biggest stories we've had at CFS in a long, long time.
It'd be a big confidence rattler for BaiSha going into that match as well tomorrow. I mean, I think Stallions are going to be watching this and really hoping that Swamp can cause an upset here, because that will make their job a little bit easier tomorrow. I got to be honest, I don't really think that it's possible for Swamp to qualify to the playoffs from here. Like you look at it mathematically and say, well, if they win here and then Stallions win and then Stallions lose tomorrow, that'll be a 3-way tie. But just because of how clean that win was, you'd think that it would be Stallions that would go through. But we'll find out if it's even going to be a conversation as we head in to map number 3. All right, here it is, map number 3, Swamp. They've pushed us all the way here, and they're going to start off nicely. Famous on the front foot. That's exactly what we want to see until it's not. 577 is back alive, it would seem, as he picks up 2 to trade back down on Famous's opener. 577 was the player that really went missing in that last map for BaiSha, so to see him start well here on sub base could be a real big difference maker, and that could really make the job a lot more difficult for Swamp.
Yeah, if you can just sort of immediately just shake it off.
Yeah, exactly.
Then you can start talking about the positives and all the rest. He's going to get caught in transition. Not the way that Swamp want to start towards this map, in all fairness.
No. Yeah, that's a grim start, particularly given it was Famous to open the account, but now we're into a 2v4.
Josh is dead here.
And you're right. Not just Josh, but HCZ. And so BaiSha straight into the winner's circle for sub base.
It would be so comical on the flip side. I know it would be like very, very comical and kind of like sick if Swamp were able to take a series, but it also be like kind of comical in its own regard if, you know, BaiSha drop a map and they look really weak and they just absolutely dominate them into sub base.
It's a very possible thing.
Yeah.
It would definitely be a BaiSha way to win a series, you know, sort of slip up in one map and then lock back in for the final map in the series.
BaiSha have always been the side for me as well, at least since I've been following CrossFire, where it's like they are inconsistent where it doesn't matter.
Low lows.
And then, but they lock in when it does matter. So, you know, they can afford to drop a map because it doesn't really matter, but they're never going to drop the series type vibe.
Yeah.
I mean, I really do wonder as well when you're BaiSha, that 10 to 15 minute break we have in between maps, I wonder what they talk about. Like, that must be pretty damning. Like, guys, like, what are we doing? Like, how have we let that slip so badly?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it again kind of goes to show the conversation that we were having at the start of this series that BaiSha are not looking like that unbeatable force that they have been in the past. It was just the only team that BaiSha loses to is AG, but not really anymore. It's another opener here for 577. So this entry fragging role that he typically does play, if he's not getting it going, then it's tough for BaiSha, but if it's a bit more like what we're seeing here, then it could be a tough day at the office for Swamp on sub base.
Waiting to see whether Swamp are going to react to anything. No real commitment just yet. Of course, you get an initial bit of Locker's control, but Kai's will peek his head in. And he gets one, so 577 dropped, limited at just the 1 kill in this round. He's tempted to look for more as well as he plays around the rafters. But he needs an angle to hold as well. He could potentially get the drop on one in towards Lockers. They could line up there as well, but it's Famous and Snox who combine.
Hello. If only Kais hits that shot, then we'd really be on. But the fact that these guys are so low, the grenade, it's just going to tickle Famous. He ducks away just in time. Josh going down. That's not good. He's the healthy player.
Nice shot.
Famous wins his fight against Xiao, and with 20 seconds on the clock, YDSS is going to have to move quickly. This is a winnable round for him for sure, especially if that B site's going to be left open. But he has to find a plan, and he might have been spotted out there by Famous on the cross. They've set themselves up in jail. Snox has seen him, and Swamper on the board early as well. So the competition begins on map 3.
Yeah, I think a little sloppy there from BaiSha.
Yes.
They just don't fight properly as a pack. I think it's just a little bit too simple for Snox and Famous to continue taking fights. Famous as well, he definitely shouldn't have. That second engagement he gets, he's so low. He shouldn't have walked away with a kill there. It's just an oversight by BaiSha. There was quite a few oversights in towards map number 2. Xiao. Try to take pop shots on towards guys. Just through the door there with the TRG. Of course, that's good wallbang damage. Nothing being offered for now. Famous going to play down towards this site. I think they're more than happy, in all honesty, to actually leave Famous down there alone.
Yep.
You can prioritize mid-control here, which is such a big kind of thing that BaiSha want to take. And you can sort of always have this confidence that Famous will at least get one.
It is interesting how they're utilizing Famous. He was aggressive in the machine room in round 1. Now he's solo holding A, so he's been quite mobile on this GR side. And HCZ can't quite hang on for 3. Snox probably needed a trade there, but still you're seeing the numbers put together for Swamp. Famous good for 1, spots out Xiao. There's a player behind him. He's helped out by Josh. That's good coverage from Swamp. Playing off of each other nicely. And it's all on the shoulders of Xiao. This has got to be one of those rounds that needs to be locked in by Swamp. If they want to win this series, they need to cross the T's and dot the I's. They need to make sure that they win these unlosable rounds.
Yeah, it's true.
Let's see what Xiao can do. He's been given a bit of time off that bomb timer. About a quarter of it having ticked away. Now down to about half. If he hits this opening kill onto Kais, it could be something. Not going to happen. And so Swamp will find themselves too. They have the lead. If they can front run, I'm going to believe.
Why not, right? I mean, at this point, we've got nothing to lose. Let's start to believe. You know, we don't really get too many opportunities to really, on an international scale, sing the praises of Swamp and really start to back them and all the rest. But for the second map in the row, Swamp can sit in a position of a lead, which in itself is already kind of wild. Sure, it's very early doors here, but build something up in this first half for Swamp. You know, you get yourself to a spot. If you can get 5 rounds in this first half, you would be loving life. That is, again, such pressure on towards BaiSha. And I actually think as well, Swamp, they put themselves in spots where when they're the ones setting the pace on the attack and all the rest, BaiSha did feel super uncomfortable. They were getting dragged out of position a lot. So if Swamp in this first half, where they're the ones essentially reacting, if they can get in the position like 5 rounds, BaiSha are in trouble for me.
Yeah, yeah. Bit of a tentative peek in there from Xiao, but not going to cop any damage. Type of map as well, especially with the positions that are being played by Swamp, where you could see a secondary sniper come out for HCZ if he's going to watch this wood position. It's typically where you will see snipers doing a lot of work. Snake in particular for the West League, someone that really gets a lot done through those doors. So it'll be interested to see if that's an adaptation at some point here from Swamp. Good read though. They've got 3 players over toward the B hold, maybe even a quick 4th rotator as well. Josh, the first point of contact here, is kind of alone, but he does well and gets quite a bit of damage there onto Xiao as well. It's just unfortunate again. Guy's not really able to capitalize to continue the numbers in the favor of Swamp, but damage being done is not quite enough there for Swamp. HCZ and Famous holding on, but not long enough. And so BaiSha bully their way into B, I think is probably the way to describe that round.
Yeah. Brute force, right? I think, you know, for them, it is coming down to a little bit more of a simplistic call there by Nard, which is a bit of a pack mentality, right? We take Locker's control and we just move as a unit. And I can't hate it, especially if it works. I would like to see a couple more of these kind of slightly quicker rounds by BaiSha. They are giving Swamp a lot of opportunities to set up in the early round, to gain bits of map control and information. We saw in that first map, there was times where they were relentlessly pacey, where Swamp just looked a little shell-shocked. I kind of want BaiSha to dip in towards that a little bit. I think maybe they want to shore up a lead first before they maybe take a quote-unquote gamble like that. But there was really nice moments when they were in the early round, kind of first 10 seconds, flying in towards a fight and seeing what Swamp were doing in terms of a reaction.
Deep smoke in mid. Swamp going to push out past it to try and recontest that map control. But Leah, yeah, he just got in behind HCZ and Snox, and that's going to be the end of Famous. That round has gone horribly wrong for Swamp. Timing not working out for them at all. It's one smoke there from BaiSha that kind of just throws that round into complete disarray for Swamp. Very unfortunate.
They bounce round, the cards would fall in the end. He was just trying to survive for his dear life there, but not to be pretty early timeout, in all fairness. But I guess they can already foresee that this one's looking a little shaky, a little dicey. So I don't hate it. Ever so slim lead by BaiSha, but it's Pietro, the coach, who gets on the mic. Of course, Pietro, an IGL in the West League who has loads of experience, played with a variety of different teams. You know, look towards kind of Unknights, Ping Pong Pals, who actually towards the end of the season looked really kind of sick.
Yeah, Ping Pong Pals did great.
Yeah, they were gunning for a 3rd spot, in all fairness. So in a circle, I need to be careful there. But yeah, you know, kind of a guy with a lot of experience. You know, and from my understanding of kind of teams within the West League, really highly respected Pietro. I think he, you know, maybe mechanically isn't all there, but in terms of like a head for the game, I think really offers up a lot. And I can see why Swamp have kind of drafted him in as a coach for a tournament.
Yeah, I think if I remember it rightly, it might have been Loons that was here last year with Swamp.
I think you're right, yeah.
And, you know, that's again another very experienced head. So it's good to see them getting the backup of the fellas. You know, the West League sticks together.
Tarmac included.
Yeah. Big passage of play here for Swamp. They need to find themselves
don't think
another
there's
couple of rounds quickly.
Loads that BaiSha need to talk about just yet either. I think they were kind of just trying to like get a bit of the eye test of what Swamp were bringing to the early part of this map. I think now for BaiSha, it's just about showing up the way in which they've been taking their early fights. 577 initially looked like he was bringing a lot in terms of impact. We're looking towards him.
Yeah, he was 3-0. Now he's 3-3.
Again, we just need him in terms of the entry frags, right? He has to give a lot of space. More than anything, even if he's not getting the kill, he needs to manipulate all of the space to facilitate this rifling core moving forward.
On the flip side as well, I think, you know, this man on our screen, Kai's, he will be a big difference maker for Swamp. You know, we've seen a couple of these rounds open up nicely, and had Kai's hit a shot, it might have been a round winner. But he's missed a couple of crucial ones, and here's another chance for him if that Locker's swing does come. Seems like it's inevitable for BaiSha. It's just a matter of time. They are milling about for the moment. What's the go signal? Are they waiting for a timer, maybe 125 or 120? Or is it predicated on potentially 9 doing something in wood?
It might even be off the back of, do we see anything from Swamp, and if we don't, then we then make a late move. I don't love rounds like this, though, because you're hoping things can be waiting. Well, there he is, right? They wait for a reaction, and smoke comes down, then they pop through. Shao going to find the first famous quick on the response. There's some support as well. Kai's not too far around this corner, but HEC going to drop. That's not what you want to see, but Kai's up close. Shotgun, sniping, and it nails one, but it's a shutdown. It's another round where BaiSha bully their way in towards a site, and it works. It's brute force, but it's enough.
It's just a unfortunately timed push out of the A site there for Swamp, in that, you know, they get what they want. They got that kill onto 9, but it comes a little bit too late. It's after BaiSha are already ready to commit to that B bomb site, and the fact that 9 spots 2 indicates to BaiSha that they can continue to push their way into B with that reckless abandon, right? So they know they've got the numbers on that B bomb site. Even though 9 goes down, he gets the crucial information, and BaiSha just say, yeah, we're going to take this round. Good attempt from Kai's, but not enough done. And so Swamp back to the drawing board here.
Jumping pop shot by Kai's. It's hopeful, to say the least. Audacious, but doesn't feel like it's going to find too much. They're going for a pretty early pop towards A, it feels. And they're going to dive downstairs, and they're going to realize there's actually no one really here. They've just got to be careful of winners. 3 players in that direction. Famous, nice find for the first. Really, really good shot, but he's caught in behind us. Leah dives out of the vent, and he's actually got a really strong spot. If he can find Snox here, this round would be all but sealed, but he can't. Snox just about survives.
Yeah, Snox just needs to sort of take a back seat here and hope that the rest of the team can get this one done. Maybe he can be like the flank player, or potentially even just the entry. Set it up, get the info for the last couple of players behind him, and see what the option of choice is going to end up being. It looks like Snox is going to be the guy to throw the util and then be the first man in. The spray is good from 9 and YDSS, and Kai's needs to do a little bit more than just find that one. In fact, he's going to have to win this 1v3, essentially. That's a good shot, but he's not got much time. Has to push his way forward. Xiao just ducks his head down, biding his time, and I don't think this is going to be winnable anymore for Kai's. Has to tap that defuse. Has not baited Xiao out. And that is going to be the round as well for BaiSha.
Yeah, good work. Really, really good work. I think right at the end, granted, that 1v3 never should have got into a 1 versus 1, but it's just heads up play there from Xiao. We don't need to fight in a spot like that. Let's just make sure that we see it off by the clock alone. The timer on the C4 is your best friend in a spot like that. So this lead is getting extended. It's already a guaranteed lead heading into the second half. It's the one thing we wanted for Swamp. And now for BaiSha, I think the real question is how far can they run away with this, right? Can they get the final 2 of the half and put themselves in a next to impossible spot to choke?
Yeah, you don't need that much on the GR side, though, if you're Swamp here. I think 3 is enough. It is a BL-sided map. If they can get a 3rd, they will at least have enough to say, we can fight for this game. The way things are going at the moment, BaiSha are looking a little bit too clean on this BL side to really say that Swamp can get to a 4th, and that opening pick onto Snox is going to make life a little more difficult. Swamp have to find a way to get their X-Factor players into these rounds early on in the piece. They've made a big rotate off of A, and that is exactly where BaiSha are headed, so not liking their chances in this round as well. 4v5 for the retake on A is a pretty bad sign.
Yeah, BaiSha honestly look a little baffled by the lack of response, the lack of presence and pressure. I mean, 5-7 is so much. And he finally finds a fight coming through mid. This round is all but done. It's a great place to drop a smoke. He can drop an nade in behind it as well if he really wants to, just in case there's a late rotate to pop through. But this round's all but done. They go for a gamble coming through, and unfortunately it's just the wrong call here by Swamp. C4 too far ticked already. Even if they do make this late move, they're going to come through as well to try and soften them up, but it makes no difference here. Even if they are to win out your fights, it will be all for naught. Last man, of course, of Kai's. And he can't win out the round. He's just trying to save the KD a little bit. And he does that, at the very least. But it's an easy round by BaiSha. They walk into an empty side. The red carpet rolled out for another round for them, up to 6.
Yeah, important round, this final 1.5 here for Swamp. Must win, in my opinion, if they want to have any kind of conversation in the second half. What is going to be the option of choice? I'd like to see a bit of a change-up from Swamp, just in terms of maybe the pace of the round. Can they try to force a fight early against BaiSha? Doesn't look like they want to. They tried that in the first round of the map, and that was in Machine Room. Didn't really work out for them. And since then, they've sort of been back in their sights and giving BaiSha the run of things. I mean, we've seen how that's kind of gone, right? This is 6-2 at the moment. BaiSha looking really solid to close this series out. Good effort from Swamp. I think we can give them credit for taking a map off of BaiSha, but if it amounts to nothing, if it amounts to a series win for BaiSha anyway, it's like, well, what was the point?
Yeah, it's true. It's very true. Like you mentioned, a very important round, but these last few from BaiSha have been pretty damning. I do like this move, and it's a nice opener. Why is that's going to get caught?
Bit of proactivity from Swamp. It's nice, you know?
Yeah.
Give BaiSha something to think about. Force them to work a little bit harder. Xiao now has that responsibility of just watching Machine Room to make sure that there's no push coming through. Not happening for Swamp. They're happy to accept the 5-on-4 advantage.
Flash that comes through. 2 playing anti there, expecting a fight through lockers, but I don't actually think they really need to. HGC is going to reclaim some of this space. Oh, him and Josh do so well. Round all but done, it feels, unless 9 can pull off something, but Famous will shut down that narrative. So a third on the board by Swamp. It's not impossible, still remains probably in the range of improbable, but
yeah,
there's still legs here.
Well, I feel a little bit better after having seen that last round go the way of Swamp. 360 from Leah. First round of this half is going to be a big one. Okay, if we can go to 4-6, that feels a long, long way from a 7-4. There's a big difference there. 2-round gap versus a 4-round gap. So if Swamp can get off on the right foot, I'll maintain some degree of belief.
Sure.
That though,
not a good start.
Yeah, not. Well, it's one way to put it now.
Yeah. Not ideal. Actually, just unbelievably easy, to be honest, for Xiao.
Too easy, for sure. And that's where he does a lot of his work. You know, I was kind of like highlighting Snake at the first half there, that he gets a lot of work done through those doors. Xiao's another one of those snipers that really loves that fight. You know,
yeah, it's true.
There's some players that like to take that fight. There's some players that don't like to take that fight. Xiao's someone that's going to be there like every round, looking for that pick. And a lot of the time he's going to get it too.
I'm assuming you mean Snare, by the way, right?
Snare, that's the one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why I said Snake.
In all fairness, Snake does play up through doors, but he's like an aggro rifler into doors. Speaking of aggro riflers, there was 2 on offer there for Leah. Only going to get 1. They're down towards the site, but this is not an easy plant here. And how do you set yourself up in the post plant, right? Because you've got a lot of bodies that are going to dive through that stairs position in a minute. Sox has to get 1 and stay alive.
Time favorable for Swamp. So that's something that they've got going, but they need to find a quick kill here, and hopefully it'll be coming from Snox because he's in that key position to deny the rest of the push into the site. Famous for a double. Snox gets himself one as well, and now they can fight together. There we go. Swamp starting to come alive. Xiao will dispatch a Famous, but surely can't get Snox in time here. That is that fourth. That is that important round that I said Swamp needs to get to keep themselves in this fight. And maybe now a little bit of pressure starts to shift back onto BaiSha. Not too bad just yet, but remember, on port, Swamp was able to come back from behind. They were able to fight their way in. Could they do the same here on sub base?
Big man dropped early into round 11, though. 577 flies in towards the fight, and Famous hits the deck. So exactly the way you want to start in towards this one. Snox sacked down to half as well. Trying to move their way through doors out range as Xiao, who holds, he's just taking hopeful pop shots. Smoke's thrown both ways. The second one being a lurk smoke by Swamp. Also gives them coverage. If they want to try and play in towards doors, they've got one in front of them that they can try and play behind. It gives them just a bit of map control if they want to risk taking it. The only issue is, though, you've got to clear the doors in front of you. And the smoke there is not exactly the risk you want to be taking. 9, that's not one you want to lose.
Yeah, Josh was just... I mean, he was in no man's land. He should have been dead to rights, but he's hit the headshot. Trouble is, you still need more. 577 is getting away with a bit too much here in Machine Room. HCZ will fall. And you've got the embattled Snox and Josh to try to close this round out for Swamp. Both tagged up pretty significantly, so I'm not seeing the way forward for Swamp in this round.
I'm with you. Yeah, Josh is reeling, and now so is Snox. The nade will hit him even further. Strong gust of wind that both of these players are out of the round here, and well, Snox is already going to fall. So it's all on the shoulders of Josh. He's a known quantity. And he's heading forward to Ranta Y, the SS. Another round for BaiSha now. 3 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away from the map and the series, and eliminating Swamp here in the groups. Not a lot of time left in this game for the recovery of Swamp. We are very rapidly approaching that now or never narrative, and it doesn't start well as Kais will be clipped early.
Yeah, just another opening kill. I think that's 3 from 3 in the half here for BaiSha. One of them obviously recovered by Swamp in the opening round of the half. Famous does take the duel against Xiao. So the opening kill doesn't necessarily matter as much if there's a quick response, and that's what Swamp have gotten here. 9's been spotted out as well. That's a tough shot to hit for Famous. Things all slow down in the 4v4.
One minute 40. Tentative from Swamp. The smoke that comes down for BaiSha. They can continue to keep them locked out of those double doors. Does feel like quite a bit of this actually might even hedge off the back of Famous, as many around do, but just he's actually the only one who's got a bit of space to kind of progress here. Snox is locked behind one. And even the likes of Josh as well, it's just not worth that risk. That server room's control into solo lockers control, that's such a big ask for him. So I think it does feel quite make or break for Famous. He's the only one who's got actual space to scale in. Where does he want to go? He'll fall back, join up with HCZ. C4 going to be collected. They're just going to go for that standard late doors play. Might be a pretty standard pop down towards A.
He is going to spot it, though, so it's not going to be an easy entry for Swamp here into A. The rotation's already starting to come through. Could be a fakey, though. Swamp going to try and go up the gut, straight through mid. 577 watching for that. Dispatching of Josh. Disrupting the play of Swamp with 30 seconds left on the clock. They've got to make their decision. They've got to do it quickly. They're into jail now, and 577 will take that contact. Snox fighting alone. Will be able to win that duel. YDSS happy to just let them into the site, and I don't mind that as a decision. Play for the retake here. 9 deleted. Sharp shot for Famous. Dream is still alive.
Oh. Ball on Famous now as well. He's got to try and isolate these fights as well, and I was worried about Leah even kind of taking that aim duel, right? He's just not a guy that you want to be taking aim duels against, but he ends up coming out on top. Bated breath, but it's BaiSha another round for them, up to 8. Double the rounds of Swamp now and 2 away from winning the series. They may be stumbling their way there, but they're getting there is, I guess, the main thing that matters. They're so close to that finish line, they can more or less grab it. Swamp, time is ticking now on their time here at this tournament.
Swamp maybe throwing caution to the wind in this round, try and do something a little bit quicker. Don't hate the approach. Leah, though, might not be a big fan of it. Oh, he's transitioned off on an awkward timing. 577 will come into play here. Leah missing an opening shot. There's a lot of room to work with for Swamp, but they don't really seem to be making a lot of it. They get that trade frag onto 577 with the grenade, and here's where things start to get a little bit more interesting. Kai's on to Leah. Bomb plan's going to go down. Kai's still holding that wood position as well. Make it a little bit of a longer rotation for BaiSha. Dealt with relatively quickly, though. With a couple of low HP players here, Famous and HCZ, it might not necessarily be the easiest hold in the post plan.
Yeah, that's for sure. Flash over. They want to try and dive out of stairs here, but if they could have caught Snox when he was reloading, it could have been something, but I feel like they're already all but locked in place. Snox for 2, and he seals the deal with a 3rd as well. Nice round from him. Swamp still showing they've got a bit of life left in them. Not dead just yet, but still the recovery required, it still remains absolutely immense.
It is a big recovery that's going to be needed here for Swamp, but if they can go on a string around here, and this would be the perfect way to do it, a faster play in a control room from both teams works out well for Swamp. They just need to get a bit of momentum going their way. I think they need to find that self-belief that they had on port. It's been lacking a little bit here on sub-base, but maybe just starting to come back here for Swamp. Yeah, spotted out there by Famous as well. He doesn't want to overcommit to that fight, quite low on HP. Xiao going to take a risk by pushing up behind the wood doors. He'll be safe with the cover of smoke. So round will slow down again. So I'm trying to close the gap back to 2.
Famous is all but dead, but he's still going to get kills. You can never count him out. Doesn't matter the HP. What is Leah with it all to do and next to nothing to work with. In this one, Leah going to get 2 out of this. Hang on a moment here. Oh my God, Leah going to get a 3rd. Are you kidding me? Leah, one-man army, a turret down towards his A site, is given life left back in towards BaiSha. A nade over. HCZ's in trouble. He's dead, and Kai's could be joining him soon because he is so damn low. If this is a 2 versus 5 converted, BaiSha have all but done it.
Kai's has the C4 and he's on his way out, but he's going to be spotted by YDSS on the cross. Takes the fight. And a huge win for BaiSha, a 2v5. That was the round that Swamp needed. They should have had.
Yes, agreed.
And they've let it slip. Yeah, bad news indeed. And that might be their tournament life done. 9-5 now. BaiSha on series point.
An elimination lurking behind this last round for Swamp. Man, letting a 5 versus 2 slip like that is rough to watch. Doesn't start well either, as Kai takes a lot of damage out the gates.
Not going to amount to a whole lot initially. Smokes up in wood, nobody can see anything. Just some spam from Xiao, hoping for the best. Not really going to be converting on much there. Maybe Famous will have to be the hero again here for Swamp, as he seems like he's the one on point for the most part. Calling the troops across. They're going to try and hit B. It's going to be a B split. Kai's will be sort of the X factor on the lurk towards Machine Room, having an eye on lockers. But the rest of the hit has to be successful straight into the site here for Swamp, and so far it has not worked out. This might be the final nail in the coffin. Swamp have had a good effort in this series, but 10-5 in the final map. BaiSha will do what's expected, and they will dispatch of Swamp Gaming.
Not the result that anyone expected at the end of this best of 3. Swamp Gaming able to take 1 win in the map number 2 on port, but after that it was BaiSha at least taking the victory, but not looking that strong. Again, it's not the first time we've seen BaiSha kind of, or some other Chinese teams to that matter, just kind of wallow and not play their best CrossFire in the group stage and then eventually go on to like the knockouts and stuff like that and play much better. So Swamp, they had a really good opportunity to make them look pretty silly, and I think they already did to a certain extent. Everybody predicted 2-0, and they take them out. Sub-base, you know, it was close for a while. It was 5-5, I think, at some point, or at least 5-4, but at the end of the day, BaiSha eventually just woke up and took the victory that was expected.
And ultimately, what was the thing that we said for Swamp coming in towards this tournament, right? Can we get a map? That's all we really asked for. Can we get a map? And not only do they get a map against the second best team in the world ranked, right? So that's not a bad way to go about it. This guy was incredible though. Xiao, such good work coming through. On the defense was just such a turret at times, bailing them out of a lot of bad situations, but controlling some parts of the map which were unbelievably important. We talk about those double doors angles, which he took those fights so consistently and was winning them so consistently.
Yeah, often has a good map on sub-base, does Xiao. He's very comfortable on that one. I think the difference really does come down to the snipers on that map. Look, you can say there's a lot of things that probably could have gone a little bit better for Swamp, but just having a look at the graph there, 25 ADR for Kai's is just not enough, unfortunately, especially when your counterpart in Xiao is the MVP on the other side, and there was definitely a lot around there. On the GR side, particularly for Swamp, where it felt like if Kai's would have hit one shot, it would have made a big difference, and they could have picked up maybe another 2 rounds out of that first half, and who knows where we would have gone from there, but unfortunately not going to be the case for them. I think really the big thing coming out of this one is less so what are we talking about Swamp, you know, okay, yeah, great, they get themselves a map, whatever, they're out of the tournament, move on past that. More so, I have to think about what is Stallions thinking after having watched that, because they will be looking at BaiSha and saying, that's a team that looks beatable, to be quite honest with you. Stallions have been top 4 at the last 2 international events of the year, EWC and ACL, and look, they could make it into the playoffs here as well if they can dismantle BaiSha, especially a BaiSha that was looking susceptible even against Swamp, which, look, if we have power ranked the teams coming into this tournament,
and we have.
Well, I mean us, not necessarily the algorithm, but
yeah.
if the talent team ourselves would have power ranked the teams coming in here, I think we probably would have put Swamp as maybe the lowest ranked team, if not one of the lowest ranked teams. And to see them actually pushing BaiSha in such a way, I think that should be a real wake-up call for BaiSha, and it should be a real eye-opener potentially for Stallions to say, we could beat this BaiSha team tomorrow.
Yeah.
Port especially looked really rough for BaiSha. It was very, very messy. So I have to wonder, you know, what kind of game are we going to get tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good point. I think that this is only positive for the Stallions. You know, I don't think they're going to get overconfident from this. I think they already had confidence in themselves. Like, if we play our game, we can beat these guys, even without seeing this. But after seeing this, they're like, man, we're probably better than these guys. Like, it's a good kind of confidence where you come in, you're not overconfident, but you say, hey, these guys are beatable. We've made top 4s before. And you just, you know, there's not a whole lot of pressure because if you win, you're still leading a Chinese team. And I feel like for Stallions, it's really, really good because, I mean, if they make it into playoffs at all, that's going to be awesome for them. They get another shot at getting top 4. They knock one of the big contenders for the finals out very early on. You know, if we had to do guesswork or predictions early on for who was going to get out of this group, I think everybody would have said just BaiSha by default, even though Stallions is so good. Just because it's BaiSha and they have so many results under their belt.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. It really does set up for quite an interesting final, because I guess final match for this group, in the sense with this Stallion side. I think they're a young side who, you know, was average age of about 18 or kind of rounded to 18, where they're already full of confidence, and they're so mechanically sharp as well. They've got to look at that and say, like, there's a lot of gaps in the defense. There's a lot of holes in terms of the game plan, and maybe we weren't kind of super calling the strats that heavily, but I look towards this BaiSha side and say it's not exactly the way you want to come in towards this tournament. Your first game out on CFS, I know generally we talk about first games to just getting rid of the rust, right? You know, getting used to the environment around you, but it's not a good look actually when you're going against what is arguably the weakest side on paper in this tournament, and you actually really had to lock in to even get into a position of closing out the series. Even in that third map as well, Subbase was a lot better, don't get me wrong, but there's still like rounds where they're losing, and you kind of scratch your head a little bit saying, the BaiSha that we know and love, or the BaiSha on paper, would never lose those, right? So that in itself is pretty bad, and I think, you know, you just break it down to the raw fundamentals. Stallions are saying, we didn't drop a map, and we didn't even break a sweat in the map. BaiSha did break sweat in kind of 2 of those maps at times, and of course dropped it. So it's a really kind of spicy time, I think, for Stallions. I think as well they're really trying to change this narrative of this is no longer just like just China at the top. We can actually compete with the best. We have the back-to-back top 4s. If they now want to actually cement this of we are an actual international contender at the top level, you've got to make the best of a situation where BaiSha look vulnerable.
Yeah, I've been listening to Sneaky and Bench obviously on the cast while we've been having Outbreak, and a couple of times I've heard them sort of say something along the lines of, oh, this team, the way that they're looking, could be a champion contender. And we've kind of said some similar phrases, I think, in particular with the likes of Liquid. We watched Liquid play. We were very, very positive about how they played, and we were sort of saying, we think these guys could definitely be a team that could make it all the way through to the playoffs. They're a really, really strong side in terms of the names on paper and how they've been playing. And now you're looking at BaiSha, and you'd want to say the same thing about them, but I don't think we can actually say that about this current BaiSha. That's a really damning statement. The fact that we can't make that statement, that's the concern for me. So we'll have to sort of see how that's going to be fixed up over the course of, well, tomorrow's game for BaiSha, whether or not they can come back online, because I think the fact that we can't say that after they've just played against Swamp is like, whoa, okay, what's going on here?
Yeah, we definitely can't, and I feel like, this format can be damning, and it might come back to bite one of the strongest teams in the entire tournament. We'll have to wait and see. But guys, we do have an interview with one of the guys from BaiSha right now on the stage.
Hi, Cfesports. Welcome to the post-match interview. I'm host Nini. And in the last BO3 match, let's congratulations on BaiSha securing the victory with 2-1. And Xiaoxiao is the MVP of the match. Say hi to Cfesports. Hi, I'm Xiaoxiao. And this match was won as 2-1 score, but we didn't win very smoothly. So Lia and YDS that's made their debut on the CFS stage. Can you comment on their performance? Yes, it's their first performance on the stage. They played very well. And I hope they can work harder later. In the first map, did you make any adjustment on Famous? Not really. Yes, and we didn't see any
第二张图的港口的第1分啊，当时其实是你跟宇大帅一个2打5直接拿下的，两个人是如何做配合的？
You won the round as 2 versus 5. How do you cooperate?
好像是后里说防有点难受了嘛，刚好宇大帅说去看一下小刀下，
He told me to check this, and they were attacking on the way.
刚好一大狙也出来，
And in A long, I killed him.
就是踩起来狙嘛。
这张地图港口啊，保卫其实我们才拿了5分，可以说是非常的不及格了。但港口一直打得不好的原因是什么？
What's the reason behind this?
港口打不好，就是一开始
And in this map,
防快 run 嘛，然后没做好。
In the early game, we didn't play very well, and in the
而且确实 Famous 给到我们这边的压力很大，是不是？
Focus on details.
太猛了。
And you
好，想问问看最近啊训练状态如何？因为确实感觉到今天这场比赛大家赢得不那么的顺。
训练其实就是练自己一些个人的能力啊，
Yeah,
或者
we
练一些
just
战术嘛。
focus on our strategy and our personal
就是多练一下
performance.
自己就是新的东西嘛。
And try to learn new skills.
赛区的队伍进行赛训吗？
Did you play any matches against
这个
other
平常都会
teams?
有嘛。
会觉得哪一支队伍是最强劲的对手
Which team do you think is the powerful opponent? I think any team that makes to the stage is
明天啊，我们要
a
对阵
powerful
到的
opponent.
是
And
Team
tomorrow we are
Stallions。
against
昨天应该看到他们的一个
Team
发
Stallions, and you
挥和
have
表
seen
现
their
了。
performance on the
有
first
什么想要
day.
表达的吗
What do you want to say?
我没啥表达的，就是顺其自然嘛。
Not really, just to play our game.
好的，这边也是感谢潇潇接受到采访啊，因为之
Thank
前有
you
了
for
解到潇潇
your
是是
time,
身体抱恙的，
and
也
we
希
know
望能
that
够
you
好好
are
休
not
息，
in
备战
good
明天的比
health.
赛。
And
那么以
I
上呢就
hope
是我
you
们的采访内
can
容，
sleep
接下来把
well
时
and
间交给评
prepare
论
for
席。
the match. Now let's come back to the caster desk.
All right, thank you so much, Bella and Xiao. Xiao, of course, there on the stage for the interview and the translation as well. Thank you so much. Heard at the end that, you know, not in the best of health. Hope they're feeling okay. Definitely heard some rumblings that a lot of the guys there on the side of BaiSha weren't exactly in the best of health. I don't think that's like an excuse or anything, right? Yeah. They still played relatively well. At the end of the day, they still won the best of 3. But at the end of the day, you know, he didn't have too much to say. He's like, you know, the strong teams are coming up, and we're just trying to get it into the playoffs. Yeah. Didn't have a lot to say about Stallions. You know, I just assume they're just going to play their game. But I feel like Stallions, they really got a good angle on this team, and I would not be surprised to see some predictions going Stallions' way on that day.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be a hard one.
It actually
I don't think we're casting that game, so I don't think we actually have to make that prediction. But
thank God, honestly.
I would do it.
Do you know, I've been kind of all tournament long leaning in kind of current form over sort of, I guess, name value. So I'd be tempted to lean Stallions on that one. Maybe, I think a 3 mapper, don't get me wrong, but I'd be tempted to, just because BaiSha worry me, but not worry me because of the scary factor, because of maybe the lack thereof of what we're used to BaiSha.
Yeah, and this is another one that's going to be a tough one to call, and I believe we might actually be doing that one. Team Liquid versus XROCK. Yeah, I mean, look, XROCK looked good. Team Liquid looked good. Only one team can make it out of that group. You know, we were sort of tossing up whether Group A or Group B is the group of death. I mean, I think that's definitely as close to a group of death as you can get. I think you'd like to see all 3 of those teams actually almost through to the playoffs, but not going to be the case. EVOS ARC confirmed. They found themselves the 2-0.
This group is just decided. We are going to play tomorrow one more match between VP and ROCK.
Just for love of the game,
but it's literally just an exhibition. I don't think, like, if you get like 2nd place, do you earn a little bit more money? I'm not.
Probably, yeah, probably. Let me just check.
100% sure on that.
Yeah. Oh, no, actually. 9th to 12th and 13th to 16th are the same prize purse.
Don't make it out. You're the same as everyone else. Yep. Sorry.
So that is actually just for the love of the game, really, there as well. This one still, of course, there is legs behind it. That EP and RV game tomorrow, of course, is all to play for. Of course, EP being the favorites, being the champions, but Na'Vi, this scary side of rookies, we'll have to see, of course, opening tomorrow with ROCK VP as an exhibition.
You guys get to cover that one. That's pretty hype.
It's going to be a bit of a funky one. There might be some winners, but at least we know ROCK quite well.
We do. We do. Look, I hope that ROCK can bounce back, you know, because it's going to be tough to have come into this tournament and basically played 1 BO3 and you're like already out. There's nothing you can do about it. But, you know, play for pride, play for next year. We've talked about that a lot throughout today. For Inner Circle, for example. You know, what can you take away from this? Even though the result itself is not going to impact this tournament, what does that experience, what does that set you up for next year? I think ROCK, there's definitely a lot of argument to be said that is definitely a core, at least, that we will see coming through in 2026. Hopefully a roster in general that we'll see through in 2026, and so they can take some positives away from a good game tomorrow. Same probably can be said for Virtus Pro, who you know, have had a bit of a more disappointing run throughout 2025 in international tournaments too. So we'll see what both those teams can do to start off the day tomorrow. But yeah, tough one for both of them, having played 1 BO3, and it's like, oh, see you, mate. You're out.
Yeah, but again, you know, we do at least get that 2nd game, which could be sick.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Hope you guys do join us tomorrow for more of the CFS Grand Finals. We'll see you tomorrow.